HasanAbi on the beat. Yeah. The people they won't lead. What is threatening about divesting and want a piece? The problem isn't the protest, it's what they're protesting. It goes against what our country is funding. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. When I was 7, I learned a lesson from Cuban Easy-E. What was it again? Oh yeah, fuck the police. Actors and badges protecting property in a system that was designed by white supremacy. But the people are in the streets. You could pay off Meta, you can't pay off me. Politicians who serve by any means AIPAC, Kufi, and all the companies. You see, we sell fear around the land of the free, but this generation here is about to cut the string. You could ban TikTok, take us out the algorithm, but it's too late. We've seen the truth, we bear witness. Seen the rebel, the buildings, the mothers and the children, and all the men that you murdered, and then we see how you spin it. Who gets the right to defend and who gets the right of resistance? It's always been about dollars and the color of your pigment, but white supremacy is finally on blast, screaming free Palestine to their home at last. We see the lies and claiming it's anti-Semitic to be anti-Zionist. I seen Jewish brothers and sisters out there and riding in solidarity and screaming free Palestine, with them organizing and learning and finally cutting ties with the state that's gotta rely on apartheid system to uphold an occupying violent history been repeating for the last 75. The Nakba never ended, the colonizer lied. If students' intents posted on the law, occupying the quad is really against the law, and a reason to call in the police and their squad. Where does genocide land in your definition hot? Destroying every college in Gaza and every mosque, pushing everyone into Rafah and dropping bombs. The blood is on your hands, Biden, we can see it all. And fuck no, I'm not voting for you in the fall. Undecided, you can't twist the truth, the people out here united. Never be defeated when freedom's on the horizon. Yet the music industry's quiet, complicit in their platform of silence. What happened to the artist? What you gotta say? If I was on a label, you could drop me today. I'll be fine with it, cause the heart fed my page. I want a ceasefire, fuck a response from Drake. What you willing to risk? What you willing to give? What if you were in Gaza? What if those were your kids? If the West was pretending that you didn't exist, you want the world to stand up, and the students finally did. Let's put it.
What's going on, everybody? It's me, HasanAbi, coming to you live from somewhat cloudy Los Angeles, California, on this beautiful, wonderful, fantastic Thursday. It's Thirsty Thursday, folks. That's right. I made this song. This is my rap. This is my rap song.
Macklemore is my favorite artist now.
No, no,
Kendrick.
no. That's Austin Ox's Hints Hall, HasanAbi AI cover of Macklemore. We're live. We're alive, and I hope all the Blues, Girls, and Ebbies are having a fantastic one. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. LA is pretty much a cloudy eclipse. It's 55 degrees out here right now. It's 55 degrees. And not only is it 55 degrees, but it's also just very cloudy. Just overall bad. The weather kind of sucks. Anyway, First California University fully diverse. Let's go. I'm wearing the merch out here, and I think a lot of people are just now getting their merch. So, you know, shouts out to everybody. It's 72 degrees in New Jersey. It's 72 degrees here in my room. Anyway, folks, we're live and alive, and like I said, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. And as far as personal news goes, yesterday I ended the broadcast because I had to go to dinner. After playing a little bit of Disco Elysium, after almost implementing full-blown communism, okay? Like it's never been implemented before, because obviously it's never been attempted and it's never been perfected. After going full fucking post-com or full left-com, I stopped in between my conversation with Measurehead, the craniometric, the greatest, most genetically supreme man, I guess, that you've ever seen. He was, you know, we were having that conversation, but honestly, I had to go to dinner, which I did. Measurehead has a PhD in racism. I agree. What is this? All right, we'll look at this in a second. Did you smack him? Fuck no, dude. Why would I smack him? He's the Seminese supremacist. Like, he is right. He's right. Al Ghul has overtaken my puny ham sandwich body, and you can see Al Ghul speaking out from, you know, when I open my mouth and I speak, you think I'm speaking, but it's actually Al Ghul speaking. Anyway, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, you would know if you fucking if you would know if you fucking watched the actual gameplay last night. Anyway, huge protest in Malmö, Sweden against Israel's Eurovision entry. Nice. We'll talk about that as well. I think that's not even about like, this ain't even about Israel's genocide. It's just about like Israel doing awful music. Anyway, I tweeted that. Hades 2 is somehow more bisexual than even the first game. I don't even know how. Played Hades 1 when I identified as a guy, and now we'll play Hades 2 as a woman. This image is literally my arc. Bisexuals had their fun already. Now it's bisexuals' turn. I don't even know how you can be more bisexual. Like, Hades 1 is the most bisexual game of all time. I don't know how Hades 2 becomes even more bisexual, but congratulations. Mic change, settings changed, or did I actually change my settings? I don't know. I don't think I changed my mic settings. You type like a 40s secretary, shut the fuck up. Okay, women are bold, brave, and beautiful, and I'm glad that in the 40s they were allowed to be secretaries. So, what's your resting heart rate right now? Right now, I've been running around before the stream, so it's at 96. Pretty high. Well, as of 13 minutes ago. A hog you converted showed up in Caroline's chat yesterday. Okay, we'll take a look at that as well. Banger Juniper tweet, we'll look at that. Northern Line Uwu types, we'll look at that as well. Anyway, listen to me. No, that's not resting. Here, I'll tell you what my heart rate is right now. Measuring. It's at 89 3 minutes ago. 91 BPM currently. Anyway, it's not great. It's pretty high. Usually when I'm not streaming and just sitting around, it's at like 60. How much you weigh now? Still in my 240s, like low 240s. Is being fat a choice? Yeah, fit versus fat. We're gonna do that. Don't worry. Myron they brought in from Fresh and Fit as well because they're fucking stupid. I can't believe Jubilee brought that desperately. Jubilee's that fucking desperate. They brought Myron. Anyway, do you take any days off from lifting? Yes, I do. Like today. I did not lift today. I played basketball today. I work out every single day, but having said that, if I am not lifting, if I am not training, then I will be playing basketball, which is what I did this morning. Where's the hat from? MSDVX is where the hat's from. Cutie give Kai a tier list in streamer pet list. Cutie gave Kai a last tier in streamer pet list? No shot. That's fucking bullshit. Play basketball and more, you're chill. Play basketball more, you're chiller. I didn't get to do too much. I didn't get to play too much basketball, but I did throw the ball around for Kaya quite a bit. That's why she's passed the fuck out as always. Anyway, but yeah, last night, ended the broadcast, went to dinner with my brother, with Chris. That was all right. This is like my third night in a row where I've eaten out, and it's kind of cooking me big time diet wise. Like I'm managing as best as possible, but it's not great. It's not great that it exists. It's not great that this problem persists in my life. From the bed to the PC, Kai will be free. Yeah. As a fellow hooper lifter who's a big boy, what do you prevent injuries and joint pain? I don't. I just eat it. I'm stupid. Do you stick to your diet when you go out, or just go for it? I mean, I try to track it as best as possible. Like last night I had steak. I had Brussels sprouts on the side. I try to like pack it up with like as much green shit as possible. But the issue is like when you go out to a restaurant, if you make Brussels sprouts at home, you can manage it. Like you can use a spray, you can just like spice it up, season it, and therefore get some kind of like taste out of it that way. But when you're out and about in a restaurant, the secret sauce is butter. So it's just butter and more butter. So they just dump everything into a vat of butter. So everything is like super high calorie. Like if you get a steak that's like 600, 700 calories normally, right? You go to the restaurant, it's gonna be 1200 to 1300 calories. Anyway, do you believe like domestic abusers versus survivors? Yeah, I mean, that does sound like a banger one that they would do for sure. Anyway, that's all I got for now. This morning I worked out, played a little bit of b-ball, ran around with Kaya. Would switching to Zim be better than vaping? Does it give you any gum issues? I gotta save my damn lungs. Yes, it probably is better. What is this? Lit up
We are
Emma?
going to be
What is this?
making the weapon of my people, okay? This weapon was wielded by the Ottoman sons, not daughters, mostly sons. I am so wet right now. Like, you can't tell. I'm so hot. Today we're forging. We're fucking forging, dude. We're gonna be forging extra hard.
I see a thirst trap. I like it, and you should too.
We are going to be making.
That's the rules. Them's the rules, chat. Bring the old hair back. That was a good hair day. The problem is, I think what many people fail to consider is that there's good hair days and bad hair days when you have long hair. Whereas when you have short hair, it's infinitely more manageable. And most of the days turn into good hair days, especially because I get like a haircut. I'm gonna get one tonight, actually. It's just, you know, when you have bad hair days with long hair, which you won't see anymore, because most people that post the thirst talks are not gonna post like when I look shitty. But
have you ever craved something you've never had before, but it sounds so good in your mind?
The masturbator. Evil man. God. I don't think she knows I'm one of the judges.
I'm gonna be honest. I like your style. Keep breaking him down.
Have you ever craved something you
never had a bad long hair day? Come on, bro. No, I definitely did. As a trans woman, it is just about knowing how to properly wash long hair. After that, bad hair days become kind of rare / non-existent. Yeah, well, I guess I never fucking figured it out then. Okay. Wavy hair always has good hair days, though. Okay, I don't want to hear about this now. Water Buffalo Unk phase was iconic. No, it wasn't. It was iconically bad. Anyway, Emma is the best thirst rock maker of late. Yeah. Ego surfing is nice. This isn't just ego surfing, my friend. This also plays, in my opinion, a genuinely important role in propagandizing the positions that this community has to a broader community. Because the reason why thirst rocks are very important is because, like, it's the one aspect that many of my haters can't fucking shake. Like, they can be like, you're a fake socialist because you have a house, but they can't turn around and be like, you're not hot. They try. They do. They try. It doesn't stop them from trying. They'll be like, oh, look at how I drew you as a soy jack, and I drew myself as a Chad, and I am sexy and you are not. And it's like, okay, well, people can still see what I look like, you know? So it's praxis. Thirst talks are incredibly important. Thirst talks are incredibly important in propagandizing a lot of my positions in general. I mean, ego of death, it helps with my ego too, for sure. But you know what? That's real shit. I got to get fit so my haters see it. You're fucking right, Lamau. No, 100%. Definitely huge. Anyway, someone came in the chat the other day and said something about flab on your arms. Yeah, they'll be like, yeah, bro, look how fat your fucking arms are. And it's like, bro, what, you can see though. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can see what I look like with your own two eyes. So it just doesn't work. It's like one of those things that it's like impossible to fucking shit on. But overall, yeah. Build the socialist revolution from thirst traps up. Yeah. I lost my job from a shitty boss and now I'm getting fit because I already know even I'm better than that bitch ass boss, but now I'm going to be thriving even more. Good shit. Yeah. Like the bit of gyno. Yeah, I mean, of course I have a bit of gyno, but that's like a meme. That's like a lifter meme. You know what I mean? It's like that kind of shit. That kind of shit is just like literally inner community memes overall. If you know what that is, and if you are like throwing that accusation around, you're already too far gone. You know what I mean? The average normie is not someone that's going to think about that or know what that is. Anyway, what is this? Rennie explaining the rap beef between Kendrick v. Drake to their parents. You said this is what you sound like to the older viewers?
He says, certified lover boy, certified pedophiles. Then he does some ad-lib and then says, why are you trolling like a bitch? Ain't you tired? Trying to strike a chord. It's probably A minor. Which he sings.
Yo, so much respect for this family.
He sings.
So much unimaginable respect for this family. They are me. I have this as well. A Chick-fil-A sauce on deck. The type that you can only buy at like a Ralph's or like a Walmart. You know what I mean? That's me for real. I have that shit. I put that shit on my breakfast sandwiches. It's out of control. It's out of this world. I fucking love the homophobia. Sometimes it gets a little stale, so I start saying slurs into the bottle before I pop it open. You know what I mean? And it works. It literally brings it back to life. I don't know what it is. It's like casting a spell. You just gotta say some homophobic slurs. You know, you gotta engage in a little bit of queer phobia in the proximity of the bottle. If it's like starting to get stale, it really picks it back up, puts a kick right into it.
Which he sings in the piano chord of A minor because he's the conductor singing and writing the score, upping the score to A minor from the original key, which was in A.
Interesting.
So
anyway, never let Austin say the slur into the bottle, though it would immediately spoil. No, Austin, you don't understand. Austin's got so much hate in his heart. Like when he says it, when he slurs it, dude, it actually feels like more real than when I say it. Like when I say it, it's like, haha, okay, bro, we know what your politics are. But when Austin says it, it's like, damn, dude, shit, you really got a fucking umph in there. You really got some kick in there, dude. Why'd you say it like that? It's weird. I don't know what it is. Gaming last night was pogged up, but it's absolutely unacceptable that you didn't mention that the Scab leader was 2016 era Peter Dow. Yeah, that's really funny. I didn't even think about that. He does kind of look like Peter Dow. I forgot that Peter Dow was like a bad dude because it's been so long since he's been like radicalized aggressively. He's had a very funny character arc overall. I just don't think about him at all nowadays, but there was a moment where he would definitely exist in my mind quite a bit in the 2015, 2016 era where he was just like the most annoying, most relentless dick rider of the DNC. Anyway, hey there, Hasan. I live in the EU and found you on many reaction channels. Always cool to catch you live and loving the new gaming content. The Walking Dead and Disco Elysium. Thanks for watching, my friend. Why don't you start a Majority Report style show? I don't know, because I do that already on my own, like by myself pretty much. And with you guys, actually, I'm not by myself. It's just like me and you guys. We do it together. I do the Majority Report, but for like 8 hours every day. So I'm from Spain. I want to talk to you about encampments going on here. Yeah, I got some friends in Amsterdam who hit me up about the encampments as well, talking about how global this is now. Pay chatter, pipe down, you nihilistic react frogs. Yeah, chatters will be like, yeah, pay me for being incredibly annoying, bitch. How about you pay me? Okay, which many of you do. All right, what is this Northern Lion clip? And then I'm gonna blast off.
You know, you got your twinks, you got your bears, you got your otters, you got your dommy mommies, you got your uwu submissives and stuff like that. You know, you got your
you got your uwus. This news story is very important. Barron Trump, Donald Trump's youngest son, to play a role at the Republican convention because he swagged out. The Eurovision one I already joked about. I said this ain't even about Israel's ethnic cleansing or apartheid. It's just about how unimaginably bad Israeli techno is. Choose your gamer mode, casual racist versus competitive racist. I'll use that as a blast off meme.
Oh,
what is
thank
this?
you so much for the bits. I was so far right that I was in JROTC all 4 years of high school. I met Trump when he was president and was congratulated by him. I did 1 semester at the Air Force Academy. Winter break, I heard about Hasan, joined his chat, ready to tear him to shreds, but listened instead and started to think. Changed my views, transferred to a public school, got active in leftist politics. If I can change people, anyone can change. Hell yeah. Trumo, thank you so much for the bit.
Let's go. To be fair, though, that person is young. So they are like naturally going to be more open-minded. They are naturally going to be more open-minded than like older people who are just like very calcified in their positions that just refuse to see another side. But it's good. It's the brainworms, the RFK brainworms. Okay, DEMS save Christofascist Mike Johnson's speakership because they love weapons contracts. RFK brainworms and more, and the fat V fit Jubilee later. Get in. Change my mind. Dems are fascist. I mean, they're just like fascist, but a little gay. That's it. Do we have a good blast off meme? I was trying to become a libtard from being apolitical, right? Until I found you. My mom loves you but hates your politics. That's crazy. She loves me but hates my politics. You are the Fidel Castro of basketball.
Fidel Castro balled so fucking hard it made people question the revolution. And
Bro, this is like a fake. Oh, God. As much as I love TikTok, I hate that like half of TikTok is literally just like stolen Reddit posts of just people lying. which are also like stolen from older forum posts. I can't believe I'm MHUD posting right now. This is a typical MHUD ass take right now, as he is like one of the ancients of the internet who has been around and has had his brain permanently broken from being around the internet for too long. Okay. But honestly, a lot of this stuff is just like literally a fake post that goes viral on Twitter, and these guys just read it as though it's like real information. And they do that a lot for like Twitter memes. They also do that a lot for shit that they found on Reddit. And ironically enough, the fake lies on Reddit were also like basically just a copy pasta that is being repackaged on some kind of Reddit, you know, r/am I the asshole or whatever. And those lies actually are, you know, those lies were originally cultivated in some goddamn forum, like a bodybuilding forum or whatever, 20 years ago. It's so funny how we just like repackage it over and over again. And each generation has their own version of like the broccoli haired Zoomer that basically repeats it unconditionally and tries to gain clout, karma, likes, whatever it is off of that. You said like 3 seconds ago you were going to use the racist gamer blast off meme unk. No, that was for when I'm going to blast off before I play Disco Elysium. All right, anyway, you know what? I'm going to put that. You know what? Fuck it. I'll do that. I'll use that. All right. Okay. I did it. I blasted off with the casual racist competitive racist meme. What game is Disco Elysium? The game Disco Elysium is like a visual playable novel about a suicidal detective who's a massive alcoholic that is trying to use his detecting skills to uncover secrets about his own life because he forgot everything, while simultaneously he's trying to solve the case of a man that he found, a man that was left hanging on a tree. And it's not necessarily like the detectiving that is so interesting and unique about the actual story itself, but the world is phenomenal. It's built in like a post-revolutionary Rafah, a country that's made up, but it's basically all leftist memes. It's one of my favorite. It is one of my favorite games of all time. I will say it. It's very nerdy. It's very cool. It's got D&D mechanics, which is, you know, kind of but competitive anti-Semite, ancient desire, yapping. Lots of fun accents too. I agree. Breaking: Netanyahu has said his country is prepared to stand alone. Yeah, no, that's fake. Kuno doesn't fucking care. There's like a Scouser character by the name of Kuno that I love, that everybody loves actually. He's basically that suck ya dad is fucking minging. That video basically comes to life as a character in the character Kuno. Biden warns Israel against Rafah invasion. We're gonna start talking about that. Not fake. Netanyahu says Israel can stand alone after Biden threatens arms halt. They won't, and they can't, and I hope they do. Okay, enough. Good riddance. Stand alone then, bitch. But you won't be able to. Okay, you will not be able to. 3 days prior, he's talking about how like the Holocaust happened and we can never let it happen again. Never again is now. Luckily, we have friends. Luckily, we have friends all around the world that want us to do ethnic cleansing to the Palestinians who are genocidal themselves. Yeah, they're mad as fuck, dude. Let's not forget that there are more Jewish voters who care about Israel than Muslim voters who care about Hamas. Yeah, Haim Saban losing his fucking mind. He can also suck my cock. Fuck you, Haim Saban. You little bitch. Stupid fucking bitch. Suck my dick. Bro, that shit sucks, honestly. Yeah, Mehdi Hassan. Yep, now Biden is Hamas too. Can't make this stuff up. Yeah, bro, they're fucking unhinged, dude. They're unhinged. What do you mean? Like, they're just completely out of fucking control, dude. What is this? Tomorrow, Dr. Phil's dropping a 1 hour long unedited interview with the Israeli Prime Minister on a shitty version of Disney Plus. Yeah, I love that Dr. Phil was like, yeah, I got to do voices that are unrepresented in mainstream media, and that's why I'm going independent. And then what does he do? He has fucking the Israeli prime minister on. Yeah, there's a voice that's not represented in mainstream media. Thank you, Dr. Phil, for going independent and doing things that are really unique. Anyway, why the fuck is everything Netanyahu does wrong in your eyes? Brother, if Netanyahu was trying to serve a fucking ad break by weak-ass debates like this one at the top of the fucking hour, I would obviously call it out. If Netanyahu, on the other hand, had a better bait at the top of the hour, I would probably read it out and maybe get debated. You, on the other hand, have failed spectacularly, okay? I'm fair and balanced. That's why Netanyahu, everything that he does is wrong. Yeah, exactly. Everything that Netanyahu does is wrong because he hasn't done anything good yet. If he were to hit me with a fucking solid ass bait, then maybe I would respect it. But I currently, as it stands, do not respect him because his baits are fucking mid. However, this will not change the reality that at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. Now, if you no longer want to see those fucking ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5. Sorry, my liege, it's okay. For $5 all for free with a Twitch Prime, you will be able to avoid the top of the hour ad break. That's right. I'm in a good mood, man. I'm a little tired. I don't know why. I guess I didn't get a good night's sleep, but here's the 3-minute ad break now. Did you see Vivek says he respects the racism against them? Yeah, I was trying to see that shit. Oh, you're in a great mood, Holy. No ads in the Japan. How the fuck did you pick out a singular person trying to bait you? It's just that, like, I'm in this business for quite a while, you know. I can smell it. Not good. RFK Jr.'s worm started dropping spice in his brain, and now he's having visions of galactic jihad. I mean, it's fine. It's kind of mid. Babylon B never has a hit. I mean, it's like it has the workings, it has the fixins of a joke. So you're like, and your bar for like what constitutes a joke is like from Babylon B is like a child's. You know what I mean? Like, we literally look at Babylon B in the same way that we look at like Joe Biden, where he's able to communicate things without like fucking up. And we're like, oh, that's so cute. The old man is able to say stuff, right? And it's the same for Babylon B, where we're like, oh, they did a joke. Like, what they're saying is not just like, you know, 14-year-old rape victims deserve the death penalty if they get an abortion. Where's the fucking joke, Babylon B? That's not a joke. You're just an insane person for saying that, right? So because half the time that's what their jokes are, or just like repeating the lol, trans women are just men in dresses, am I right? Over and over again, and saying attack helicopter, attack helicopter, attack helicopter, over and over again. In between all of that, when they get one that they just fucking put out there that's like, you know, that has the workings of a joke, like the structure of a joke, you're like, oh, good job. Anyway, what? I told myself I wouldn't send you this because it will only bring us pain, but it's also content. Oh my God. You know what we needed? More of this kind of like Family Guy ripoff style fucking show. We definitely needed that. There aren't enough on Hulu. There aren't like a million versions of this show on Netflix and Hulu. I'm so glad that they're doing it on the Daily Wire as well. Yeah. I fucking love that, man. Thank you so much. Did I see RFK Jr.'s brainworms? I've seen it every goddamn day. Danny Trejo's a part of it. Yeah, I heard he just like takes a bag no matter what. Like Danny Trejo is like famous for apparently there are a bunch of artists and a bunch of like actors that do that where they will just like take the bag. They don't give a shit who's feeding them the bag. Snoop Dogg is like that. Nicolas Cage is like that. Morgan Freeman is like that. These are some of the very famous cases. I didn't even know that Danny Trejo was like that, but apparently he is as well. So yeah. Have you seen this clip that's been going around to be like, see, anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism? IWR exclusive. An FIU student complained that anti-Jewish students aren't protected during protests when the mask slips. Wait, what? Instead of someone saying anti-Zionist, they said anti-Jewish. Is that it? They got him? That like some fucking 18-year-old accidentally said anti-Jewish instead of anti-Zionist? That's it, boys. Pack it up. All the Jews that are anti-Zionist themselves, haha, we got you. We knew it. You guys were always secretly anti-Semitic. Fucking own, dude. I love the Israel war room being like, that's it, we got him. I'm shocked that this doesn't happen more frequently by like actual anti-Semitic people, and even people who are like having these kinds of like momentary accidents, right? Like the fact that this isn't something that they can find every day is shocking. It is not the norm, okay? Normally, in these kinds of broad protest movements, especially amongst young people, there are going to be people that aren't communicating their desires in the most efficient way possible. That doesn't mean that their heart is not in the right place, and that doesn't actually take away from the broader movement as a whole. A big part of what I did for Black Lives Matter protests was basically have to address all of those instances on fucking steroids, because people were constantly being like, well, what about this random guy? What about that random guy? What about this guy who was wearing tactical gear, who suspiciously looks like a police officer, who broke into the Jiffy Lube? Huh? Address the guy who broke into the Jiffy Lube. I thought these guys wanted to protest police brutality. Turns out they just wanted to riot because they're black. And it's like, no, that guy looks like a cop. If you remember, I've talked about stuff like that quite a bit during the BLM protests. If you were in here, I don't even have to fucking talk about this shit that much for the pro-Palestinian encampments. You know what I mean? Surprisingly. And it is genuinely shocking that there aren't more like messaging mishaps like this. Why don't you have black women on stream, Hasan? Wait, what? Because I'm both anti-black and also because I do misogynoir. That's what it is. Olami was just on, but it doesn't matter. I hate that line of questioning, because it's always literally just like, well, here are the black people. Like, it's just like a weird thing to fucking answer. You know what I mean? It's like being like, tell me about all of your black friends. Like, they're not fucking Pokemon cards, man. They're my friends. You know what I mean? I feel weird just being like, here, let me prove it to you. Like, that's so dumb. And it's almost always, in my opinion, it's almost always a white dude that says that. Like, I feel like the way I see it, black people either know you're with it or you're not. You know what I mean? They don't just go, where are your collectible Pokemon blacks on the stream? Come on. You know? Name 5 black people. Yeah. Okay, chat, you don't have to do the FD signifier was just on. You don't have to do it either. When people say this kind of shit, just like move on. Be like, that's weird, man. That's a weird line of questioning. Please stop. You don't have to literally start naming all the black people you've seen on this stream over the course of the past month, okay? It's a weird thing to say. Again, a conversation almost entirely had by white people on both sides. Both the side that's like asking, where are the black people? Why don't you have any black people on your stream? And also the other side being like, no, you don't understand. Here are all the black people that are on his stream. I've noticed he has quite a long list of black people that he's had on his stream, as a matter of fact. Like, just don't be normal. Be normal about it. Like, you know? Update, just got home from finals. First thing my mom does, post a Columbia Jewish students letter, which calls anti-Zionist Jews tokens. I told her I was offended that she's publicly calling me a token on her social media. She refused to take it down because she said I was being tokenized. Letter is here. I don't want to click on a Google Doc, but I have heard about the Columbia Jewish students letter that literally is like, no, you don't understand. Jews are monolithic, actually. And like anyone that says... any Jew that is on the other side, whether they are a Holocaust survivor, a Holocaust historian, an Israeli historian, or you know, a activist, like a long-term activist, famous fucking physician slash a guy who's written extensively about addiction, who also is a Holocaust survivor himself, famous chronicler of the Palestinian plight. All of these people, they're actually, or even the majority of young Jews in America, they're all tokens. Okay? They're all tokens. They're all fucking tokens. It's just, they're all tokens, and no, you don't understand. Jews are actually monolithic, and yeah, we control the media, we are monolithic, and we have all the power, and also Israel represents our interests. It's like, what are you doing? What are you saying? Half the time, defenders of Israel that are Jewish, that put their name on Israel being a Jewish state, a Jewish ethno state, unironically keep doing like Nazi-style conspiracies about themselves, not realizing that that in and of itself literally fucking feeds into anti-Semitism. It is very odd. It is a very odd thing to do. Why are you personally being like, no, everything you heard on 4chan is true, actually? Like, let me go ahead and type out a fucking letter that reads like a goddamn Nazi wrote it. You know what I mean? And of course, because it is, once again, because it is literally pro-Israel, everyone's going to cover it. Everyone's going to cover it. The students that wrote that Zionism remains a pillar of our Jewish identities and argue that many classmates do not understand its meaning. No, they do. You're just mad that they do. That's it. You're mad that you can't fucking just like lie about what it means. Do you think Trump will win the election? I don't know. You mean Nick Fuentes isn't pro-Palestine? Yeah, that's oh God, Nick Fuentes. I feel like Elon Musk as a psyop brought back Nick Fuentes specifically so he could be like, see, all the pro-Palestinian voices are actually Nazis or some shit. Like, why in the ever-loving fuck would you bring back a straight up, open, out and about, Holocaust denying neo-Nazi? By the way, Kanye West confirmed a Fuentes stream on Instagram story. I want to fucking, oh my God, I hate this shit so much. I hate this shit so fucking much, dude. We are legitimately and unironically like working to make Nazism a thing again, okay? And he's a huge misogynist too. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. That's my major consideration for Nicholas fucking Fuentes. Something that your dad also believes. You know what I mean? I can't believe it. On the long list of like, listen, you can say that about me, okay? You can be like, Hasan, you're misogynistic. Valid. Fair, okay? We're talking about a fucking neo-Nazi who's a Holocaust denier. Misogyny doesn't even meet the top 10 most awful shit that he has said. He's a fucking fascist, man. Keep your eyes on the fucking prize here, please. It blows my goddamn mind. Come on, Rosebud. What did I say wrong? I don't understand. What you said wrong is there is a hierarchy of bigotry here, okay? Like saying, for example, Andrew Tate is a huge misogynist is valid. Saying Nicholas Fuentes is a huge misogynist is hilarious because he's literally a fucking fascist. He's like an out and about open neo-Nazi who is a Holocaust denier. And you're literally turning around and being like, and he's also a misogynist. It's literally like littering at that point. He also litters. I saw him litter one time. It's like this doesn't mean that misogyny is unimportant, okay? It simply means that misogyny doesn't even meet like the top 10 most awful qualities of this particular individual because he is a very truly toxic human being. Barely a human being. Anyway, yeah, this chatter is correct. It's like when people are saying, no, it's like talking about a dude who's a serial killer and then someone chiming in and being like, you know, he jaywalks. The worst thing. Anyway, also being a Nazi is basically 100% correlated with also being misogynist. Like who's out there being a Nazi, but also is a feminist too? Lauren Southern. Hello. Excuse me. New Lauren Southern is a Nazi feminist now. Old Lauren Southern was trad wife status. New Lauren Southern, feminist, but also still very right wing. Like talking about a guy who's a pedophile and you say he has a hidden daughter. Yeah. Well, yeah, got me on that one. Anyway, where were we? Can't wait until Lauren Western. She will be a racist cowboy. Huh. What about Lauren Northern? She is technically Canadian. I wonder why she calls herself Lauren Southern, even though she's from the North. Okay. We'll start off here. In a letter, 540 Jewish Columbia students defend Zionism and condemn the protest. The students wrote that Zionism remains a pillar of our Jewish identities and argued that many classmates do not understand its meaning. Okay. They wrote this like long ass letter being like, no, you don't understand. Actually, all of the anti-Zionist Jews are tokens, even though it doesn't correspond to polls. Okay. Like, when you say white supremacist black people on the Republican side of the fucking field are actually tokens, it makes sense. It makes sense because they are tokenizing themselves. They are utilizing their identity to uplift white supremacist voices and white supremacist talking points. It doesn't make sense to say that about Jewish people because the percentages are completely out of whack. The percentage of Jewish people, even on the oldest demographics, that are critical of Israel is still infinitely fucking higher than the percentage of black people who are Republican in the most like highest likelihood to be Republican demographics among the black population. That's the difference, right? But beyond that, people do have the capacity to be duped by media narratives. People have the capacity to be duped by their social conditioning, by nurture. That doesn't change the reality of what they are saying, okay? It would be akin to saying, well, white people are tokens in the civil rights movement, okay? They're tokens in the civil rights movement because they're not broadly represented in the broader subsect of the population of whites that actually despised the civil rights movement and thought it was angry and thought it was violent and thought it was too disruptive and thought that Martin Luther King was like a communist adulterer or whatever. That doesn't change the reality that we're still morally righteous, okay? Just so you guys understand. But of course, this is shitty on two different fronts because the notion that they're tokenizing themselves, the anti-Zionist Jews are tokenizing themselves, doesn't even make sense from a statistical percentage. Like, it is not a statistical anomaly that there are anti-Zionist Jews, especially in the demographic that these fucking dumbass students are talking from, okay? In the letter, the students argue that Judaism cannot be separated from Israel. They also charge that anti-Zionist Jews who deny Israel's right to exist and stand with pro-Palestinian protesters tokenize themselves and try to delegitimize the experiences of Zionist Jews on campus. It's just so fucking entitled and so annoying and perhaps even more damaging than like people being like, you're doing anti-white racism, because obviously anti-Semitism is a real type of bigotry, a real type of hatred that exists, right? That persists. So like they're using something that is real, unlike the unjustifiable state, the apartheid regime of isn't real. Okay. They're using something that is like an actual thing in an effort to cynically weaponize it against those who are criticizing an apartheid regime that is doing ethnic cleansing. It's fucking insane. Some of the students who signed the letter, which had 540 signatories as of Thursday morning, have already spoken publicly against Colombia for the anti-Semitism they say they face there. One student testified before Congress about the issue. Others have been counter-protesters of pro-Palestinian rallies. Others have not spoken before. Eden Yadigar wrote a written testimony before the United States Representative Committee on Education and the Workforce, roundtable of Jewish students impacted by anti-Semitism. Stunning, astonishing, awesome, jubilant achievement. These are the words that a professor at my university used to describe the deadliest massacre of the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Chairwoman Fox and distinguished committee members, oh my fucking lord, is still, oh my lord, oh my fucking lord, oh my god. We have to fire everyone. I'm not even gonna fucking do it. I'm not even gonna entertain this dumb shit, okay? Okay. Another one of the things I've been seeing on social media is the deliberate misrepresentation of the statistics from the polls you looked at yesterday. Polls showed 90% of college students disagree with the other students not allowing Zionists into certain areas of campus. Social media, 90% of college students disagree with the students not allowing Jewish students into certain areas of campus. Yeah. Which, by the way, remember, is not a thing that's happening. Like, they're not stopping students, Jewish students, other students, any kind of students from like entering class or anything like that. They're just addressing that in a poll form because that is the claim that the media has made. It's a two-parter. All in all, by Thursday, the letter was signed by just over 10% of the estimated 5,000 Jewish undergraduates and graduate students at Columbia and its affiliated colleges. All signatories gave their names, college affiliation, year of graduation, unlike some public letters that allow for anonymous signatures. Now, one could say, where is the counter to this from Jewish students at Columbia? Except due to the fucking mass doxing and mass harassment that anti-Zionist Jews and every anti-Zionist student actually fucking has to withstand, it is a little bit harder for them to go out and publicly put their name and reputation on the line to say, no, actually what Israel is doing is unimaginable, isn't it? Now, of course, you, one, normalize the silencing of students, normalize the fucking harassment of students, normalize the violence that they fucking experience for putting their goddamn bodies on the line to do what is right. And then you turn around and say, see, the pro-Israeli students are actually putting their names on the on these public letters. Why won't the anti-Zionist students do that? In a way to further antagonize them, in a way to further fucking make fun of them. When like those who do put their fucking faces out there get doxxed, get harassed endlessly, lose their job opportunities, are faced with unimaginable fucking financial cruelty, but also direct police violence. I hate this. I hate this bullshit. I hate it so fucking much. They are lied about endlessly. They are smeared endlessly as anti-Semites. And then as though that is not enough, then you have actual fucking Zionist business owners and shit literally being like, yeah, I will never hire someone who's anti-Israel. It's like, fuck you, dude. You're a fucking piece of shit, you fucking fascist monster. Suck my fucking cock. I hope your fucking business falls apart, you piece of shit. Garbage. Monstrous pieces of shit all around. Anyway, how dare you, dude? How fucking dare you? You're literally like, yeah, if you protest segregation, you ain't gonna get a job in my business. Let me tell you what, you better not. You better not speak out against these goddamn separate but equal circumstances that we have bravely afforded the blacks in this goddamn country. You better not come nowhere near my job. That's exactly what you're doing, okay? That's exactly what you're fucking doing. And they did that back then too. Suck my dick. Anyway, titled, In Our Name, a message from Jewish students at Columbia University. The letter represents the views of students who state that they love Israel, even though they do not always agree with the actions of the Israeli government. This is the most, like, nefarious, annoying little fucking way that liberal Zionists always, like, piss me the fuck off personally. It's like, oh, you can disagree with Israel. You just can't actually turn around and say it's an apartheid state. It's like, bro, that's the disagreement. I don't give a fuck about the internal conflict among Israeli Jews thinking maybe women shouldn't be able to fucking learn how to read and write versus no, women should be able to learn how to read and write and then also even do some gay stuff on the side. That's not the major point of conflict here. The major political through line here that must be addressed is Israel's apartheid and Israel's genocide, not the fact that there's a Knesset member who thinks that, like, gay people should be killed or some shit. And then other Knesset members are like, no, gay people are fine as long as they're Jewish. I hate this. Like, they try to make it seem as though, like, dude, excuse me, there's plenty of people who disagree. I hate Benjamin Netanyahu. I'll have you know, I hate Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't really mind that he's fucking murdering Palestinians ruthlessly, of course, in the war cabinet. But, you know, maybe we want the hostages back. I hate Benjamin Netanyahu. Come on, please, Hasan, stop. You're going too far. It's like, you don't get to dictate the terms of what my criticism of this fucking state is, okay? You can't literally be like, no, it has to be a Jewish ethno state. That is a normal, understandable disagreement to have in 2024, okay? It's crazy. It's crazy to just be like, because anti-Semitism is a real bigotry, the way that this conversation is had, the way that this conversation is being had in the Western world, there are entirely different dynamics. There are entirely different dynamics at play when we have this conversation in the Western world where Jews do have a tendency to be marginalized. Obviously, like, Jews in general, especially a lot of the Ashkenazi Jews in general in the Western world are perceived white. And the moment that they're not perceived white, you're probably talking to a dude who's like really fucking racist. You know what I mean? Like we're talking like Der Stormer style racism. Like for the most part, Jews, just like any other form of former group that was not categorized as white, is like under the white umbrella for the most part, right? That's just how it is. Would it be Polish people, whether it be Greek people, whether it be Turkish people, whether it be Italian people, like, it's now under the socio-political consideration of white. However, having said that, there is still marginalization and hate crimes against Jewish people because there are not that many Jewish people out there. And also, it is a antiquated bigotry. It's a very old form of bigotry that has been around for quite some fucking time, right? So when we're having this conversation in the Western world, like when a Jewish person says, you're being anti-Semitic to me, right? That actually has more staying power and more legitimacy and more validity than when like some dumbass is like, you're being quite anti-heterosexual. Or when a white guy says, oh, you're doing anti-white racism and I don't like it. We, especially in progressive circles, are understandably like, what the fuck are you talking about? Shut up, bitch. You know what I mean? Unless we're on Reddit or some shit. But for the most part, like, you know, Florida white guys call themselves crackers personally. So like most people in the real world are not going to get a fucking, they're not going to be in their feelings about someone doing anti-white racism, right? So overall, that's the reason why this conversation is a more delicate one, because we have to somehow, like, unmarry the concept of Judaism and Zionism. And I do that almost every single fucking day here. But Zionists, both Jewish and also Christian are routinely going, no, Israel is for the Jews. Israel is doing this for Judaism. Israel has to exist as a Jewish ethno-state. You don't understand. It literally feels like if like there was a massive momentum around like Muslims in the Western world who just said like, no, ISIS does represent our values. Actually, inshallah, we will do ISIS stuff. Of course, no such thing existed in the Western world for the most part. And yet the American media did desperately try to say all Muslims represent the interests of ISIS, and they are monolithic in their understanding of Islam. They're all like ISIS. That's why they keep bringing up like gays get thrown off the rooftop shit when they want to be Islamophobic, right? Except for Israel, that is seen as a positive association with Israel and Judaism. And it's fucking wild. Because when people see what Israel is doing and go, that is unconscionable, and you have spent the last fucking 50 years being like, no, dog, they're doing this for the Jews. Jews love this shit. This is the Jews' favorite thing to do, actually. All of a sudden, people are going to be like, the fuck? Really? That seems a little weird, especially considering that there's already pre-existing anti-Semitic tendencies everywhere. You know what I mean? Because people don't have the capacity to think critically about this sort of stuff. They just listen to what you're telling them and make up their own fucking mind. So if anti-Semitism is a real bigotry, as I've claimed, as I've openly talked about for years and years and years, okay, so there's already like anti-Semitic tendencies always just like lying around in the undercurrent. Like, yeah, there is a lot of Jews in the music industry. There are a lot of Jews in fucking Hollywood. What's that about? Like, that is a very normative position that a lot of people have that might not be as anti-Semitic as Nick Fuentes, but it is something that people fucking see, and it is something that people actually also go, wait a minute, what's that about? So when that already exists and you go, hello, Israel loves killing these Palestinian children and they're doing this for Judaism, all Jews love this shit, and then like and then people turn around and go, no, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm Jewish. That's ridiculous. We don't love this shit at all. Fuck you. And then other Jewish students go, no, we do actually love it. Fuck you. It is for us. We love that. We love that shit so much. Not realizing what that is telling to the broader community of Americans who do not have the capacity to think fucking critically. The long-term consequences of this is going to be devastating for Jewish people. Okay? Genuinely. And it already is. Oh, it's so goddamn frustrating. Okay. Yeah, here is the Google Doc. I guess we can read this shit. Can we, let me see if I can just like, open in reading mode. How do I copy and read it with the AI voice or some shit? Because I have to pee. I mean, I copy it, but like, how do I get an AI voice to read it? Free text to speech. All right, we'll do
I
Jane.
still get nightmares.
Okay. For personal use. Here.
To the Columbia community. Over the past 6 months, many have spoken in our name. Some are well-meaning alumni or non-affiliates who show up to wave the Israeli flag outside Columbia's gates. Some are politicians looking to use our experiences to foment America's culture war. Most notably, some are our Jewish peers who tokenize themselves by claiming to represent real Jewish values and attempt to delegitimize our lived experiences of anti-Semitism. We are here, writing to you as Jewish students at Columbia University, who are connected to our community and deeply engaged with our culture and history. We would like to speak in our name. Many of us sit next to you in class. We are your lab partners, your study buddies, your peers, and your friends. We partake in the same student government, clubs, Greek life, volunteer organizations, and sports teams as you. Most of us did not choose to be political activists. We do not bang on drums and chant catchy slogans. We are average students, just trying to make it through finals much like the rest of you. Those who demonize us under the cloak of anti-Zionism forced us into our activism and forced us to publicly defend our Jewish identities. We proudly believe in the Jewish people's right to self-determination in our historic homeland as a fundamental tenet of our Jewish identity. Contrary to what many have tried to sell you, no, Judaism cannot be separated from Israel. Zionism is, simply put, the manifestation of that belief. Our religious texts are replete with references to Israel, Zion.
Anyway, over the past 6 months, many have spoken in our name. Some are well-meaning alumni or non-affiliates who show up to wave the Israeli flag outside Columbia's gates. Some are politicians who look up to the Israeli experience and foment cultural war. Most notably, some are Jewish peers who tokenize themselves, claiming to represent the real Jewish values. I like that the token Jews that are anti-Zionists are a worse offense in the eyes of the Columbia students, supposedly, that wrote and fucking co-authored and signed off on this, than Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson will march you into the gas chamber if he's given the opportunity. And you think anti-Zionist Jews who are literally on the historical side of Jewish culture, revolutionary Jews that have been at the forefront of resisting against the Holocaust and everything else, those guys are worse than Michael fucking Johnson? Are you that insane? He's not simply fomenting culture war. Dumb fuck. Get a goddamn education. Your brain is so fucking broken by Zionism. Mike Johnson would literally kill every single Jew in America if given the opportunity. He wouldn't even think about it. Okay? Oh my God. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, the real bad Jews are the Rosa Luxemburgs. Okay? That's who's bad here. Why do you say this? What do you mean, why do I say this? Because it's true. Thinking that Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson, who is an out and about Christo-fascist, is a good ally to Jewish people in America, demonstrates one thing and one thing only: mental fucking illness. Okay? If you are a Jewish student at Columbia, or if you're a Jew anywhere, no matter what age you are in the United States of America, and you think that guy, Michael Johnson, is my ally, you've lost the fucking plot. You need to reconsider every single thing you have thought up until this moment that allowed you to think such a phenomenally wrong line of thinking. Like, how did you arrive at this? It's genuinely a sensitive thing because those Jewish students have legitimate collective memory and sometimes personal memory of anti-Semitism, even if they see the parallels in wrong places. I understand not being able to give a shit about their feelings when there's a genocide, but for many of them, it's not a cynical thing. I genuinely don't know what the best strategic approach is because these statements are also disgusting. I know, but like it triggers me to no fucking end when people literally say, oh, Mike Johnson is just an opportunist. You know what's really bad? Most notably, are Jewish peers who tokenize themselves. That is the grossest fucking thing, dude. How do you not see that? Like, to me, this spells so much trouble in the collective consciousness of many young Jews, at least 500 of them, in this fucking Ivy League institution where they're getting like the best education physically possible. It's also hilarious because they're using a whole bunch of like center me in this conversation type shit, standpoint theory, a blight on intersectionality sometimes. Oh my God. Especially when it's like cynically weaponized in this regard, especially because it's like a real thing. There's a reason why I don't always say, oh, people talking about anti-Semitism are doing the exact same thing that like white people do and white racist people do and say, oh, reverse racism is the real racism. Because reverse racism is fake as fuck and 100% of the time is weaponized against real critical thinking, against real criticisms of white supremacy. Whereas anti-Semitism is real. Okay? That's a real thing. It's a real bigotry. And whether willingly or unwillingly, these students are deploying anti-Semitism and claiming anti-Semitism in this regard in a situation that where it doesn't fit the bill, but they legitimately believe it. So what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? As a Jewish person, I find it genuinely depressing that so many Jews legitimately think Zionism is inherently part of Judaism and not an entirely modern secular political belief with no real basis in our actual theology or history. They're like, we've always flown the Israeli flag in my synagogue. Seems like it's built into the religion to me. Yeah, I know. And it's very cynical and it sucks and it's fucked up. It's basically, it's like brainwashing. That's why I always have so much respect. I have endless respect for all my Jewish brothers and sisters in this community, all the people that I know that are wonderful anti-Zionists that have been even more aggressive anti-Zionists than myself for years. Anyway, what is this? Reverse racism is a thing. It's the reversing of actual racism to correct the wrongs racism did in the past. Okay, bro. That's not what we're talking about. Jerusalem as a place in Judaism. The problem here is if Johnson is such a freak, then that pushes the narrative that Israel is the only place for Jews, which is obviously bad. Now we're back to Jews only safe in Israel. Jerusalem has a place in Judaism. Brother, no one says that there aren't like important fucking religious beacons and religious places for all three of the Abrahamic religions in what is now occupied territory by Israel. Okay? I get that. But that's not what we're having a conversation around right now. Okay? It's really fucked up. Now we're back to Jews only safe in Israel. He's a gross dude, hate the poor, etc. But I feel he doesn't care that much about Jews. No, he is literally the worst kind of Zionist. He is a psychopathic Christian fascist who literally thinks personally that all the Jews have to fuck off into the desert so that Jesus can come back and finally all those Jews burn in fucking hell. That's the kind of fucking Christo-fascist he is. It is the worst type of Zionist. Okay? It is infinitely worse than the likes of fucking Haim Saban. The actual worst, like a literal believer in the fucking anime style theological Armageddon trigger point of Israel. That is a psychopathic thing to believe. And that's an adult. And that's not just an adult who believes that. That's an adult with a shit ton of power. That's an adult who the Democratic Party defended literally yesterday and voted to keep in that position of power. Think about that. I fear that this will only lead to more anti-Semitism down the road for children who are seeing this right now when people are equating Israel and Judaism as a slippery slope. It is so damaging. It is so damaging to discourse to not be delicate when discussing matters that are so severe and so significant and so important, such as anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is the canary in the coal mine, okay? For years and years, okay, when Israel is not on the forefront of the conversation, anti-Semitism is the easiest way to figure out if someone is a fucking fascist or not. And I don't mean like the underlying anti-Semitism that a lot of people have, the implicit biases and that sort of thing. I'm talking about like when someone says, oh, this is Talmudic thought, you're like, okay, you're a Nazi. I know that immediately. Okay? Like that is how we identify fascists. It's one of the easiest ways to identify someone who is a fascist is if they have done anti-Semitic reading. Okay? But now it's all over the fucking place. It's all over the place. And it makes it harder to, one, identify fascists, and two, it also dilutes the real anti-Semitism that does occur. And it sucks. I feel like I'm yelling into a fucking, like, I'm yelling into a dark room about this kind of stuff every day. And people that are completely far removed from ever listening to what I have to say, far removed from anything that I ever have to say because they just decided that, like, I am an anti-Semite because I think that Israel is an apartheid state, even though it is, right? They will never listen to me. They will never listen to me. They will never, they won't even listen to Jewish people who are anti-Zionist. They consider them to be tokens and anti-Semites. It's so frustrating. They look at me in the same way that, like, people who are like well invested in their own narratives about how things are, like when trans people sometimes come in here and are like, yeah, you're anti-trans. I will just not be moved from this position. I think you're transphobic. And it's like, okay, fine, sure. I don't know what to tell you. And yeah, the worst part is it's a perfect narrative for Zionists because they want Jews to feel unsafe. They want there to be anti-Semitism occurring in the Western world so Jews feel less safe, so they have to go to Israel and present themselves as a strong nation. Israel wants that in order to make it seem like the only safe place for Jewish people is Israel, when New York is more safe for Jewish people than Israel ever has or will be. Exactly. Not humoring them, but there is a discussion to have here because most of these people aren't cynically thinking, ooh, I'm going to take advantage of my identity to justify this. They genuinely believe this. Like I said, you don't have to care, but how to manage this stuff strategically is a really complicated thing precisely because anti-Semitism is a real thing and we don't want it confused with anti-Zionism. Exactly. Obviously, I will never stop trying to unmarry the two concepts because it is inherently anti-Semitic to assume that Jews are monolithic and Israel represents all Jews, and Israel's violent, abhorrent actions as an apartheid regime that is currently doing an ethnic cleansing campaign is actually pro Judaism. It's not. It's pro-Israel in the guise of anti-Semitism. They wish all Jews would return to Israel. for their cult rapture. Lol, it's insane. They make themselves seem like Jewish allies, but they have nefarious reasons. They literally believe Jews will burn in hell. Exactly. You get a worse view because all the people who watch, who agree with you, don't see the need to chirp. I would bet the vast majority of non-chatters are because we are nodding along. Yeah, but no, I'm talking about people in the broader progressive movement, for example. Progressive, but also hyper fucking Zionist. Like, those people are so firmly planted in their positions that, like, Israel, no matter what I tell them, Israel is representing all Jews, and Jews are supposed to all represent Israel and defend Israel. And it sucks because there are a shit ton. It's hard to have this conversation because there are a shit ton of people that are super kind, super empathetic, very progressive. And then when Israel comes around, they just literally turn into this like weirdo. They forget all of the other convictions that they have. This cognitive bias is in full display when someone who is otherwise like a progressive person turns around and is like, huh, queers for Palestine? Yeah, right. Send a queer to Palestine and see what happens. Hamas will kill you. It's like, bro, how did you just say that? Like, you wouldn't even say that about Afghanistan. You know what I mean? You would not say that about Afghanistan. You would literally be like, that is an insanely Islamophobic thing to say. But when it comes to Israel, it's just like something switches. Please don't relate trans people experiencing mental strain and venting it in the chat to these actual real life fascists. There's no analog to this behavior outside of other fascist movements in action. No, you're misunderstanding the point. I'm talking about a very specific type of otherwise very progressive Jewish person who has just been like brain broken by Zionism. Okay? Like, because that person has experienced real anti-Semitism as a Jewish person. You know what I mean? That person has experienced real anti-Semitism. And now that person has no way to like separate anti-Semitism, the real anti-Semitism that they've experienced in the past when they were growing up, with like people criticizing Israel. Yeah, I don't really think it's undermining anti-Semitism to say Jewish people should direct their concern to neo-Nazis and alt-right movements. It's endlessly frustrating to see some centering themselves in pro-Palestine sentiments. This letter comes off like pro-Palestine protests dehumanize Jewish students when it's fighting to humanize Palestinians. It was never an affront to you. Exactly. Anyway, we are here writing to you as Jewish students at Columbia University who are connected to our community, deeply engaged in our cultural history. Many of us sit next to you in class. We are your lab partners, your study buddies, your peers, and your friends. We partake in the same student governments, clubs, Greek life, volunteer organizations, sports teams. Most of us do not choose to be political activists. We do not bang on drums and chant catchy slogans. We are average students just trying to make it through finals just like the rest of you. Those who demonize us under the cloak of anti-Zionism forced us into our activism and forced us to publicly defend our Jewish identities. We proudly believe in the Jewish people's right to self-determination. Our historic homeland is a fundamental tenet of our Jewish identity. Yeah, this is the problem, okay? You're literally saying my Jewish identity and my sovereignty and my autonomy as a Jewish person relies on ethnically cleansing Palestinian children, okay? You can't fucking openly say that and expect me to assume that you are even a remotely progressive person at that point, especially when I don't know anything about you. It's crazy. Also, you're here. You're in New York. You're at Columbia. What the fuck do you mean? Oh my God. Can you imagine Saudi Arabian students coming out and writing a letter like this and being like, excuse me, as a Saudi student, it is my Islamic belief that we must rid the entire region of the Shia scourge. And if we do not do this, then my identity is at stake. And every time you criticize Saudi Arabia, when you say, oh, Saudi did 9/11, or when you say Saudi Arabia is doing a genocide in Yemen or was doing a genocide in Yemen, I, as a Saudi student, feel like I'm under attack with your Islamophobia. If someone wrote that, everyone would go, shut the fuck up. Okay? But when, and Islamophobia is real as well, but when a group of Jewish students get together at Columbia University, this gets fucking featured in the New York Times. Can you imagine? Literally, everyone would be like, shut the fuck up, terrorist. That's what they would say if a group of Saudi students wrote a letter like this. Okay? It's so dumb. It's so ridiculous. It is literally the liberalization of fascism, okay? Whether the people are fully committed to fascism or not, whether they themselves are actually harmed by fascism. And of course, Jewish students would be harmed by fascism. Fascism almost always is anti-Semitic. It's ridiculous to write such a fucking piece of shit letter. Yeah. Contrary to what many have tried to sell you, no, Judaism cannot be separated from Israel. Zionism is simply put the manifestation of that belief. Oh my God. Why do you assume that these students are even liberal? Because there's 500 of them that signed this fucking letter. And I don't believe that 500 Jewish Columbia students are all fucking rabid, ultra-Zionist fascists, okay? Because I know Jewish people, okay? I know plenty of Jewish Zionists, especially in this age group. I know many more anti-Zionist Jews, obviously, but it doesn't matter. Like, I know that there are like plenty of people who just like have had their brain broken, and my job is to try and convert them, try and like shake them from their stupor, try and shake them from the bloodlust that they're currently experiencing. B, I know. Oh. Name one Zionist now. I'm fucking not going to do that. You're insane. Our religious texts are replete with references to Israel, Zion, and Jerusalem. The land of Israel is filled with archaeological remnants of a Jewish presence spanning centuries. Yet, despite generations of living in exile and diaspora across the globe, the Jewish people never cease dreaming of returning to our homeland, Judea, the very place from which we derive our name, Jews. Indeed, just a couple of years ago, we all closed our Passover Seders with the proclamation, next year in Jerusalem. Yeah, that's the other part of this. 7 out of 10 Jews literally identify as liberal, okay? Half of all U.S. Jews describe themselves as liberal. The blight in American society amongst like Jews and their complicated beliefs between Zionism and anti-Zionism also ironically stems from a little thing called Birthright, which is mostly predominantly funded by American Christian fascists, as a matter of fact. That's it. That's like the major reason that it's so hard to shake. Because if it's just like Catholic school, plenty of fucking Catholics that go to Catholic school go, yeah, this shit sucks. Plenty of American Jews that simply only learn about Zionism in Jewish education in camps and whatnot will then turn around and be like, yeah, I don't really give a shit. Whatever. It's like some fucking country with like awful techno and dudes wearing capri pants. I don't really care. That's not for me. That doesn't represent me. But then you do Birthright and you're like, oh my God, I'm the most invested. Okay, I'm the most invested in Israel and its continuation. That's the problem. And Birthright is mostly funded by American Christian evangelicals. Okay, just say Ethan is a fucking idiotic take. Ethan and I obviously have disagreements on this stuff, but Ethan has also personally said it isn't apartheid. What the fuck do you want? As a dude who did go on Birthright, he is infinitely more progressive than, you know, a lot of these people that are writing these fucking, a lot of these people that are writing these letters and shit, okay? Please, stop fucking yelling about Ethan all the time. Jesus Christ. Some of you just have horse blinders on and you can't see anything outside of it. And you just want to be right. And by the way, you might be, okay? It's just like, doesn't matter. I don't care. Most of us are not religiously... Oh, here, let's continue from here.
Our religious texts are replete with references to Israel, Zion, and Jerusalem. The land of Israel is filled with archaeological remnants of a Jewish presence spanning centuries. Yet, despite generations of living in exile and diaspora across the globe, the Jewish people never cease dreaming of returning to our homeland, Judea, the very place from which we derive our name, Jews. Indeed, just a couple of days ago, we all
By the way, this is a repetition, for the record, of like old school Zionism. This is this is the exact same shit at that point that like Ben-Gvir believes as well. Okay? Because like the idea of Zionism was built on a lie, okay? A land without people for a people without land. That's a lie. Not the people without land part. That part is true. Jews did not have a homeland, did not have a land. The part that is a lie is a land without people. There were people there. The idea that this concept actually is just like about historic wrongs being corrected for Jews because of like 3,000 years of pogroms and whatnot being tied to Jewish people engaging in their own version of manifest destiny is abhorrent. Okay? It's abhorrent. It's basically arguing against the position that no one has. People's major gripe with Zionism isn't that like, oh, we just don't want Jews to have a homeland, brother. No, dude. People's major gripe with Zionism is that at what cost? That's the issue. Great points. New topic, please. Okay, maybe I'll come back when you stop harping on the same topic ad nauseum. I'm on your side, but this is ridiculous to keep yelling about. Yeah, well, you know, maybe it's not for you, and maybe you could take some time off. Maybe take the next 3 minutes at the top of the hour to reconsider your stance and recognize that there are 21,360 other people in the chat, and you're not alone here. You might have heard me say this, but there are thousands who haven't. Okay? And I'm speaking to those people. But yes, at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Why do you support terrorists? Brother, I have not and will not support the terrorist state of Israel, nor will I support the terrorist state of the United States of America. So when you come in here, your words ring hollow. Okay? The terrorism that you will see will be at the top of the hour, however, when you see a 3-minute ad break. It will terrorize your sensibilities. Okay? Here is the 3-minute ad break now. Oh my God, Hillary Clinton. Oh Lord. Let's continue.
Jews. Indeed, just a couple of days ago, we all closed our Passover Seders with the proclamation, next year in Jerusalem. Many of us are not religiously observant, yet Zionism remains a pillar of our Jewish identities. We have been kicked out of Russia, Libya, Ethiopia, Yemen, Afghanistan, Poland, Egypt, Algeria, Germany, Iran, and the list goes on. We connect to Israel not only as our ancestral homeland, but as the only place in the modern world where Jews can safely take ownership of their own destiny.
Literally manifest destiny, by the way. Straight up. Okay, let's lower the speed a little bit. I'm being anti-Semitic by making her sound like Ben Shapiro.
We connect to Israel not only as our ancestral homeland, but as the only place in the modern world where Jews can safely take ownership of their own destiny. Our experiences at Columbia in the last 6 months are a poignant reminder of just that. We were raised on stories from our grandparents of concentration camps, gas chambers, and ethnic cleansing. The essence of Hitler's anti-Semitism was the very fact that we were not European enough, that as Jews we were threats to the superior Aryan race. This ideology ultimately left 6 million of our own in ashes. The evil irony of today's anti-Semitism is a twisted reversal of our Holocaust legacy. Protesters on campus have dehumanized us, imposing upon us the characterization of the white colonizer. We have been told that we are the oppressors of all brown people and that the Holocaust wasn't special.
Wait, okay, even this counter argument is like fucking ridiculous. If you are defending Israel, you are behaving identical to a white colonizer, okay? You are not a white colonizer because you're Jewish. You are behaving like a white colonizer because you're defending Israel, okay? The Holocaust wasn't special, ultimately is also in line with that same exact sentiment. It's one that I would not say because the Holocaust was truly unique, okay? Such a short period of time for such mechanized atrocities. But beyond that, I think that a lot of people say that, specifically people of color say that, when they're talking about the many atrocities that, like, for example, Belgium committed. My dad called me over. He was reading a book the other day in horror. He was in shock. He was in awe of what he was reading in this book. Something that I knew something that I knew about already. He pulled me over. He was like, you have to look at this. I cannot believe this. It was an image of a black African child in a zoo. Okay. It was the image of an African child being proudly featured in a human zoo. The year underneath the photo was, I believe, 1951. Okay. Or it might have even been 1970s, maybe not even 1951. I forget exactly what year it was, but it was definitely post World War II. White smiling faces were trying to feed this African girl in a human zoo. It was 1958. Oh, there it is in Belgium. This is the photo that he showed me. This is what black people are talking about when they say that the level of cruelty that they were subjected to, the level of dehumanization that they were subjected to, and the fact that people are blind to, for example, what the Belgian monarchs did, okay, and how they continued it. The atrocities that many European colonizers subjected African nations to is comparable to the Holocaust as far as the human toll, as far as the cruelty, okay? But it does not get a mention in the same vein. That's why I always say there's two instances throughout history that most historians will take a position on and will offer a opinion on and say, well, is objectively bad. chattel slavery, and the Holocaust. Leopold II was arguably the worst colonizer ever. That's what they mean when they say it's not to undermine the Holocaust. It's to say that many atrocities that are similar in nature and had similar levels of human death tolls never get any consideration because the victims are still being brutalized to this day beyond the marginalization of anti-Semitism, which is real and it does exist. Belgium killed 10 million Congolese in 20 years. Germany did their first Holocaust in Namibia by killing 2 million Africans. Yeah. So Peru had an indigenous in zoo until 83. Jesus Christ. Yes. The Holocaust was special in that the victims were European. They were obviously not seen as white in the eyes of those who perpetrated it, but it was victims that were otherwise European in origin. Yeah. Another aspect of this, also from the same exact time frame of the Holocaust, is that roughly 10 million ethnic Han people in China were slaughtered by the Japanese during World War II. And xenophobia is a prevalent problem throughout the Western world now, but you don't ever see this type of coverage or acknowledgement about it either. Yes, that's another part of this. This isn't like all lives mattering the Holocaust, mind you, because I do openly recognize the atrocities during the Holocaust were, especially with the severity, especially with the speed and the intensity of the Holocaust itself, is truly unique. It was like these motherfuckers were using all of their autism powers, like in Zone of Interest, specifically on most efficiently fucking murdering Jewish people, murdering the Roma people, murdering disabled people. Like they were going fucking crazy. They were going crazy mode. They were like German engineering, baby. That's right. Anyway, that's where that comes from, though. The idea that the Holocaust wasn't special. It's not like this is the worst possible way to frame it. But that's what a lot of people, at least I've heard, make mentions and inferences to the many actions, sometimes even done by the German state. Anyway, students at Columbia have chanted, "We don't want no Zionists here," alongside "Death to the Zionist state," and "Go back to Poland where our relatives lie in mass graves."
Imposing upon us the characterization of the white colonizer. We have been told that we are the oppressors of all brown people and that the Holocaust wasn't special. Students at Columbia have chanted, "We don't want no Zionists here," alongside "Death to the Zionist state" and to "Go back to Poland where our relatives lie in mass graves." This sick distortion illuminates the nature of anti-Semitism. In every generation, the Jewish people are blamed and scapegoated as responsible for the societal evil of the time.
Limit reached. Fuck. In Iran and the Arab world, we are ethnically cleansed for our presumed ties to the Zionist entity. In Russia, we endure state-sponsored violence. We're ultimately massacred for being capitalists. In Europe, we were victims of genocide because we were communists and not European enough. And today, we face the accusation of being too European, painting us society's worse evils, colonizers and oppressors. We are targeted for our beliefs of Israel and our ancestral and religious homeland. Yeah. The Iran thing is like, I don't know what the fuck, you know. We are targeted by those who misuse the word Zionist as a sanitized slur for Jews, synonymous with racist, oppressive, and genocidal. We know all too well that anti-Semitism is shape-shifting. We have historically been diasporic. Today, many aren't. I'm saying that because our history of displacement and dispossession, there's almost no permanence to any of our narratives. In Israel, many Jews Hebrewized their surnames into crude translations like Har Zahav, and we often joke about that. But that's no less artificial than the original Goldberg, forced on Jews by the Germans. The exile narrative is pretty much just as selective. There are also, yes, thousands of Jews in Iran. If Israel doesn't want to be considered European, why does it participate in Eurovision? That's so dumb. Anyway, we are proud of Israel, the only democracy in the Middle East. Israel is home to millions of Mizrahi Jews, Ashkenazi Jews, and Ethiopian Jews. Bro, shut the fuck up, okay? Shut your stupid bitch ass up for being this fucking dense and this stupid. I'm sorry. It's utterly ridiculous. Oh yeah. We're the only democracy in the Middle East. The supremacist attitude just fucking jumps out right there. Oh fuck, it says limit reached. God damn it. How do I fix that? Anyway, whatever. As well as millions of Arab Israelis, over 1 million. So like this designation, right? This designation ultimately is one that, in my opinion, wait, maybe I can do, can I do TTS, text to speech? Maybe this will work this time.
I still get.
No, it still says limit reached in even incognito mode. Whatever. I have to clear my cookies, but I don't want to do that right now. I don't care. Everything this person writes here, these are all talking points taught to us in Hebrew school. Anyway, Our love for Israel does not necessitate blind political conformity. This is where the liberal Zionism kicks in. First, you hit the supremacist ass, like, we're the only democracy in the Middle East. Bullshit. You can't be a fucking democracy when you're in apartheid. Okay? Israel, where we threw away medically donated blood of Ethiopian Jews in the 90s because, yeah. Something that I always mention in this conversation, that betrays the values by immediately revealing it to everyone else that is like at least a little bit knowledgeable, is the notion of Israel is home to millions of Mizrahi Jews, right? And then simultaneously saying, as well as millions of Arab Israelis. Interesting. So you're saying that Jews are different than the Arab Israelis. The Mizrahi Jews are different than the Arab Israelis. How? Oh, that's right, because they're Jewish. That's a weird distinction to make. Okay? A Christian Turk or a Sunni Turk or a Shia Turk does not make that distinction. It's not like a separate categorization. Your ethnic background does not change in that circumstance unless there is a specific designation made by the state that you have a separate classification that gives you, I guess, sometimes more rights than others. Interesting. Is the Torah sensible, whereas the Talmud is not? Wait, what? What are you talking about? So this is a Talmudic problem? Bro, shut the fuck up about the Talmud. What the fuck do you mean? It's ironic to bring up the Talmud when, like, Jews are some of the least religious. As far as, like, an entire ethno-religion goes, Jews are literally the fucking least religious people, okay? Like, the least firmly committed to the fucking religion people out there as far as, like, any religion goes. There's an infinitely higher percentage of fundamentalist Christians in comparison to just, like, Christians who just say they're Christian but don't really give a shit about it, or fundamentalist Muslims versus Muslims who just say that they're Muslims. That's probably a lower number there, a lower percentage there. Higher percentage for Muslims who are firmly committed to their religion versus Jews. Okay, there are entire sects within Judaism, like Reform Jews or Reconstructionist Jews, that are literally just like, yeah, I don't give a shit. I'm just Jewish. That's why it's so funny when people are like, oh, the Talmud. Like, bro, in Israel, the supposedly Jewish supremacist ethno-state, the number of Jews that are secular is higher than the number of Jews that are firmly committed believers. Okay? Zionism was created by secular Jews as an ideology. It's so fucking stupid. Anybody that tries to be like, yeah, no, this is their, like, Zionism inherently is more of a religion for some of these people than actually, like, being firmly committed to the tenets of Judaism is. Okay? A big point of contention within Israel, quite literally, before this last siege on Gaza, was the fact that the hyper right-wing Jews that are fundamentalists were basically taking advantage of Benjamin Netanyahu's, like, politically precarious position, his disposition, to basically undermine a secular institution, a secular apartheid organ for the record, but still a secular one nonetheless, in the form of the Supreme Court. Our love for Israel does not necessitate blind political conformity. This is where they get into the bullshit, like, liberal Zionist talking points, where it's like, we have many disagreements with our peers, okay? Except you're setting a boundary on what the disagreement could be amongst your fucking peers as you call anti-Zionist Jews tokens and anyone else that dare defy America's involvement with Israel. That's what's fucking ridiculous. For many of us, it's our deep love and commitment for Israel that pushes us to object when its government acts ways that we find problematic. Except we don't find Israel's genocidal actions to be problematic, so you should shut the fuck up about that. Except we don't find Israel's, you calling Israel an apartheid state, which it is, to the apartheid state's existence to be problematic. We find you calling it an apartheid state, which it objectively is, to be problematic. So shut the fuck up. Israeli political disagreement is an inherently Zionist activity. Look no further than the protests against Netanyahu's judicial reforms. Exactly. Remember, the judicial reforms from New York to Tel Aviv to understand what it means to fight the Israel we imagine, not recognizing that those judicial reforms literally happen only because of your inability to understand the other motivating fascist principle of maintaining an apartheid. If you truly had a broadened understanding of Israeli politics, if you truly cared, and if you wanted to open up the scope a little bit larger to like the recognition that Palestinians are human and not just fucking subjects, your colonial subjects in your endless colonial ambition, settler colonial ambition, then you would realize that it is actually that feverish nature of Zionism that has allowed further and further right-wing, more fundamentalist aspects of Israeli governance to come into positions of power and to change Israel from the gay utopia that you foresee it as. All it takes is a couple of coffee chats with us to realize that our visions for Israel dramatically differ from one another, except for those who want to have coffee with you that are anti-Zionist Jews, who you called tokens. Remember that. I'm going to keep repeating that because that's a very important part of this conversation. Jews always argue with one another. Come on what's best for Israel, except for those Jews that fucking say Israel's an apartheid. Those anti-Zionist Jews are bad. They're tokens. They're capos. Disgusting. Yet we all come from a place of love and aspiration for a better future for Israelis and Palestinians alike. If the last 6 months on campus have taught us anything, it is that a large and vocal population of the Columbia community does not understand the meaning of Zionism. No, you're just desperately trying to redefine Zionism and under more liberal auspices because you recognize that many people in Israel have completely dropped that pretense and subsequently does not understand the essence of the Jewish people. Yet despite the fact that we have been calling out the anti-Semitism we've been experiencing for months, our concerns have been brushed off and invalidated. So here we are to remind you. We sounded alarm on October 12th when many protests against Israel while our friends and families' dead bodies were still warm. I wonder why. We recoiled when people screamed resist by any means, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture. We shudder when an activist held up a sign telling Jewish students they were Hamas's next targets, and we shook our heads in disbelief when side chat users told us we were lying. We ultimately were not surprised when a leader of the CUAD encampment said publicly and proudly that Zionists don't deserve to live, and that we're lucky they are not just going out and murdering Zionists. We felt helpless when we watched students and faculty physically block Jewish students from entering parts of the campus we share, or even when they turned their faces away in silence. The silence is familiar. We will never forget. Me. It is my feelings. You have to center the pro-Palestinian activism around my feelings, and not just my feelings alone, by the way, like not just my personal feelings, because like if there is anti-Semitism happening on campus, that is completely unacceptable. And there is anti-Semitism happening on campus. Okay. That part is unacceptable. Having said that, however, this is not about that at all. This is about how you feel when people say Israel is genocidal, and it makes your fucking feelings. It hurts your feelings because you have fancied yourself to be. No, there isn't. Bro, come on. Anti-Semitism is like a permanent state. It's like white supremacy. The idea that there is no anti-Semitism happening on campus is ridiculous. Of course there is anti-Semitism happening on campus. Like, that's ridiculous. The problem is, and this goes back to my arguments with those who were labor Zionists in the UK shitting on Jeremy Corbyn. You have to look at anti-Semitism happening all around, and then look at the anti-Semitism that you have perceived from the pro-Palestinian encampments. Okay? One is significantly less than the other. That's why I was always so fucking mad at people being like, Jeremy Corbyn is an anti-Semite because he's anti-Israel. Ridiculous notion. And the people that routinely made that inference were fucking Tories themselves. I will never forget the moment where the Tories in power put up a statue of Nancy S. Storr, who literally said, verbatim, Hitler had the right idea about Jews, while simultaneously all of the British media was covering how fucking anti-Semitic Corbyn was. Think about that. It's crazy. Just like when the Canadian Parliament gave a standing ovation to a dude who was a part of the foreign Ukrainian Nazi brigades, okay? Because he was a SS member, and he didn't even fucking hide it, because he's anti-communist. This kind of shit is a genuinely important part of the redevelopment post-World War II of Western Europe, okay? They didn't know, Hassan. Stop it. Yeah, dude. Yeah, they didn't know. They couldn't do a background check to see his fucking blog posts before giving him a standing ovation. Except they did know, dumb fuck. They literally promoted him as an anti-communist Ukrainian soldier. During World War II, if you were an anti-communist Ukrainian soldier, you were in the minority. You were in the Nazi minority, as tens of millions of Ukrainians fought the fucking Nazis and died. Those guys, on the other hand, were too predisposed with sending Polish people into concentration camps and Jewish people into concentration camps. What happened when it became clear of his background? Cheers. Brother, his background was clear in the way that they promoted him. You are coping. When someone says that this is a World War II veteran, okay, who was anti-USSR, it should immediately fucking ring alarm bells in your brain. But because you're probably also so unimaginably invested in this like anti-communist sentiment that you don't realize that you are promoting a fucking real life Nazi. There are no anti-USSR, anti-Soviet veterans in World War II that are not on the Nazi side. The USSR was, you know, even by American standards that are completely fucking distorted now, was on the quote unquote right side of history. Even we, as accurate assessors of history here in the United States of America, despite our fucking anger and hatred and frustration towards the USSR and communism in general in the Cold War, openly recognize that fact. Anyway, we came to Colombia because we wanted to expand our minds and engage in complex conversations, except not like that. Yeah, expand our minds except for anti-Zionism, because that is too much mind expansion. I don't want to domain expand that much. Over 1,400 alumni from Columbia University. Columbia University's 20 schools have pledged to withhold all financial, programmatic, and academic support until the university addresses the demands of pro-Palestinian protesters regarding divestment, student discipline, and community safety. This won't get the same level of fucking interest from the media and will probably be tragically considered to be another anti-Semitic screed. Anyway, something to consider for all of you wonderful folks. Now we should get back to the real news. All eyes on Rafah. President Biden warns Israel against the Rafah invasion in a sea change, in an attitude change, or at least like one of the most public actions that the United States of America has taken against Israel since October 7. Something that the reason why I brought up this Columbia letter, by the way, was because Norm Finkelstein said something very true yesterday. Okay? Because this action did not happen on its own. Here's what Norm said. He said that the dead can't be brought back to life, but it's still possible to save the living. President Biden announced today that he won't supply certain weapons if Israel attacks Rafah. Even if this policy shift saves only one life, still, that one life might be your own. It was primarily the student demonstrations that forced this change. Let it weigh heavily on the conscience of every university president contemplating the expulsion of these students. You are punishing young people who have saved lives that, but for the grace of God, might have been your own. And I think he's right. And I think that in spite of all of the state violence, in spite of all the state violence, these brave students all around the country on college campuses, and these brave individuals all around the world, as a matter of fact, student encampments and pro-Palestinian protests are actually happening in places like Amsterdam, in Spain, in France. And state repression of free speech is very much in full display there as well. Japan, Brazil, even fucking Germany. This is why I have consistently stated that while things seem dire, that you should maintain revolutionary optimism, because keeping up this pressure, regardless of the state repression, regardless of the state suppression, is actually changing the outcome for Palestinians. And that's precisely the reason why Palestinians see this in places like Rafah, in Gaza itself, and they cherish it and they celebrate it. In the midst of an ethnic cleansing campaign, they openly celebrate and welcome what these students are doing. That is something to always keep in mind. You don't do these sorts of things specifically because you're going to immediately be gratified. You don't do these things because the government is immediately going to see your actions and go, okay, I've been convinced. You do it because it's right. And it's much easier to maintain revolutionary optimism if you have been knowledgeable of the Palestinian plight for longer than a couple decades. That's why, while I am one of the most cynical, one of the most pessimistic people on every issue, this is not one where I have let up in spite of the nihilistic edgelords that come into this community over and over again and say, these fucking protests are meaningless. They're stupid. They're useless. No, they're not. And they reflect a genuine sea change. Okay? So if you are, as many Palestinians are because they're born into this, knowledgeable of the Palestinian plight for years and years, you will see that they say, no, this is fucking phenomenal. They experience severe cruelty, severe violence, subjugation, unlike anything Palestinian people have ever withstood in the past couple of decades. And yet, if you hear them, they say every voice matters. They say this is a phenomenal change in attitude from the Western world. So believe me when I tell you that this is truly a wonderful moment. Friend of the show is also one of, I agree with Norm that saying even one life is good, but to think that student protests on university campuses drive U.S. foreign policy rather than the regional interests of the U.S. need to maintain international credibility on to keep conducting economic sabotage and espionage under the guise of humanitarianism is diluted. Also, I find it suspicious that halting arms supply to Israel is presented as a political choice, whereas significant delays in arms supply to Ukraine is presented as nothing, since it's barely even covered objectively in the media at all. I think U.S. arms supply is bad, but I think the bigger problem is U.S. arms industry corruption, frittering away many billions of dollars of U.S. federal budget on private companies that act against workers' interests domestically and increase animosity globally. The best example is how the U.S. failure to deliver on arms and punitive measures towards countries that try to buy more affordable arms from countries with more efficient arms production is driving Turkey towards more hostile positions. I get what she's saying, and she's not wrong. And of course, I don't believe that America ever does anything unless there is like a legitimate State Department interest in there. What I'm simply stating, and the reason why I defend Norm's position here, is that the student protests and all of the protests in general are opening up new vectors of pressure against the American government, which then allows the State Department interest to that have literally seen the writing on the wall since day one, since October 8th, basically saying, no, we got to fucking dial it back really quick because this is going to harm our interests in the region. This is going to destabilize the region further. Now have more political cover to be able to get their wishes across. How is she right if she says the protests are meaningless? The protests are not meaningless. Any and every a phone call that you make to your congressperson might come across as meaningless, but in the grand scheme of things, it is actually very meaningful. People taking any and every measure they can to keep up the pressure on our government and its unconditional fealty to the Israeli state in its ethnic cleansing campaign is always going to be meaningful because it gives more credence and more political capital to those in actual positions of power who have a genuine disagreement with the American government, with the rest of the American government on the way we have conducted our affairs with respect to Israel. Do you understand? All of it makes a difference, 100%. It all makes a difference in the sense that that kind of public pressure gives others the confidence and the courage to also say something. And if it didn't actually make a difference at all, there wouldn't be such violent state suppression. Okay? It is reactionary thinking to look at the actions of the state to be like, oh, your cause is just. Look, see, I'm not saying that alone. I'm simply using that as another galvanizing principle. Okay? If it was insignificant, then the government would just do away with it. They would just ignore it. But the more students go out, the more people go out and take it to the streets, the more people publicly demonstrate, the more people continuously demand divestment, the more people continuously demand boycotts, the more they demand sanctions, the more the government will be forced to respond, at least internally. The people who have a difference in agreement, not from humanitarian reasons, mind you, but simply on a tactical decision making, simply a tactical disagreement with the way that America and Israel's relationship currently stands, the more they have power to make these decisions and enforce their opinion on the matter. This does not mean that Palestine will be free tomorrow, of course, but the quicker you stop the bleeding, the better. And that's what I agree with Norm on. Baba, 3'te yine dünkü gibi yapar mısın? Dünkü gibi dün. Okay. Ne sos alayım? Başka ne istiyorsun? Okay. You genuinely taught me what was actually happening in Palestine way back in the day from one of your breakdown videos. I don't remember the title or anything, but I remember that being the first time I had a conflict actually explained to me. My Republican family always described it as Jews and Muslims fighting. Kayı çıkarsana dışarı. İşesin onu. Peki. Okay. Let's continue. I still haven't even gotten to my first fucking topic, dude, today. It's crazy.
Begin with the war in Gaza and Israel's reaction to President Biden's warning on the supply of US weapons to its ally. Mr. Biden has said America will continue to give Israel the weapons it needs to defend itself. But he added Israel won't keep Washington's support if it carries out military operations in heavily populated areas. Israel's UN envoy has called Mr. Biden's remarks disappointing. More on that in a moment. But first, here's more of what President Biden said.
Civilians have been killed in Gaza as a consequence of those bombs and other ways in which they go after population centers. And I made it clear that if they go into Rafah, they haven't gone into Rafah yet. If they go into Rafah, I'm not supplying the weapons that have been used historically to deal with Rafah, to deal with the cities, to deal with that problem. We're going to continue to make sure Israel is secure in terms of Iron Dome and their ability to respond to attacks like came out of the Middle East recently.
Well, for more on that, our North America correspondent Will Vernon sent this update from Washington.
President Biden said America would continue to give Israel the weapons it needs to defend itself. But, he said, the US wouldn't supply heavy weapons, bombs, artillery shells that could be used in a major assault on the city of Rafah. And Mr. Biden said it is these US-supplied weapons that have already killed civilians in Gaza. And human rights groups say these munitions are responsible for the utter devastation in Gaza. Now, earlier we heard from US officials who confirmed that one shipment of heavy bombs was delayed last week and that other shipments were under review. And that was a hugely significant announcement, a historic step.
Gaming.
Not for 40 years has
Thank you for the 5 gift of subs.
the US held up any arms deliveries to Israel for this kind of reason. The Israeli government said that it was very disappointed. Now, the US, of course...
Haaretz reported that Israel will hand over the Rafah crossing to a private American corporation once the operation is over. Meanwhile, Egypt said that it'll halt all truck shipments until Israel gives it a date for when it'll leave the crossing. Yeah. I guess Jeremy Scahill's breaking reporting on that was 100% solid. Now that Haaretz is also confirming it.
Is Israel's biggest supplier of military equipment, its most important ally. And Mr. Biden has already come under criticism from Republicans in Congress, for example, who say he is abandoning a key US ally. But I think...
Abandoning. Damn, dude. I can't believe they pulled back a little bit to be like, hey, how about you fucking stop routinely shitting all over our fucking hegemony here and remember who the daddy is, okay? We told you, like, 35,000 killed is enough. You need to fucking halt the genocide, okay? You can't just, like, blow up every part of Gaza. Like, you need to let people live in one part of Gaza. What the fuck are you doing? And Israel's like, what the fuck? I can't believe it. Biden is Hamas. Biden is Hamas. Yeah, here's also, like we talked about earlier, Haim Saban, a donor to the Democratic Party, say pausing transfer of bombs to Israel sends a terrible message to our allies in the region and beyond that we can flip from doing the right thing to bending to political pressure. Piece of shit. Fuck Haim Saban. Suck my dick. Monstrous fucking asshole.
Mr. Biden is hoping that by making this move, they have been many months of expressions of deep concern from President Biden, from other officials too, about the conduct of the war in Gaza, about the plans for Rafah. Those warnings have been more or less ignored by the Israelis, who said they're going to go into Rafah regardless. So I think Mr. Biden is hoping that this will send a clear message, sufficiently clear, to the Israelis that they must change course.
Will Vernon there. Well, let's speak to our Middle East correspondent, Yolande Nell, who is in Jerusalem for us. Yolande, good to have you. Now, you and I regularly talk about this growing rift between the US and Israel. It's become much more public now, hasn't it? What's the latest we've heard?
Well, this is being covered extensively in the Israeli media, as you would expect. There haven't been many comments yet from Israeli officials, although we did have Israel's ambassador to the UN, Gilad Erdan, speaking to public radio. He said that these comments by President Biden were extremely disappointing and they would give hope to Israel's enemies.
Who are you, bro? Who the fuck are you? Like, even if you don't give a shit about, like, the slaughter of tens of thousands of Muslims, okay? Even if you don't give a shit about any of that, okay? Like, the sheer arrogance. That's why I always say, like, Israel is a unique case that, like, damn near every American would understandably be able to get mad at. Like, there's a different argument that you can make for every different group of people. You got the America First dumb fucks. You can be like, what do you mean America First? Why is this, like, unimaginable amount of money going to Israel? How is that America First? But ultimately, even for people who don't fucking think about this stuff critically and only simply see it as, like, pure emotion, the idea, like the entitlement that you see from Israel, like Israeli envoys, and the arrogance, the sheer arrogance and display every fucking day should piss you off. Like, it's perfectly normal to be like, what the fuck? What do you mean? Bitch, you know who the daddy is in the situation? We are, not you. Who the fuck do you think you are? Dumb fuck. Hey, I was the guy who said the situation of Palestinians and Jews in World War II weren't the same because Jews were integrated in the German society. I did some reading like you always tell people to do, but I'm still not convinced that Israel had a responsibility to give Palestinians food and water. Dude, it's literally not even top of the hour right now. That is such a bad bait.
We've also had the opposition leader, Yair Lapid, coming out and really criticizing what he says is Israel's government's management of the country and the relationship with the US. It's a source of great concern among many Israelis that the relationship is becoming so strained. Of course, Washington is the closest ally of Israel. It provides a diplomatic shield for it, as well as this huge amounts of military assistance. So it's not exactly clear about how this is going to affect things happening on the ground in Rafah. I mean, from what we know, there has been more heavy shelling, the Israeli military continuing to carry out what it says are targeted raids against Hamas. But people living in Rafah, not just the areas that have been given evacuation orders, tell us that it is terrifying, that panic has set in among people, and they really just don't know where to go for their own safety.
And Yolande, what has Israel said, Benjamin Netanyahu said, about why Israel would move forward with such a large-scale offensive despite opposition from its own allies?
Well, the reason that Israel really wants to go into Rafah with a full-scale invasion is because it says that there are 4 Hamas battalions remaining there. It's really the last stronghold of Hamas in Gaza, in Israel's eyes. And it doesn't believe that it can achieve the victory that it has said is only achievable by dismantling Hamas in Gaza unless it goes into this southernmost city.
Yeah. It's just like, guys, the same exact shit that we have said every single time, we're still saying, although almost all of the other instances, every single other instance where we said this has been proven to be a lie, but it doesn't matter. This time it's real, I promise. Please listen to us. Please listen to us this time. I promise it's true this time. Come on. Just give us a little bit more. Give us a little bit more. Give us a little bit more time. Let us have a little bit more ethnic cleansing, please.
Now, of course, the problem with that, which we're starting to see already, is that you have so many displaced people in the city that a full-scale invasion there, indeed any kind of increased military action, really does involve huge amounts of human suffering. We're getting reports of people in the past day of civilians having been killed in the airstrikes that have been going on. But even bigger than that is the fact you now have this sort of downward spiral in the humanitarian situation because aid is blocked from going in through the Rafah crossing, which Israel took control of early on Tuesday. That's not been open to humanitarian groups since. And also, although Israel said yesterday that it was opening the Kerem Shalom crossing after 4 days of closure, it said caused by Hamas rocket fire, which killed.
Yeah, why are they? By the way, that was bullshit too. They were fucking. They blew up a fucking tent with Israeli soldiers in it. They didn't fucking blow up the actual crossing, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure they just like they literally fucking murked a bunch of IDF soldiers. Meanwhile, they're like, oh yeah, well there you go, punishment for all. Yeah, they fucking blew up they blew up an army base that was set up, like an impromptu army base that was set up. Get the fuck out of here, dude. But yeah, when Israel gets mad at something, they don't just like try to fucking find a normal solution to the problem. They just punish the entirety of the Palestinian population. Many of them, the overwhelming majority of them at this point, women and children, by the way.
4 Israeli soldiers nearby. There's so much fighting going on in that area, and Palestinian workers fled with the start of the Israeli military operation. That really means that no aid is able to get in there in effect either.
And Yolande, as this rift becomes public, there are also domestic pressures on each of these leaders in the US and Israel. What pressures is Benjamin Netanyahu facing domestically right now?
Women and children is kind of weird too. People think men can't be civilians. The reason why I say predominantly women and children is because one, there's a lot of psychos out there who don't see Palestinian men as anything but terrorists. But two, it's also because Israel doesn't see Palestinian men as anything but terrorists and enemy combatants. So they've already fucking arrested all of them and are torturing them in a fucking military base right now as we speak. So the remainder of the population is mostly women, children, and the elderly, if not all of them at this point. It's also an argument that, unfortunately, no matter how fucking bloodthirsty one may be in their unlimited defense for Zionism, can't contend with. Because every single person understands, like when you say women, children, and the elderly, every single person understands that. You know? They just can't. It's not a thing that you can justify unless you're like a rabid psychopath, a rabid bloodthirsty psychopath, which many are, but that's still good because then you allow them to hang themselves their own rope, basically. You're giving them just enough rope to just demonstrate how fucking bloodthirsty they are in opposition to that sentiment. Anyway, debunking the reason Israeli propaganda, the picture shows 2 circles in yellow and red. The yellow is the actual Kerem Abu Salem crossing. The red is the military Kerem Abu Salem military post. The recent attack by Palestinian resistance was not at the Kerem crossing. The targeted site is the Kerem Shalom military site, not the Kerem Shalom crossing. The military site is more than 2 kilometers away from the crossing. Yeah. They didn't fucking strike the crossing. They struck the military base that they had set up and killed a bunch of fucking Israeli occupying force soldiers, which, by the way, tough titties. Okay. So Israel is, of course, seeking to punish them. Not Hamas, mind you. Not the resistance, mind you, but the entirety of the Palestinian population. Because Israel makes no distinction in reality. The right finally jumped on the America backstabbed us line. The second, Amit Segal, a prominent BBC journalist who doesn't say a word without Netanyahu's permission, went on Channel 12 to say there's an American plot against Israel. With regards to the hostage deal, the battle line was drawn. Yeah, I think that reason is because America did literally go, America did actually cut a deal with Hamas directly. I think they took a enough is enough approach. I suspect that everything I've read on this points to America literally going, okay, dude, yeah, we get it. You don't want to stop the fucking violence. So they basically gave assurances on their own to Hamas that, like, yeah, if you secure this hostage deal, we will make sure that Israel doesn't fucking invade Rafah and kill a bunch of civilians in Rafah. That's what I think is going on. Because you can't have the fucking CIA director be involved in the fucking ceasefire agreement, and then Israel turn around and be like, oh, we didn't have a say in this. It's like, yeah, big dog, we did. Because we are the ones who fucking knock. We are America. You are Israel. Know your fucking place. What the fuck do you mean? This is why I have been repeating the same thing over and over again since October 7, that Israel's arrogance, the arrogance of Zionists and the entitlement of Zionists will be their undoing. Inshallah, we will see the dissolution of the apartheid in my lifetime as a consequence of that. Palestinian resilience, okay, and also from the Western perspective, Israeli arrogance and entitlement, overstepping every boundary that reasonable and still decently bloodthirsty, but still reasonable State Department mouthpieces and State Department advisors have suggested. There's an American plot against Israel with regards to the hostage deal. The battle line was drawn. Now Ben-Gvir tweets shit like Biden loves Hamas. The opposition protests in Tel Aviv are reacting by marching with signs of Biden save us. Remember that. I also have some very cute and very cool things to show you in a little bit from Rafah specifically, and also Han Yunis.
I mean, he has two pressures, really. I mean, you have on the one hand the hostage families who have so much public support in Israel. They're carrying out near daily demonstrations. They say Rafah can wait, bring the hostages home. They can't wait. And then you have those far-right members of the coalition government that Mr. Netanyahu heads, who have been saying specifically that Rafah must be prioritized, a full invasion there. That's the only route to bring Israel the victory that they want. And they have threatened, if Israel signs up to a reckless deal in their eyes, with the ceasefire talks still going on in Cairo, that they would walk away from his government.
Yolande, thank you for that update. Now, as Yolande was saying, the humanitarian situation on the ground is already dire, and it is getting worse. An investigation by BBC Verify has found over half of Gaza's water and sanitation facilities have been damaged or destroyed since the start of the war. Here's Caroline Hawley.
Water in Gaza is in dangerously short supply, posing serious health risks to the population. BBC Verify has analysed more than 600 water and sanitation facilities. Here, the dots represent a mixture of water wells, tanks, desalination and sewage treatment plants. The red dots are all those that have been destroyed or damaged. That's more than 300 facilities across the Gaza Strip. Now, Gaza used to have 6 functioning wastewater treatment plants, which are crucial to preventing the build-up of sewage and the spread of disease. This was one of them. Here it was before October the 7th, and now after. 3 others are also damaged or destroyed, and we've been told the remaining 2 are out of action, largely because of a lack of fuel. Now, to compound the problem, officials in Gaza say they're struggling to repair damaged infrastructure after an attack on a key warehouse where fuel and spare parts were stored. This shows the warehouse before and after it was struck at the end of January. The IDF said it was targeting Hamas fighters nearby. It's accused the group of storing weapons and ammunition inside civilian structures, including in and near water facilities. All of this has had a very direct human consequence. The world...
No, absolutely. The U.S. did give Hamas the assurances that sustained quiet equals end to war. And Israel was like, the change here is the 180% narrative turnaround, 180-degree narrative turnaround, and how that's shaping domestic battle lines. Yep. I think America sidestepped Israel and was like, yeah, we can't fucking deal with these monsters right now. Just accept the ceasefire. Here are the conditions. We will give you assurances that Israel can't fucking further bomb Rafah and like keep fucking blowing up Palestinians. And now Israel's like, how dare you do that? That's why there is a narrative shift. Of course, anyone with even a little bit of knowledge on the issue would have understood that this was an inevitability. So they should have done it before 35,000, and that is the most conservative estimate. Palestinians were slaughtered ruthlessly in the hands of Israel. That's precisely the reason why there were plenty in the State Department at the time, since October 8th, that were saying like, we have to restrain Israel. We have to restrain Israel. Yep. But it's a tightrope for Biden to walk domestically to do while keeping a pro-Israel facade, which is why this limited Rafah invasion puts him in a pickle.
Health Organization says that the average person needs 15 litres of water each day for drinking, washing and cooking. But most people in Gaza are getting just a fraction of that. And that scarcity of water and untreated sewage are causing dehydration and disease.
So we are seeing death coming from the outbreaks of disease in the highly vulnerable, in the small children, in the elderly, and in the pregnant women. Hepatitis in pregnant women is very, very dangerous. This is killing people.
The CIA can't guarantee shit to the Palestinians? What do you mean? Yes, they can. First of all, that's the motherfucking CIA, okay? It is outside of the scope of, like, whatever fucking American politics is. It is the greatest representation of American State Department interests. So that's number one. Number two, this is about immediate resolution, because everyone in Israel in the war cabinet knows that the longer there is a ceasefire, the more people will have an appetite for the cessation of hostilities. That's the reason why they literally were like, okay, we did a 7-day ceasefire. That's done. We're going back to bombing. Because if that 7-day ceasefire turned into a 20-day ceasefire, it would make it infinitely more difficult for Israel to continue its campaign in Gaza. There's a limit, and everyone in the war cabinet knows that. So for the CIA, their assurances come with this: we will start taking real action against the Israeli state if they do not abide by our wishes. We are giving you assurances on our end that we will stop Israel from continuously bombing Gaza. Netanyahu said he doesn't care again. It doesn't matter. Netanyahu can only say he doesn't care as far as America actually doesn't punish Israel. If America turns around and punishes Israel by saying, okay, no more guns then Netanyahu will care. Bro, CIA staged multiple coups around the world time and time again. CIA can do only thing, even kill Netanyahu. No, they can't. Would it be shocking if Israel had a false flag plant? No, that's, yeah. The idea that Netanyahu doesn't care, is a ridiculous one. Sorry, I'm talking to I'm not fully aware of what the fuck's going on in the chat or on screen, because I'm also simultaneously trying to get groceries ordered for my dad. By the time America says no more weapons for Israel, the genocide is already complete. Well, regardless, we are in the final stage of the final solution for Israel. That's for sure. And it is always darkest before the dawn. It's always the worst moments before the top of the hour ad break, when you think that you are safe and secure, and then boom, all of a sudden, the top of the hour ad break comes, right? So prepare ahead of time by subscribing for $5 or for free. That's right. Or you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky as well. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Anyway, but yeah, what I said originally, it's always darkest before the dawn, is correct. It probably will get more violent. You will see like elements within Israel, like some of the most like psychopathic, some of the most bloodthirsty elements within Israel rise up. We're hearing reports now of Israeli settler mobs under the supervision of the Israeli government sabotaging roads leading to Gaza to block humanitarian aid. We're seeing reports from the UNRWA facility being burned or something. This evening, Israeli residents set fire twice to the perimeter of the UNRWA headquarters in occupied East Jerusalem. Like, they're going to get way more nutty in the upcoming days before the quiet comes. Okay? You will see ultra-Zionist terror occurring. Historically speaking, and this is why I always mention, like, in the one-state solution, the violence would not actually come from the Palestinian front, although there would be probably some violent escalations on the Palestinian side as well. But the broadest majority of violence, at least historically, always comes from those who do not want to dismantle the racial pecking order, just like the invention of the Ku Klux Klan. In the Reconstruction era, the major violence was not the newly freed slaves, okay? The major violence came from those who did not want to give up on chattel slavery or the racial hierarchy that existed in the South. The actual terrorism was conducted by the Klan with state supervision, mind you. Okay? And that is what I personally think would happen in the hypothetical, beautiful utopian future where Israel's apartheid is dissolved and it's a singular nation state. Anyway, the settlers also have untraceable automatic weapons and military training. They don't have military training. A lot of the settlers are dumb, inbred fucks with no training whatsoever. They'll end up fucking killing one another before they end up killing more Palestinians. I'm sure they will kill a lot of Palestinians as well in the process. But there are plenty of other Jews that they end up shooting and killing with regular frequency. Okay? One of the most consistent narratives in the West Bank is obviously the pogroms that they engage in. Okay? The pogroms that these fucking inbred hick fucks engage in. Okay? These disgusting, monstrous scumbags. But then they almost always shoot one another too. They shoot other people in the West Bank that are also Jewish regularly. Why this guy always rude? Bro, we're talking about like the Jewish version of the Ku Klux Klan. The fuck do you mean? Why would I mix words there? You know what I mean? The fuck? Yeah, no, they're awful. They're awful, monstrous pieces of shit. And the same goes for the action they take against other Palestinians. Yesterday, we saw hundreds of demolitions of the Bedouin village Wadi al-Khalil. Now the demolitions are under Ben Gvir's mandate. The day before, many two-story homes demolished in Masafer Yatta. Horrific scenes, though no international coverage for either, mind you. Yeah. Oh, no, I can't believe I'm being fucking mean to literally psychopathic. Like, we're talking about the Jewish version of the Klan. Okay? Straight up. That's crazy. Typical Angloid Cretan. Rudeness is a violation of human rights. Vaporizing babies by the hundreds. A tragic inevitability of war or some shit. Yep. Spend the morning. I enlist with me. Oh my god, they finally made a Get Ready With Me War Crimes edition. Ideas Lioness edition. Oh my god, bro, come on. Israeli version, not Jewish version. No, those dudes, unfortunately, also in many instances are they're like the Kahanis. It's not just Israeli in that front. That's why there is a distinction that I make with Zionism and with Israel versus when I'm talking about settlers in the West Bank, Jewish settlers in the West Bank specifically, especially ones that do the pogroms. Obviously, it does not reflect it doesn't reflect Judaism as a whole. Most of them Americans too. Yeah, a lot of them. Well, there's like, are there non-Jewish settlers? Yes, there are Christian ones too. They're fucking also psychotic. Like even more psychotic, I would say. It's like, what the fuck are you doing over there, man? That's not. Wait, why are you looking at my tweet? Why am I on the screen? Dude, don't put out fucking bangers and we won't look at it. Hurt Copain. Anyway, hurt as a chatter. What the fuck, bro? I was gonna say something. There a lot of most Palestinians under a certain age, no matter where they live in the fucking world, have been a chatter at some point here. Okay, and actually that brings me to another new group of content creators that I wanted to talk about. It's called the Hertz and Omar Show. Omar Hertz Show. There are two kids in Gaza. Two friends are in an adventure amidst the war towards success. They currently have 75,000 followers, okay? And they've actually been documenting their daily experiences. It's a phenomenal Instagram account. I highly recommend you guys watch them. Apparently, they only had 10,000 followers like a week ago or something. Taylor put me on. Taylor Lorenz, friend of the show, was like, have you seen these guys? So I watched some of their videos, and their resilience and their enthusiasm is incredible. Obviously, I follow a lot of accounts of all of the horrific atrocities that occur in Gaza, okay? But this also shows, like, the day in the life. And they're super charismatic. They're wonderful people. And I reached out to them, and they were, like, insanely stoked. They were like, dude, what the fuck? Why are you reaching out to me? Why are you following me? I'm a fucking massive fan. Is basically what they said. And I'm gonna have them on the show as well. But here, I'll give you a little taste. It's so it genuinely is like, it's heartwarming. It's phenomenal to see. It's good to see this aspect of everything as well. Here.
We started the day with first day of the tournament and we played 3 games of kick-offs.
So because there's some rumors that they are going to invade Rafah, the prices in the market are going above the range, so we are going now to the market to see what's new. How much did you buy it, Muhammad? $1, but for the war, what, 30 cents?
So those are the people who evacuated from the north of Gaza to the south, and they didn't find any place to evacuate, so they in the tent in the street.
And what's really sad about these tents, that with the extremely hot temperature, the tents made of nylon, they are literally melting. We Gazans, whenever we get lost in the streets, whenever just feeling lost in life, we hit to the sea. It's the only breath, it's the only escape. The blue color tent turret, they are full of tent.
Kanye, maybe not the best choice. Yeah, dude, these fucking like 17-year-old or 16-year-old Palestinian children deliberately were actually trying to beam anti-Semitic opinions into your mind by playing Kanye in the background. Yeah, I think these guys should be canceled by the Israeli state. You're right, dude. Like, motherfucker said bad optics to literally children currently documenting their experiences during an ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign. I'm done with these fucking liberals, man. I'm so done. I don't know what to tell you. That is fucking insane. Okay? Someone needs to shake you out of your fucking stupor. Holy shit. A full-blown demonstration, personally, of your selfishness. That's crazy. Yeah, by the way, clan meeting in the comments is right. You should make a video interviewing the hostages. I'm sure you will make a lot of money doing that. Sounds like your life is okay on the beach while you keep more than 130 innocent children, women, and elderly in hunger and torture under tunnels. Hamas! Hamas! How do you feel about Hamas putting your brothers and sisters in harm's way? Animals, all of them. Animals.
What you doing, man? Be good, man. Are you good? Do you feel the Day 23 of sharing our daily routine in Warzone.
I love them. They're fucking incredible. Okay. Obviously, I love Bizon and all of these other people who have like documented the atrocities. But it actually, I mean, dude, there's no better testament to the Palestinian resilience than like than the fact that like in spite of all of the circumstances that these kids have been these kids have met with in the truly most unjustifiable thing that could have ever happened to any child around the world, that these guys are just like still showing their daily experiences. Incredible.
Day 22 of sharing our daily routine in Warzone.
Started the day with some work and there's a customer who was picking some movies to watch.
After that, we headed to get some gas, but unfortunately, there is a lack of gas, so we didn't find any.
Then I went to have a haircut.
Then we went to the store to get those things, I don't know what they called, and we searched for what the kids told us to bring as the final prize of the tournament.
And of course, we celebrated with the 20K again and again. Shut your fucking mouth, mate.
Day 22 of sharing our...
They are pirating movies. They just heard the one. Yeah. Yeah, they are growing fast. They're blowing up. They're already at 75,000, 76,000 followers since I just tuned in and promoted them. But yeah, Omar Hertz show. Go give him a follow. They're incredible. But choice of words. Oh my God. Come on, guys. Jesus Christ. Oh. Hamas Milli Savunma Bakanı mısın sen AK? Sana ne? Israel can win alone. Abi Türkler, İsrail'i savunan Türkler o kadar komik ki. Yani tam köpekliğin son noktası. Aynen bunu söyledim. İlk başta bunu da söyledim. Halen aynen aynı şeyi söylüyorum. Türk olup aynı zamanda İsrail'i savunuyorsan sadece hav hav de. Çünkü köpeksin. Bu kadar basit. Hav hav hav amına koyayım. Hiçbir şey yok. Seni insan olarak görmüyorlar abi. Okey? Senin insanlığını görmüyorlar. En sevdiği yemek Amerikan postalı. Aynen. Amerika'nın botunu yiyor. O kadar yemiş ki götünden çıkıyor. Hayvan oğlu hayvan. Arap nefreti sizi geberti. Aynen. Arap nefreti. Aynı zamanda ve de şey. Hem Arap nefreti hem de zannediyor ki o bizi Avrupalı olarak görürler o zaman. Bizi Avrupalı olarak görürler. Biz de savunuyoruz İsrail abi. Biz de çok seviyoruz. Ne olur. Biz ateistiz. Ne fark eder amına koyayım? Onlar seni öyle mi görüyor zannediyorsun? Beni de görmüyorlar öyle. Ben burada yaşıyorum. Söyleyeyim sana. Görmüyorlar seni farklı olarak. Haberin olsun. Cihadan geliyor bunlar, haberin olsun. Sikmişim götlerini. Gerizekalılar. Anyway. I'm just reiterating the same thing that I said in early October. That Turks who defend Israel because of their unimaginable hatred towards Arabs think that the Europeans or the Western world sees them as something separate. They do not. They make no such distinctions, and they are dogs to American imperialism. Okay? Once again, I will reiterate the position that I made back then that got me in a lot of trouble with the Turkish fascists. A lot of those Turkish fascists quieted down quite a bit, though, when they realized that they were the minority in Turkey, by the way. So many of those fucking European cockriders, okay? So many of those Western imperialism lovers turned around and shut the fuck up so quick. And we're like, no, we're actually, we're Filistin'i seviyoruz, Filistin'i savunuyoruz. So many of them had to embarrassingly go against their early position that they were pro-Israel when they saw how much unimaginable support in Turkey existed for Palestinians. Cowards nonetheless. Anyway, does the anti-Arab hatred come from the Ottoman remnant of superiority? Yes. Some Turks believe that Palestine and Palestinians betrayed them. Okay? And they've never given up on that gripe. Like many in the MENA region that were under Ottoman occupation cut deals with the British and the French in their own pan-Arabic nationalist revolutions in an effort to develop a statehood themselves. The obvious consequences of such actions are in full display in the MENA region to begin with. However, regardless, holding on to that gripe and getting mad at them now and continuing the oppression or justifying the oppression that they face now is idiotic, especially when Turkey itself is a little vassal state to the Western imperialist interests. We are a NATO country. Anyway, most Turks are not like this, by the way. We're just talking about a very, very specific hyper online group of Turks. If you told one of these racist Turks that you do twice against Arabs what they do to themselves, they would rip off their own arms. Yeah, they have so much anger. I want to know how Hasan got 25k viewers. Let me tell you. Are you ready? That's how I got it. By doing this over and over again. That's also subsequently because I'm pro-Palestine. That's how I got these muscles too. So if you want that, you should also be in favor of Palestinian emancipation. Yep. Abi çoğu kike geçti bu arada. Eyvallah, ne güzel. Of course. Baba geldi. Grocery. Dondurma da var, hemen al ne olur. Imagine if you were on gear though, I would be unstoppable. But I'd also probably lose my hair, so I don't want to do it. Yeah. 25k is just for today, chat. It'll keep growing again. Let's continue.
People in Gaza have told us that they're queuing for hours to access drinking water. Others are drinking dirty water. Aid agencies want to truck in more water, but say they can't because of limited access to fuel. And this isn't just an acute problem now, exacerbated by the current Israeli operation in Rafah. Gaza's infrastructure will take years, decades to rebuild. You can see our full analysis on the BBC News website.
Caroline Hawley there.
Now to President Biden, delivering a warning to Israel, saying he'll stop some weapon shipments as Israel invades the city.
This is actually something that isn't brought up a lot. Even before there was a Balfour Declaration, there was a 1915 McMahon-Hussein correspondence where the Brits promised an independent Arab state in Palestine in return for the Arab revolt against the Ottoman Empire. Afterwards, though, they said, what? Did we do that? I don't remember that. Even though internal letters show that they knew they were lying. Yeah. All right. Biden is really. This actually was a strong warning, by the way. It's too little, too late, but it is definitely a change in attitude. Now, one must ask themselves, where the fuck was this vibe and energy on like October 19? Because I remember I looked at my earlier Piers Morgan appearance. I
My
forget
mother died, and
Wait.
I cried
Hold
a lot.
on.
And I look over at
Hold on. Here. My
Is
earlier
Israel not allowed to defend itself from the war?
I went to on Piers Morgan. Okay, I went on Piers Morgan in the early stages of Israel's unjustifiable ethnic cleansing campaign, and I wonder if you'll be able to figure out how sad a fact that I will reveal here was.
Worst terror attack since 9/11. If their mission now is to get rid of Hamas, then what they are doing is consistent with that, isn't it?
No, you said Israel has a right to defend itself. Absolutely zero people think that this is a ridiculous statement. However, how Israel is defending itself is collective punishment. Collective punishment in the form of depriving 2.2 million people of electricity, of water, of food, 51 people dying in the West Bank where, there is no Hamas in the West Bank, killing 3,480 Palestinians so far in Gaza.
You hear that? 3,480 people. That was the number. People were calling for restraint back then as well. Now, obviously, there are a lot more voices on our side now, but think about that. Biden could have put a stop to this back then, and they didn't. Biden went in to bear hug Benjamin Netanyahu. He flew into Israel and gave a bear hug to Benjamin Netanyahu.
Gaza, 1,000 plus children, 22 hospitals being bombed. These are horrifying crimes that you would openly say are horrifying and unjustifiable when Russia does it, but when Israel does it, Israel has a right to defend itself. This is identical to the same talking points that I've heard from every Israeli administration official. It's the same thing that I've heard from everyone else in the media. You might have been against the Iraq war, but you're using that for evil, in my opinion, at this point, if you are not sitting here and condemning those war crimes, those acts of violence, those acts of collective punishment.
Yeah, that's 10/21/2023. I had just woken up. That's why I look like I just woke up. Showing us your biggest L's are being correct too early. Yes, always. Always and forever. Tavuk da mı alacaktım? Kalmamış mı?
Of Rafah. Our chief White House correspondent,
Okay,
Mary
hemen
Bruce,
veririm
has the latest for us.
sipariş.
Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, Michael. Well, this is President Biden's most direct warning to Israel since the start of this war, and it could set up an historic clash with this critical ally. President Biden now threatening to halt the shipment of additional U.S. weapons to Israel, which he acknowledges have been used to kill innocent civilians. This morning, President Biden is calling out the Israeli government.
It's just wrong. We're not going to supply the weapons and the artillery shells used.
Making it clear in his sharpest criticism yet that the U.S. will not provide Israel with weapons to attack Rafah.
I've made it clear to Bibi and the War Cabinet they're not going to get our support if, in fact, they go in these population centers.
For weeks, Biden has warned Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu not to invade Rafah, where over 1 million civilians are seeking refuge. And he's already taking action, halting a shipment of 3,500 U.S. bombs, fearing American weapons could be used against civilians. Something Biden now concedes has already happened.
Civilians have been killed in Gaza as a consequence of those bombs and other ways in which they go after population centers.
Biden's stark warning comes as he faces growing criticism at home over his steadfast support for Israel. Our latest poll finding voters now trust Donald Trump more to handle this war, as some Republicans now accuse Biden of undermining Israel.
This is obscene. It is absurd. Give Israel what they need to fight the war they can't afford to lose.
But Biden insisting U.S. support for Israel remains ironclad.
We're not walking away from Israel's security. We're walking away from Israel's ability to wage war in those areas.
Now, the president says the U.S. will still continue to provide for Israel's defense, like the Iron Dome missile system. But after months of urging Israel to do more to address the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, President Biden is adamant if Netanyahu invades Rafah, the U.S. will not supply offensive weapons to Israel.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is refusing to agree to a ceasefire deal unless.
Before we get to the Joe reacts to Lindsey Graham's latest political gesturing, Propaganda is not education, says this fucking asshole. Let's take a look at what this rabid psychopath has to say about Israel-Palestine. I like the pants. They are Carhartt, WIP collection, Carpenter jeans. Massive anti-war protest by standing together in Sderot and Rafah. Daughters want to live. The largest anti-war and pro-ceasefire protest march right now in Tel Aviv. In Rafah and Sderot, children deserve to live. We are Jews and Palestinians demanding together to end the war and occupation and to bring Israeli-Palestinian peace. Dim Be'achad is growing. We are thousands of people demanding ceasefire right now to save the lives of Palestinians and to bring the hostages back alive. Thousands. By the way, this is why I don't shit on Dim Be'achad, because for Israeli society and how fucking rabid Israeli society is across the board, okay, like this kind of political momentum growing, specifically singling out, once again, specifically singling out the ceasefire as a demand from the virtues of Palestinian humanity is very important, okay? It's very important. This is, I think, different. Dim Be'achad. Did I say it wrong? Dim. It just means standing together in Hebrew. Yeah. Also, notice again, not as many Israeli flags in this crowd, which, you know, is definitely significant. Does the purple color mean something here politically? It's just Dim Be'achad's colors stand together. I don't know what the personal significance is of purple. By the way, all of these Israeli Jews are anti-Semites. Yes. According to 500 Columbia students that signed the letter, you know, once again, literal anti-Semitism. It's very fucked up. The Israeli government must deal with these anti-Semitic monsters, okay? All of these tokens, all of these anti-Semitic monsters must be put an end to violently in the hands of the state. One speed, baby. Full throttle. The only thing we got. Anyway, it's just like, it's just, you got to remember, like, these numbers were never this big in the beginning, and they're only growing. This is good, okay? So let's hear what this fucking asshole has to say.
Everybody know what I'm about to talk to you about happened before October 7th. I'm going to talk about radicalism on college campuses. Sort of radicalism that has mainstream students getting propaganda, whether it's from their professors or whether it's from communist Chinese government through TikTok.
How is this any different than literally Fox News? Is a question I am going to keep asking myself over and over again. How is Morning Joe any different?
TikTok calling the President of the United States Genocide Joe, calling you and President Clinton war criminals, actually stopping the naming of a building after Madeleine Albright because they claim, professors claim, some of the same professors that took part in the most radical elements of the protests over the past couple of weeks, called Madeleine Albright a war criminal. And we're still waiting for the building for Foreign Service to be renamed after Madeleine Albright. Here with First Secretary of State.
Bro, what are you talking about? She's a fucking war criminal who literally said 500,000 dead Iraqis as a consequence of sanctions that her fucking husband put in place, by the way. You're literally talking to another fucking war criminal ass psychopath about another war criminal ass psychopath. Madeleine Albright famously fucking said 500,000 dead Iraqi children is just the cost of doing business. She was directly asked, the sanctions that we are placing on Iraq, has led to 500,000 dead Iraqi children, to which her response was, that's the cost of doing business. Okay? He's asking a war criminal to defend another war criminal. Yup. For what it's worth, Hillary's been championing Zionist policy in Habsburg for decades. She zealously urged towards the Jerusalem embassy move in the 90s. You are correct. That is true. She did
We have
do that.
heard that 500,000 children have died. I mean, that's more children than died in Hiroshima. And you know, is the price worth it?
I think this is a very hard choice, but we think the price is worth it. Iraq's military.
We think the price is worth it. These demons are why I hope in my heart that maybe there is a hell and a heaven, and I hope that they are burning in eternal damnation.
Military threat to its neighbors is greatly diminished. Most of its missiles have been destroyed. Iraq's behavior and intentions must change before our policies can change. Otherwise, we will allow the scorpion that bit us once to bite us again. To those who ask how long our determination will last, how long we will oppose Iraqi intransigence, how long we will insist that the international community's standards be met, our answer is as long as it takes.
Of countries like my microphone is off. There we are. What do you have to say about dictators of countries like Indonesia, who we sell weapons to, yet they are slaughtering people in East Timor? What do you have to say about Israel?
Yeah, by the way, practices that haven't really changed for the record.
Israel, who is slaughtering Palestinians, who impose martial law. What do you have to say about that? Those are our allies. Why do we sell weapons to these countries? Why do we support them? Why do we bomb Iraq when it commits similar problems?
There are various examples of things that are not right in this world, and the United States is trying... surprised that people feel that it is necessary to defend the rights of Saddam Hussein, when what we ought to be thinking about is how to make sure that he does not use weapons of mass destruction.
I'd like to...
Who are shouting? Just a moment.
I'm not defending him in the least. What I am saying is that there needs to be consistent application of U.S. foreign policy. We cannot support people who are committing the same violations because they are political allies. That is not acceptable. We cannot violate UN resolutions when it is convenient to us. You're not answering my question, Madam Albright.
Anyway.
This woman made history, just like you made history. But you've got...
Doing war crimes. Doing war crimes, Joe. Made history doing war crimes. We came, we saw, he died.
Mainstream college students, I know, because I've talked to a lot of college students over the past year or two, and they have this radicalized view of the Middle East, a radicalized view of American public.
Why aren't these children just as rabidly Islamophobic as we are? What is going on? Why aren't these kids just as Islamophobic as we are? How are we losing sight of the expert propagandizing that we once were committed to? I don't know, man. Maybe because all of these kids that you're talking about were born after 9/11 and they didn't actually develop a fucking consciousness in that time frame where they were also just as rabidly Islamophobic, and just kind of saw that as like background noise, especially the many L's that America took post 9/11. Maybe that's the reason why they're not as feverish, you fucking monster. Oh my God, I hate these fucking scumbags so much. How do we get these kids to be just as racist? Please, Hillary, please give me the take here. I need to understand.
Public servants like yourself, Madeleine Albright, President Clinton, Joe Biden.
Why are these children and these kids and these college students saying like relentless baby murder is not permissible? I hate that. We got to get this fucking TikTok shit out of here.
Can name Republican presidents as well. And there's this radicalization. And I just want to know, first of all, it's distressing. What do we do about it? So public servants aren't taught that American leaders are war criminals and that Joe Biden's not Genocide Joe.
He's literally mad that like younger generations have the correct view. All of this all of these fucking screechings of the media class about issues such as this one, by the way, are basically going against the spirit of democracy, right? They talk a big game about how they love free speech and how they love discourse and how discourse should thrive in a normal functioning democracy. And then they literally turn around and they're just fucking mad that the kids are correct. Why are they calling our presidents war criminals? What happened? What happened to America? We used to be a nation. I don't know, bitch. Maybe you should give people something to be proud of, and then maybe they'll be more proud of America's accomplishments. It's ridiculous. Kids these days, the next generation, and my generation as well, have nothing to fucking look forward to. Why the fuck should they be proud of America? For some, like, all we have seen in our development is endless and senseless death and destruction overseas, and the inevitable consequence of said senseless death and destruction. No fucking money in the banana stand for healthcare, the roads, education, no public transit. Life is getting more and more costly, more expensive. No dream of being able to fucking own a home or be able to retire at a reasonable age. No sense of autonomy, no sense of security. Why aren't these kids actually fucking why aren't these kids dick riding America? They can get their burgers. It's like, dude, what the fuck have you given us? What has your generation given us to be proud of? Nothing. Nothing. Why the fuck should they be proud? You're mad that they're not dumbasses like your fucking freak ass generation was. Why aren't these kids more lead poisoned like our generation is, and more aggressive and more violent and stupid? I can't believe it. I can't believe they're seeing the truth of the American project for what it is. Just a bunch of different corporations with imperial ambitions of global dominance that does not reflect positively in the in-group either.
Quite the opposite. And secondly, the stupidity of the slogans that ignore all the history since 1948 about what the United States has tried to do, about what you...
Yeah, this is funny. Why are the children saying war crimes are bad? Chinese communist propaganda. And not repeating State Department talking points, which of course is not propaganda.
Tried to do, about what President Clinton tried to do in bringing a two-state solution about. I remember when you talked about a two-state solution and it was considered radical. They couldn't believe, oh my God, Hillary Clinton actually is talking about a two-state solution. She hates Israel. And that,
by the way, what a question. 2 minutes and 27 seconds of Joe just sucking the dick of the American State Department. Hillary Clinton's dick as well. Hey, Kaya, come here. Kaya, come here. Baby, place. Place. Good baby. Good baby. I'll give you a gift.
now that's been flipped to you're a war criminal. Madeleine Albright's a war criminal. Bill Clinton's a war criminal. Joe Biden. It's disgusting. And I want you to tell us what needs to be done, what you would hope would be done, one. Number two, how do we get Madeleine Albright's name on that building? Because she's been slandered in death. She's been slandered in death. A public servant who escaped the Holocaust, gave her entire life to the United States of America, and has been slandered in death by extremists, I'm sorry, funded by Qatar. And number three, I told you we were moving past therapy session. And number three, maybe this will get on YouTube if the communist Chinese will allow it to get on YouTube. Please tell any students watching what President Clinton and you put together in 2000 in the...
Dude. This is literally Morning Joe is just straight up Fox News, dude. Straight up Fox News. Isn't it wonderful that this is the one program that Joe Biden watches? Just absolutely unhinged. China controls YouTube. Qatar controls the kids' minds because Al Jazeera. Holy fuck. Bro, these are the same fucking scumbags, okay, that will, in the inevitable turn, when Donald Trump does become president of our glorious nation, okay, will turn around and be like, why are you guys doing conspiracy theories? Remember those fucking ads from like early 2016, 2017, 2018, like New York Times would do ads like, this is an apple, but some people think it's an orange. but it's actually an apple. This is why truth matters. Meanwhile, this is what the liberal media has become under the Brandon regime. Remember, MSNBC is supposed to be the liberal version of Fox News. Okay? Cuckold joke, slobbing up genocide Joe, and praising mass grave Madeline / atrocity Albright. It's ironic that Hillary is sitting there with Joe Scarborough, the former representative who voted to impeach her husband, Bill Clinton. You shouldn't have gotten that sloppy toppy. Misogynistic and anti-Semitic, huh? You have to try harder to get me to actually read your message and serve a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. You cannot come in here as a gray name and say misogynistic and anti-Semitic literally 5 minutes prior to the top of the fucking hour, thinking that I'm not going to catch your bait and parry it back to you. Okay? Because at the top of the hour, we are no longer demanding weak baits. We want strong baits. Okay? Don't hit me with those two-parters, man. You can't do that. Yeah, I got the Iron Dome, baby. The way I'm fucking deflecting. I got the Tamir Interceptors out today. Okay? I got the Tamir Interceptor rockets out today. Deflecting. Non-stop at the top of the hour. And if you want an Iron Dome style defense system against the 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour, all you need to do is subscribe. You don't need to, give $10 billion every year to the apartheid regime like Barack Obama did. Okay. Or no, $4 billion every year for 10 years like Barack Obama did. You can just do it for $5 a month or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Yardley Fudge Rounds, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. The amount of hate in my heart that I have for these two fucking figures is probably not good.
Oslo Accords. You gave the Palestinians a pathway to peace, and they were scared to take it because they knew they would be slaughtered by Hamas.
Wow.
That's so funny that this ahistorical nonsense is still being repeated by Morning Joe, even though I've showed on this broadcast time and time again how hard he got fucking owned by Zbigniew Brzezinski, his father-in-law, on this exact issue. I'm not going to do it again, as I've shown you time and time again. That's a 4-minute. That is 4 minutes of sloppy toppy gawk guac 3000 Suckmaster 11 that you just saw from Joe Scarborough. Okay, holy fuck, dude. That boy could suck the chrome out of the tailpipe. He's got a mouth that won't quit. He's got the spirit, dude. Hillary getting back at Bill with this incredible amount of public dome that she's receiving. Maybe not in the Oval Office, but at least in front of many, many Americans on Morning Joe, including Joe Brandon. Certified throat goat. Yeah, shit's looking like the Oral Office right now. Joe would put Nancy Reagan to shame. Suck start a leaf blower. Yeah, that's a good one. Time out, big man. Dude, that was literally 4 minutes of the most unregulated, unrestricted dick suck session I've ever seen in my entire life. Holy moly. She said, wow. She's like, I'm out of words. I've never seen somebody suck me off this fucking hard.
Oh, I don't know where to start, Joe, but you
go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
I need help.
Well, I want to make a couple of quick points because you raised, things that, need to be vented about. First of all, I have had many conversations, as you have had, with a lot of young people over the last many months now. And you're right. They don't know very much at all about the history of the.
Yeah, in the process of sucking their spinal cord fluid, okay, to ensure that me and my pedophilic vampire husband remain alive to see the continuation of the Israeli apartheid ethnic cleansing campaign, we were talking to them before we killed them and sucked the spinal fluid directly out of their spine, straight to the goddamn dome for that delicious adrenochrome. Talk to them.
The Middle East, or frankly about history in many areas of the world, including in our own country. But with respect to the Middle East, they don't know that under the the bringing together of the Israelis and the Palestinians by my husband, the then Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, the then head of the Palestinian.
Literally cuts off a valid point that young people aren't doing their part in researching Israel-Palestine. Keep cooking, bro. Brother, every single thing that Joe Scarborough mentioned in his Guac Guac 3000 session has literally been dismantled apart, as I correctly pointed to, by Joe Scarborough's father-in-law on the Morning Joe program literally 20 fucking years ago. What the hell are you talking about? Hillary's not making an important point here by saying many young people don't know what's going on about Israel-Palestine. No, dumbass. What she's saying there is if young people learn the talking points, perhaps then they could say that ongoing ethnic cleansing is actually complicated. Okay? That's it. It's not a complex situation morally. That's so cool that you think I'm like terrified of one of the worst politicians in contemporary American history. She is literally a genuine burden to the causes that she is aligned with. She is her own worst enemy. That's why I always laugh whenever the Democratic Party rolls her out to say anything. Really. If Hillary Clinton came out against healthcare for all, okay, there would be probably more fucking people pro Medicare for all than there currently are. She lost to Donald Trump. No, I'm not going to run the Brzezinski video one more time, okay?
Of the Israelis and the Palestinians by my husband, the then Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, the then head of the Palestinian Liberation Organization, then the Palestinian Authority, Yasser Arafat. An offer was made to the Palestinians for a state on 96% of the existing territory occupied by the Palestinians.
By the way, fun fact. Eğer sıcaklarsa, soğuk değillerse koymana gerek yok. Yer yoksa. Bu arada gelmek üzere tavuk. Hatta şu anda geliyor. 2 dakika sonra.
Palestinians with 4% of Israel to be given to reach 100% of the amount of territory that was hoped for. And this offer was made, and if Yasser Arafat had accepted it, there would have been a Palestinian state now for about 24 years. It's one of the great tragedies of history that he was unable to say yes. My husband has a book coming out later this year, Joe, in which he talks about.
Don't think you're scared of arguing against her, but you don't think a significant amount of younger voters refusing to vote over Israel-Palestine is indicative of not understanding what someone like Trump would do in office? You and I do not see the world in the same exact ways. If you have this kind of attitude, you think that the Democratic Party is entitled to people's votes. I do not, because I actually understand how politics works. You, on the other hand, are a relentless dick rider of the Democratic Party who believes they are entitled to people's votes because of lesser evil voting. Whether I agree with lesser evil voting or not doesn't matter, because Americans demonstrably do not vote on lesser evil voting margins. They do not care about lesser evil voting. That is why the plurality in this country historically doesn't vote for either party. The plurality of eligible voters in this country does not vote for either party. Now, obviously, this is a more complicated situation than simply not having like a decent partner, a decent elected representative to vote for. However, that is a major part of the problem. If the Democratic Party genuinely made efforts to capture broader swaths of the voter-eligible population while simultaneously opening up easier ways of voting, right, against the Republican efforts to stop people from voting, especially poor people and young people, people of color in general, then perhaps they would have an easier time with these elections. They should have an easier time with elections. The problem on this issue, however, as far as like Israel-Palestine goes, and you are talking to someone who has, of course, laid a big amount of the blame in Trump administration's mishandling of Israel-Palestine, okay, especially for October 7, but one that also recognizes that we currently don't have Donald Trump in office. We currently have Joe Biden in office. And Joe Biden perhaps also channeling that same exact idiotic sentiment that many Democratic wonks channel, that like people should of course vote for us. We're not bad as the other guys. Duh. You should do a little bit of reading, sweetie, and learn that like Trump would be so much worse. Don't recognize that Joe Biden is pretty fucking awful right now, and he shouldn't be awful, just in an effort to show Americans that, yeah, it is actually different under a Democratic administration in comparison to a Republican one. Because the very same bullshit that did happen under the Republican administration of Donald Trump, especially against like protesters that were taking it to the streets, hold on one second. Doors open. Doors open. Baba, geldi tavuk. Anyway, Joe Biden is repeating the exact same bullshit that the Trump administration Joe Biden is repeating the exact same bullshit that the Trump administration did in an effort to stop people from protesting against Israel right now. Peaceful protesters all around the country are getting fucking brutalized by the police for the crime of peacefully declaring Israel an apartheid regime and criticizing our involvement in Israel's apartheid and also Israel's current ethnic cleansing campaign. The idea that voters are going to think critically beyond this and go, you know what? This administration that keeps telling me that like they are better than the Trump administration, that completely adopted the Trump administration's very own right-wing white nativist immigration policies, that also was engaging in the same kind of suppression of free speech and public demonstration, this time for the crime of saying we should not have, never again means never again, we should not have blood in our hands, Palestinian children's blood in our hands specifically. Why the fuck are we funding and facilitating this ethnic cleansing campaign? Those people getting violently and brutally suppressed by the police in a direct... Baba, kapı bence çıkamadı. Şeyi söyle, button'a bassın. Yeah, those people should turn around and just simply vote for the Democratic Party, because like we promised that the Democratic Party is going to be better. Whoa, sorry, last thing, because I heard you say it. Joe Biden's office has the same immigration policies as Trump. Joe Biden, I don't know if you've been hiding under a rock or something, or maybe you came out of a coma literally yesterday, but Joe Biden pushed a right-wing white nativist immigration policy that would continue Donald Trump's wall, and also on top of that would give more than 20 billion, even more than 20 billion, I believe, but at least $20 billion to the Border Patrol to harden border security. Joe Biden was the one who was pushing that legislation, although it was, not exactly popular, and it actually hurt his chances against Donald Trump further by basically reaffirming Donald Trump's commitment to his anti-immigrant sentiment and justifying why he has such anti-immigrant sentiments to begin with. He did. Joe Biden's last Border Patrol bill that didn't pass through Congress as a consequence of Trump standing against it because he wants to use it as a political tool, directly would have contributed to the white nativist anti-immigrant sentiment that the Trump administration pushed, last time they were running for president. I did say that because it's true. You might not want to recognize it, or maybe, perhaps, if I'm being charitable, you were oblivious to the goddamn reality of the matter, but that is what happened.
About how Arafat kept saying he intended to agree, he wanted to agree, but he was, as you rightly point out, pretty sure he'd be killed because, Sadat was killed by extremists when he made peace with Israel. Our dear, dear friend, Yitzhak Rabin, was killed by a radical Israeli when he was pursuing the two-state solution. So
96% is a made-up number. I'm going to fucking lose it. That was Tabah, not Camp David. Israel quit Tabah, not Arafat. She's also getting her numbers wrong. The final best Israeli offer at Tabah was 6% annexation with less than 1-to-1 land swaps. But that's besides the point. Funnily enough, the Palestinians suggested that the map include 95% of the West Bank as a middle point of the Clinton parameters, but Israel refused. Not only that, but there were certain aspects of the conversation that was presented by the Israeli side that were complete non-starters. Ridiculous. Permanent annexation of Jerusalem, which, by the way, this fucking dipshit has been championing since the 90s, was a understandable non-starter for the Palestinian position, as Arafat correctly pointed to time and time again, saying, I do not have the power to give you Jerusalem. Even if I were to say yes to this ridiculous proposition, I would be murdered and it wouldn't change anything. To which Bill Clinton was like, we'll give you a mansion. Come on, dude. We'll give you a nice little fucking mansion. To which he said, yeah, I'll get murdered before you'll watch me get murdered from said mansion.
So this is a very important piece of history to understand if you're going to take any kind of position with respect to what's going on right now. And there's much more that we could go into, as you say, since 1948, but I mean, you could literally go back thousands of years. The important point I want to emphasize, though, is...
Isn't it easier to move the needle further left with libs in power? Not easy, but easier at least. Yeah, it's so easy right now to move the needle fucking a little bit to the left of like what the right-wing Republican position is. Notice how it hasn't been easy at all? Notice how it hasn't happened? What happened? Oh, Biden will listen to the demands made by the left far better than fucking Donald Trump will. Yeah, dude, totally. That really has happened so far.
Propaganda is not education. Propaganda, on whether it's TikTok or in the classroom, is actually...
No, I'm not arguing to be contrarian. Truly two different worldviews, but thanks for responding. My dude, I'm not learning shit from a Twitch stream, and neither are you. Do not pretend watching a stream is research. No, watching a stream is not research. You should do some research, though. There is no true two different worldviews. You are living in an entirely separate planet if you personally believe that Joe Biden's border bill that he was desperately trying to pass, which literally led to lower popularity for him on the issue of the border to begin with, because all it did was basically solidify the position that Republicans were right on the border, treating immigration as a national security problem and not one that is an economic issue directly created that benefits American capital owners, because that's what immigration is at the end of the day. It is not a real national security threat at all, okay? But basically capitulating to the right-wing framing on the issue of the border is fucking insane. It's bad politics and it's bad policy, a double Monty, okay? The idea that you cannot contend with that and you consider that to be entirely different worldviews means that you're not living in this world that we are all living in. Having said that, however, I do try to make this stream as educational as possible. Educating people on the common talking points, educating people on how silly someone might be when they say things such as Biden's border proposal was very different than Trump's border proposal. It was not. Don't ask me. Ask Joseph Robinette Brandon himself. He literally said so. Your major takeaway from this stream, if nothing else, should be to understand how mainstream media oftentimes does have a biased perspective and under the guise of objective neutrality will offer you an incredibly slanted approach to history. This conversation between Hillary Clinton and Joe Scarborough that you are listening to about the issue of Israel-Palestine, which Hillary Clinton urged people to learn more about, is a perfect demonstration of that. Hillary Clinton is obviously extremely on the side of Israel on the matter, and is, in that interest, presenting a false narrative, a false reality, under the guise of being the foremost authority on the subject matter. She's just straight up lying about the Camp David Accords right here in front of your eyes. And I am telling you that she's lying, as we have also shown many examples of how she's specifically lying on this issue time and time again on this broadcast. You could just go back to a million different videos that I have made on the subject matter if you would like, or watch the video that will inevitably unfold on my YouTube page after the editors actually cut this segment and place the actual facts after the matter, because that's what they do. I will usually bring forward information to you because I'm pulling it from my brain, and then the editors will go in and find the subsequent information and slap it on top. This is perhaps the reason why when I go on the Iced Coffee podcast, for example, I bring up numbers, I bring up certain facts, okay, in real time, and luckily they will fact check me to show that I was right. Why don't you do that? Wait, what? I do that. I do that. I'm explaining to you how I do that right now. My point is that a more generous offer than this supposedly generous 96% offer came from Taba, and that Israelis didn't actually give, was suggested by Arafat, and Israel refused. I can't with these ghouls using Wikipedia level bullshit as if they're spreading the holy fucking gospel. Well, for her, it's different. I don't think she's like learning this stuff from Wikipedia. She was literally there. Her husband was the one making such decisions, and they openly did famously lie about Camp David in the aftermath of Camp David. If you remember, the so-called peace process and the way that it was communicated to the American public by mainstream media has always been incredibly one-sided and full of lies. Okay? And you can see an analog to that right now in mainstream media as the ceasefire conversations are continuing. While the ceasefire conversations are continuing, Hamas has made very reasonable offers to Israel time and time again about a full-blown facilitation of a full-blown ceasefire, cessation of hostilities, even going so far as say if we were to go back to 1967 boundaries, we would literally completely put down our arms. We would have obviously a standing military in a Palestinian state that has sovereignty and autonomy. However, this is never reflected in the media. Even though Biden himself claims that he wants a two-state solution, Israel is the one that says we do not want a two-state solution. Fuck your two-state solution. Benjamin Netanyahu has said so time and time again. You are currently watching that exact same mirror image in front of your eyes unfold every single day. America has to step in. America has to step in and be the big boy in the room and basically cut Israel out of the conversation for a brief moment and facilitate a ceasefire negotiation with Hamas, only to have Israel engage in brinksmanship to say, America, you do not actually have a say in this process. So much so that it has caused America to do something that they've never done before, which is refuse to send new ammo shipments to Israel. How do we get here? Well, all the while this conversation is having, this is a conversation that the American State Department is having with Hamas, all the while this ceasefire negotiations are occurring, every single mouthpiece for the federal government has come out and stated it's Hamas that's actually refusing to bargain with Israel, which is an abject lie. There's no other way that I can address this issue without saying the American State Department, in its communications to the Western world, to the media, is just straight up lying. So it should at least make you a little bit more skeptical and do a little bit more reading on what actually took place in Taba or Camp David Accords. Look at the demands being made by the Palestinian side. Look at how far the Palestinian side got and what they got throughout the so-called peace process, because all the Palestinians saw on the ground outside of the room that Arafat was in was more settlements, more expansion, more cruelty, more violence, because the Israeli government, sometimes openly and sometimes without openly mentioning it, basically utilized the peace process to further make a two-state solution impossible. Okay? No matter how much Arafat capitulated. This, of course, created a lot of tension in the Palestinian minds about Arafat. This is why, while he was a phenomenally popular figure in the first Palestinian elections ever conducted, with, American go-ahead, of course, he was unimaginably unpopular by the end. Clinton was sometimes at the Camp David summit, but in July. But you got to remember that was referred to as the Camp David negotiations, or a series of talks already starting in Stockholm in March 2000 and continuing after the summit in January 2001. In the vast majority of the meetings, Clinton, and often the Americans generally, was not present. Clinton clearly got a very distorted view of the talks from ghouls like Dennis Ross. Ultimately, other people that were privy to the conversations have an entirely different assessment of the matter. It's readily available. I don't trust you streamer man who constantly cites sources, investigations, journalists, and history. I trust establishment Democrat white woman.
Actually, the opposite of education. Anybody who is teaching in a university or anyone who is putting content on social media should be held responsible for what they include and what they exclude. And so much of what we're seeing...
We have no idea if Hamas wanted to negotiate because none of us are in the negotiations. It's all second and third hand hearsay. Wait, what? That's not correct. You're wrong. You're just objectively wrong. You want to know why? Because Hamas, every single time they negotiated and every single time they did a call towards Israel that they will put down their arms and whatnot would also very publicly state their desires. Just because you never heard about it doesn't change the reality that that actually did happen. Not only that it did happen, the argument that I'm making right now isn't whether or not Hamas actually openly declared what their intentions were, because they certainly did. The argument I'm making is the reason why you don't hear about it is because mainstream media doesn't cover it. That doesn't change the reality, however. We don't know if Hamas is agreeing to negotiate. We can't assume to have insight into the negotiations is a position that you're assuming because of your lack of knowledge on the matter. That's the sad state of affairs now, because you go, understandably, to mainstream sources and you think you're getting the full scope of the picture. You are not. Why'd you ban him, though? I did not. He's still very much in the chat. Why are you fantasizing about what kind of actions I'm taking? Anyway, I'm new to the channel and I always see you discussing some political thing. Can you please specify simply your political position in the current situations of the world? Yeah, it's going to be hard. You should just listen to what I have to say and make up your own mind. Like, one of the greatest examples is this. Okay, this chatter is correct. Netanyahu flat out admitted that the reason they denied the offer is because they wanted to invade Rafah. Now they're saying that America stabbed them in the back. America is Hamas even. That's what Itamar Ben-Gvir in the war cabinet said. Joe Biden is Hamas now, okay? So I need you to understand something. The media will always desperately try to realign the positions, but Israel is so fucking arrogant and so fucking entitled that they do not, like, they are their own worst enemy here. They have completely dropped good propaganda of this sort and very openly state what their intentions are time and time again. Now, of course, they won't show it. The media here in the Western world won't show you that. But if you come to a community like this one, I will go directly to Hebrew sources. I will directly show you in Hebrew what Israeli Knesset members are saying about these sorts of ordeals, and you can see for yourself. That's it. I don't do anything beyond show you what all sides of this conflict are saying. Of course, I have my own personal biases in the matter. I do think that it's unconscionable that Israel gets to do an ethnic cleansing campaign on Palestinian children, Palestinian women, Palestinian men, civilians across the board, under the guise that they are actually doing this righteous vengeance campaign against Hamas for October 7.
Particularly on TikTok, about what's going on in the Middle East is woefully false, but it's also incredibly slanted, pro-Hamas, anti-Israel. And it is, not any place where anyone should go to get information about complex matters like what is going on there. So we have to do a much better job in trying to, number one, teach history at all levels. That's why...
Dude, r/atheism guys in the chat are so fucking funny. This is not a holy war, man. Israel was not created under, Israel is not a very religious country, okay? Israel is a Jewish supremacist ethno-state on the boundaries of Judaism being an ethno-religion, not a religious boundary.
I love SUFs because it's about our history. It's a part of history we didn't all study and learn about. But it's also important that we recognize the propaganda value of social media. People are on social media oftentimes to press an agenda, an ideological, a religious, a financial, a political, a partisan agenda. And so, of course, you don't get the facts. Of course, you don't get any kind of context. And we have to do a better job ourselves, and we certainly have to do a better job with young people in trying to help them understand how to filter and interpret the information they're giving. And I think we also need to do a better job in our classrooms, particularly at the college and university level, not to fall into, easy absolutes. You're either this or you're that. You're for, you're against. Life is too complicated. History certainly is. So I agree that we've got to do something to, stand against a lot of these false narratives. And with respect to my dear friend, Madeleine Albright, she deserves to have anything and everything named for her.
Yes.
She lived the 20th century. She fled first from the Nazis, and then after returning to what was Czechoslovakia with her family, she had to flee the Soviet communists. She exemplifies what freedom means. She demonstrates what a great refuge America has been for people seeking freedom. And heaven forbid, if we don't protect this democracy, this Constitution, our values, our institutions against false narratives, against demagogic wannabe authoritarian leaders, shame on us. But let's not forget people who helped us get to where we are and where I hope we will always be here in this country. And Madeleine Albright was certainly one of those whom I admire greatly.
Bro, it's so funny that they're like literally demanding protests be fucking killed, as Joe has been, while simultaneously fucking saying like, oh man, the other side are the fascist authoritarians. It's like the only difference between you and Donald Trump is that like you're just more pro-gay. You're demanding media literacy while decrying that students have perhaps learned too much in a way that is no different than what the right-wing Republicans claim about CRT. Is so fucking stupid. Fuck this shit. Now let's get to the Democratic Party's stupidity. Once again, in full display. Some notable Hamas offers for a chatter. A secret 30-year Hudna offer via Jordan for a 67 state, January and November 2006. Offer for a 25-year Hudna in return for a 67 state, March 2014. Unlimited Hudna for a 67 state, adding that if Palestinians vote for peace, Hamas would accept it. November 2014. 10-year Hudna for simply easing the blockade and normalizing Gazan life. There's more. And would you guess it, Israel ignored all of them. Shocker, I know. My dad is not transferring the food I ordered into a bowl. He made this. Now let's get to Democrats being stupid again.
Unless Israel can move forward with its military operation in Rafah. 4 current and 1 former U.S. official tell NBC News Netanyahu is demanding Rafah be walled off from the proposal. Negotiations are still underway in Cairo, but yesterday Hamas announced it will not make any more concessions. The terrorist group agreed to a 3-part ceasefire, which includes a 42-day pause in fighting, as well as the phased release of hostages in exchange for many Palestinian prisoners. The main sticking point is in the second phase, which calls for a, quote, sustainable calm, a vague term. Hamas sees that as an end to the war. Israel does not. Meanwhile, President Biden says he will halt the shipment of some weapons to Israel, including 2,000-pound bombs, if the IDF invades Rafah.
Civilians have been killed in Gaza as a consequence of those bombs and other ways in which they go after population centers. And I made it clear that if they go into Rafah, they haven't gone into Rafah yet. If they go into Rafah, I'm not supplying the weapons that have been used historically to deal with Rafah, to deal with the cities.
Yeah, your eyes deceive you, chatters.
We're going to continue to make sure Israel is...
Chatters, your eyes deceive you. You might think that the videos coming from Merkava tanks crushing the I Love Gaza sign in Rafah, or tanks actually overtaking the Rafah border crossing from the Egyptian side, and also all of the information that we have about Israel completely shutting off humanitarian aid into Rafah, where most of the Palestinian refugees that were already internally displaced once to go to Gaza are now internally displaced again. All of that is actually fake. Why is that fake? Well, because Biden knows that he's in a politically precarious position. He has enforced the red line that he's trying to desperately maintain, and Israel is going against it. So what does he do? He just says, yeah, we just actually drew a new red line. My red line was always if the tanks actually go into Rafah City in a population-dense area. And when Israel inevitably does that, he'll be like, oh, well, I guess maybe the red line is a little bit even more different. Don't believe your lying eyes.
Secure in terms of Iron Dome and their ability to respond to attacks like came out of the Middle East recently.
The president's interview with CNN aired just hours after Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin publicly acknowledged the United States did pause a delivery of thousands of bombs last week. Many top Republicans are outraged by that decision. In a rare joint letter, Speaker Mike Johnson and Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell demanded an explanation from the president, saying, quote, security assistance Israel is an urgent priority. The Republican chairs of the House Foreign Affairs and Armed Services Committees also blasted that decision, calling it appalling In the Senate, Lindsey Graham grilled Secretary Austin about the delay in arms during an Appropriations Committee hearing yesterday.
Okay, so Israel's been hit in the last few weeks by Iran, Hezbollah, and Hamas, dedicated to their destruction. And you're telling me you're going to tell them how to fight the war and what they can and can't use when everybody around them wants to kill all the Jews? And you're telling me that if we withhold weapons in this fight...
I don't get it. I thought they said they were fine alone. I thought Israel said they're fine. Wait, they keep saying that they're fine by themselves. We already gave them billions of dollars of weapons, bro. Let's just fucking maybe scale it back a little bit. I don't get it. It's one weapon shipment, too. It's not like we've stopped it all. We suspended one. I, for one, find it to be unconscionable and, dare I say, anti-Semitic that you have this Gentile man claiming that the Jewish state of Israel cannot defend itself on their own. Is so fucked up. Anti-Semitism. That's what it is.
The existential fight for the life of the Jewish state, it won't send the wrong signal? Do you still think it was a good idea, General Austin, to get out of Afghanistan?
I support the president's
decision. Yeah.
By the way, watch the media do the exact same thing they did after Joe Biden actually also pulled out of Afghanistan, which is to bring some of the most ghoulish, bloodthirsty demons in American politics onto programs such as Morning Joe on MSNBC to shit all over Biden for this brief change of attitude that won't be for too long, by the way. They will absolutely continue re-upping Israel's arsenal.
Yeah, I think you do. I think it was a disastrous decision. If we stop weapons necessary to destroy the enemies of the state of Israel at a time of great peril, we will pay a price. This is obscene. It is absurd. Give Israel what they need to fight the war they can't afford to lose. This is Hiroshima and Nagasaki on steroids.
Oh, my God, what a hypocrite. What a hypocrite. What a hypocrite. Republicans sat on their hands for months refusing to give Israel aid. Republicans sat on their hands for months refusing to give Ukraine aid. Republicans sat on their hands.
Yeah, Joe's mad that they weren't bloodthirsty enough, dude. That's awesome. What a take. That's a take right there.
Hands for months, refusing to give Taiwan aid it needed to push back the communist Chinese from invading their island for months. And now Lindsey.
This is just Alec Jones, dude. Motherfucker, why would China invade more China? Like, fuck you mean? Yeah, dude. Taiwan hasn't gotten their new weapon shipments, so the Chinese invasion is imminent any day now.
First of all, try some sunscreen, buddy. Lindsey is talking about Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We saw what? Hey, Lindsey, I don't know if you're on a golf trip when Iran fired thousands of missiles at Israel. Maybe you didn't remember this. Maybe you don't want to remember this. Maybe Donald Trump told you not to remember this. Maybe you've been hanging out with RFK Jr. and maybe a worm like ate out part of your brain so you don't have this memory. Here's the United States of America.
Dude, he's so insane. Joe Scarborough is like, I think Joe Scarborough's officially like, did he get hit with the stroke gun? I feel like he got hit with the John Fetterman stroke gun, dude. What's happening here? He's so unhinged.
Stood up for Israel. It was the United States of America that provided the main defense in stopping those Iranian missiles from coming in. It was the United States of America. It was Joe Biden.
You know, he calls himself conservative, right? Yeah, but he hates Trump. He's like a conservative. He's a conservative Democratic Party loyalist.
The administration that told Iran we would always stand by Israel's side. And we are standing by Israel's side now and forever. But that doesn't mean we send 2,000-pound bombs for Netanyahu to drop on a densely populated area that has over 1 million people there right now and no place to go. That's your definition of an existential threat? They're killing Hamas commanders as we speak without 2,000-pound bombs. They will kill and continue to kill Hamas commanders. Hamas isn't taking Gaza over again, and you know it. So stop lying. Stop lying. I know.
This makes no sense, bro. You are in agreement with Lindsey Graham. Like, the only difference is if Joe Biden was saying, of course, we're going forward with the fucking weapons transfers, he would be on board with it. That's it. It's just because Joe Brandon has stood in opposition now that he's taking this fucking role. That's it. There is virtually no daylight, no disagreement there at all between him and fucking Lindsey Graham. It's so weird. It's like when a contentious chatter comes in here and repeats verbatim what I said, which is my position, but says it in a matter where like they are disagreeing with me. It's basically that kind of same performative bullshit. It's like, sir, excuse me, Joe Biden has stood and will forever stand with Israel. It's like, bro, do you not hear what you are saying? And then you wonder why younger generations don't trust mainstream media. Like, you sound like a fucking animal. You sound insane. You sound exactly like the very same people that you criticized under the Trump administration. You sound like a Fox News broadcaster right now. The only difference is you just hate Lindsey Graham because he's pro-Trump. That's so strange.
Oh, it's hard because Donald Trump wants you to say things like that. Willie, if I'm going, I support Ukraine, and then Donald Trump says, don't support Ukraine, and his hound dog barks, don't support Ukraine, suddenly he goes, I don't support Ukraine no more.
By the way, that's also not true either. Lindsey Graham has been dick riding Ukraine weapon shipments into oblivion. What the fuck do you mean? He's literally gone to Ukraine more than you, Joe. Suck my dick.
We're going to lease them weapons. What? A country is dying because of Russian invaders? And Vladimir Putin says he has his eyes set on Poland and the Baltic states? And Donald tells you, Lindsey, not to support Ukraine and to hold up funding for Israel and to hold up funding for Taiwan? And you're providing lectures to the Secretary of Defense? What a joke. I don't know if you know this, but we have video, right? They create, okay, so they film, like, and I don't know, Willie, maybe they created film in like maybe the 1880s or something. And then that film at some point turned into videotape. I don't know when it was. Everybody was vying.
Okay, this sucks.
Here with reaction is South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. Senator, your reaction to this?
Well, that was well done, Sean. Heartbroken in a way, because I know in Jerusalem tonight they're.
I would rather listen to fucking Sean Hannity and Lindsey Graham burp into the microphone competitively, engaging in competitive burps, than listen to another fucking moment of Joe Scarborough. Joe Scarborough's so grating, so annoying. He's exactly like Bill Maher. He has the tendency to make me want to fucking off myself, dude. When I listen to his annoying, arrogant, entitled, selfish, asinine, supposedly fucking higher than thou attitude, it just makes me want to video game myself.
They're trying to figure out, what do we do? The only reason they're not dancing in Iran is because they don't believe in dancing. If you're Sinwar in the tunnel, this is a good moment for you. What? But what does this mean to America? It changes the game in all the worst ways in the war on terror. Here's what Joe Biden is asking. He's asking the Israelis to turn the war over to him and Lloyd Austin.
That's right. Dancing is illegal in Iran.
To my friends in Israel, don't do that. Fight without the weapons. Do not let Joe Biden and Lloyd Austin run this war. They will do for you what they've done for America. So my fear is that the hostage deal was hard. Now it's impossible. My fear is that Saudi Arabia, that was thinking about recognizing Israel, and I've been working with the Biden administration for a year to bring that deal about, they would have a hard time right now, if this continues, signing up with a defense agreement with Joe Biden and his team. Who in their right mind in Saudi Arabia would turn their national security over to Joe Biden? So this is heartbreaking, it's dangerous, it's pouring gasoline on a fire, and every problem we had in the Mideast just got worse. This is a nightmare for Israel to be abandoned by their best friend in the world, and the only way you're going to change this is at the ballot box in November.
You know, I don't know what this means for Israel. I don't know what it means for every country in the region. I mean, look at what he's already done with Iran. Not only did he turn a blind eye to sanctions and allow
Guys, I'm telling you right now, the absolute worst thing that the Biden administration could do at this very moment is to turn around and be like, just kidding, we are going to give you all the weapons, go ahead. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I worry that that will happen. I don't want to jinx it, but
Iranians to sell oil and get rich, you know, what, $100 billion plus. He was importing oil since March of 21 from Iran. He allowed, he gave a waiver to Iraq to give the mullahs $10 billion. He wanted to give them $6 billion in a ransom exchange. What part
attacks
of
again today.
Iran
We also
being the world's #1 state sponsor of terror is he not understanding? And what part of what happened to Israel on October 7th is he not understanding here?
No, I think he does. I think he doesn't understand, and that's the problem. October the 7th was the largest loss of life of Jewish people since the Holocaust. They're surrounded by Iran, who wants to wipe out the Jewish state. Hamas says we'll do it again and again and again. Their charter is to destroy Israel, not to help the Palestinians. Then you got Hezbollah with 100,000 rockets pointed at Israel from Lebanon. They're surrounded by radical Islamic terrorists that want to destroy the Jewish state, not help the Palestinians. And what is Joe Biden's response? To withhold weapons in a war that Israel cannot afford to lose. What did we do after we were attacked in Pearl Harbor? What did we do to end the war against the Japanese? We dropped 2 nuclear weapons on 2 Japanese cities to make sure our soldiers didn't have to invade Japan, where you could have 1 million lives lost. What is Joe Biden doing? He's making it impossible for allies throughout the world to trust us. He's making it hard on Israel to win.
Well, this would be the equivalent of losing 40,000 Americans a day if you extrapolate and compare.
No mention of the Palestinians, no mention of their humanity, no mention of the ethnic cleansing, no mention of their deaths and the destruction that Israel is engaging in with our weapons. Only a mention of, a mere mention of Israel potentially nuking Gaza or Iran, I guess. We should be nuking Gaza. Give them Jews in Tel Aviv a light show so they can sit there and watch, which might actually end up killing them as well, but also, you know, you got to do what you got to do sometimes. And then drop the second one in Iran.
Compare their population to ours.
Yeah, fuck it, nuke Jordan for fun.
And 8,000 Americans taken off American soil and taken hostage. Let me play your exchange on this very issue you were speaking to with the Secretary of Defense, Secretary Austin.
And you're telling me you're going to tell them how to fight the war and what they can and can't use when everybody around them wants to kill all the Jews? And you're telling me that if we withhold weapons in this fight, the existential fight for the life of the Jewish state, it won't send the wrong signal? Do you still think it was a good idea, General Austin, to get out of Afghanistan?
I support the president's decision.
Yeah, I think you do. I think it was a disastrous decision. If we stop weapons necessary to destroy the enemies of the state of Israel at a time of great peril, we will pay a price. This is obscene. It is absurd. Give Israel what they need to fight the war they can't afford to lose.
If they are ever successful, that was a great exchange, Senator. And then you brought up the issue of, you know, should we use, were we wrong to use atomic weapons to end World War II? What was his answer?
It was a delayed answer. I asked General Brown, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, if you were around in World War II, would you advise dropping the atomic bomb to end the war? He finally said, well, you know, it did end the war. You got to realize that Israel's in a fight for its life. This is not some normal exchange in the Mideast. They want to kill the Jewish state, Iran, Hezbollah, and Hamas. And what did they do? They put command centers under hospitals. They hide weapons in mosques and schools. They use human shields to make it hard for Israel to...
Dude, when we watch both MSNBC and Fox News basically channel the exact same sentiment and the exact same propaganda Perhaps this gives you a better understanding of why your fucking boomer parents and your grandparents are so unimaginably brain broken. The resentment, the anger, the animosity that they feel in their fucking hearts has to come from somewhere. This is the reason. That's it.
Kill the terrorists without killing the Palestinian people. Israel is in a terrible spot because they're fighting a vicious enemy. And Joe Biden today, you picked Michigan over Mideast stability. You picked domestic politics over world stability. What you did tonight, my friend, is that you made every terrorist in the world high as a kite. You put our friends in Israel in a box, and here's what they're going to do. Here's
Michigan isn't Dearborn, isn't Muslims.
what I would do if I was Israel. I'd say, I appreciate all the support in the past. We're going to do what we have to do to destroy Hamas.
The irony is Joe Biden's actions are too little too late for maintaining stability in the Middle East. Right now, there's two different camps. Both of them are equally as bloodthirsty when it comes to like killing Palestinian children. But at least one of those camps is like, yeah, if we let Israel kill so many Palestinian children, like we are going to permanently break this region.
Hamas. We're not going to turn the war over to Lord Austin, who thought it was a good idea to get out of Afghanistan. It'd be like asking Mayorkas, could you help us secure our border? To my friends in Israel, do what you have to do. Destroy these battalions, and don't let Joe Biden give a win to the terrorist.
You know what? They're going to win the war without Joe Biden.
They're going to win the war without Joe Biden.
Yes, yes, they will. And it's sad because if they were ever successful in destroying Israel, as their charter calls for, we're next. I can promise.
They're so fucking stupid, bro. Yeah, dude, Hamas is coming to our doorstep.
What he's doing with respect to Israel is disgraceful. If any Jewish person voted for Joe Biden, they should be ashamed of themselves. He's totally abandoned Israel, and nobody can believe it. I guess he feels good about it because he did it as a political decision. You have to do the right decision, not the political decision. But he did a very bad thing. I just want to let you know.
So there's a very famous story about young Joe Biden, Senator Joe Biden. This is a story.
Biden sides with Satan. Biden sides with Satan.
From the early 80s. Apparently, in June 1982, Joe Biden was on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. The dude's been in the Senate since Cato was in the Senate. And he got into a clash with the Prime Minister of Israel at the time, Menachem Begin. At the time, Israel was going into Lebanon in order to attempt to extirpate terrorism that was coming from southern Lebanon. Again, nothing changes when it comes to the Middle East. And
yeah, I wonder why. Yeah, you're right. Nothing changes when it comes to the Middle East because Israel is doing Israel shit back then, as it's doing Israel shit right now. Whose fault is that, dumbass? Look, notice how he doesn't have to even give an argument as to why. We're not going to watch all 53 minutes of this, okay? That's crazy. I'm just going to go through some of the parts and move on. He doesn't have to actually describe anything about like Israel invading Lebanon or anything like that because it's a given. Lebanon, Muslim, bad. Hezbollah, even though this predates it, doesn't matter. Even though this created Hezbollah, doesn't matter. Lebanon, Muslim, Israel want it, Israel taketh.
Joe Biden was very angry at Menachem Begin. He lectured Menachem Begin over Israeli settlements. And Menachem Begin, who his entire family was effectively murdered in the Holocaust, and then he ended up moving to Israel and becoming an underground fighter against the British in an attempt to establish the state of Israel.
An underground fighter? Huh. What is a substitute for the term that Ben is refusing to use there, you guys think? Yeah, listen, you don't understand. Zionists can never be called terrorists. They are underground fighters. Yeah, tunnel boy. But this time, these are not terror tunnels, okay? Like blowing up King David Hotel and killing not only British officers, but also like a shit ton of civilians there. I think it was, what it was, 61 or 91 people? That was an act of peaceful terrorism. Remember, because he agrees with it.
And then he was out in the political wilderness for a long time, finally became prime minister of Israel. And this is a very famous anecdote. Apparently, he then turned to Joe Biden and he said, don't threaten us with cutting off aid to give up our principles.
That's not the story. The real story is Joe Biden telling Begin that he should kill more children, basically. And being like, that's too much. We don't do that. When they were doing that. That's the story, right? Isn't that the story that he's talking about? I don't think that he was actually criticizing Israel over settlements, because settlements at that point were marginal, unlike the top of the hour ad break, which is significant, which happens at the top of every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. What? Wait, did Israel actually make a terrorist? They killed British officers, the prime minister? That's horrifying. Wait, what? I mean, I don't even necessarily disagree, to be fair, with what the early Zionist terrorists did to the British. That was relatively more reasonable for them to do so, because like they wanted unrestricted immigration into Palestine, and the British, in an effort to stop the Arab revolts, was like, no. I think the stuff that they did after to the Arab civilian population, the Palestinians, is like way grosser and unimaginably cruel. I was just bringing that up because, like, no matter what, in any other circumstance, if like a non-Western actor is like doing an act of terror against, you know, England, Ben would lose his mind. He'd be like, that's terrorism. What the fuck? But yes, most Israeli prime ministers early on were terrorists. Most party leadership early on straight up were in terror cells, Zionist terror cells. Anyway, Ben would call that underground fighting cells. Here's the 3-minute ad break right now, by the way.
Said, I'm not a Jew with trembling knees. And then he continued, quote, I'm a proud Jew with 3,700 years of civilized history. Nobody came to our aid when we were dying in the gas chambers and ovens. Nobody came to our aid when we were striving to create our country. We paid for it. We fought for it. We died for it. We will stand by our principles. We will defend them. And when necessary, we will die for them again, with or without your aid. Now, this story is not about Menachem Begin. This story is about Joe Biden. Joe Biden is a coward. Joe Biden is a terrible, terrible voice when it comes to foreign policy, and he always has been. There's a reason that former Obama Defense Secretary Robert Gates said that Joe Biden had literally never been correct on foreign policy in his entire life.
I don't know why he says nobody came to our aid. Maybe some of the Israelis in the chat can explain that position to me, because like the Red Army did. Fuck it, even the Americans did, but certainly the Red Army did. They were the ones who liberated most of the camps in Eastern Europe. What the fuck's that about? Is it because like it took too long? Is that what it is? And like 6 million Jews were slaughtered in the process?
And that is true. Joe Biden has a unique capacity to screw up when it comes to foreign policy. Joe Biden is weak-kneed. Joe Biden is so weak that he brags about being the only member of the Obama administration to oppose the bin Laden raid. That's how weak Joe Biden is. Well, now Joe Biden is showing his neck to Hamas. And when you talk about unjustifiable acts on every possible level, moral, political, pragmatic, none of it makes any sense. On the moral level, Hamas is a terrorist.
I hope he's going to talk about Israel's actions now, right? Like unjustifiable in every sense of the word.
Group that is currently holding 5 Americans. There are 5 Americans who are being held in terror.
Israel is a terrorist group currently holding approximately 10,000 Palestinians, which include children as well, and women.
Tunnels by Yahya Sinwar and his group of barbaric thugs. Their names. I know that Joe Biden doesn't mention their names very often. He will talk about Brittany Griner until the cows come home. But when it comes to 5 Americans who happen to be Jewish who are being held by Hamas in terror tunnels.
It's so funny for Ben to say this, because the only way to facilitate the release of those Americans is by ceasefire. And the only people currently on the planet that are standing against that is not even the American state. It's just Benjamin Netanyahu's war cabinet. Like tens of thousands of Jews in Israel do not agree with Benny Boy here. Obviously, the entire Western world doesn't agree with Benny Boy here at this point. Literally, he is just alone. And until recently, Joe Biden was on Benny Boy's side, but that was pretty much it. The idea that like there's some magical way of like releasing these hostages and it's just Hamas that's like refusing to give them up is so stupid. Israel and the war cabinet specifically is the only reason why those hostages have not been released and will probably fucking die under Israeli rockets.
Then he won't mention their names. He'll take the occasional photo op with their relatives and pretend that he's going to stand by them. But as we'll learn in a moment, he ain't standing by nobody. Their names are Eden Alexander, who is 19 years old.
By the way, once again, I was right, but too early when I said Israel absolutely, and defenders of Israel absolutely in the Western world especially, is using these hostages as a fucking reason as to why they will enact righteous cruelty upon the entirety of the Palestinian population as simply a talking point. There's no better example in this, because Biden refusing to give 2,000-pound bombs to Israel unironically is better for the betterment of the hostages. Like him being like, dude, we're not giving you bunker busters because you're literally wiping out the entire Gaza Strip, including with the hostages inside of the Gaza Strip. We have to put an end to this somehow, is unironically a decent way to try and stop Israel from killing more hostages. Ben, on the other hand, is claiming that this is done against the hostages' best interests. With respect to the Holocaust, yeah, in general, he's referring to how it took too long to intervene, and also that they refused to take refugees. With respect to the 48 war, aside from Czechoslovakia, there really wasn't much external support as far as I know. In those first years, Israel's diplomatic relations were difficult because the Arab League boycott, which made many countries, Germany, for instance, reluctant to normalize relations. Czechoslovakia is where they got the fucking illegal weapons from, right? That they were able to get all the guns that they could use against the Arab villagers. And was it South Africa as well? But I think it was definitely Czechoslovakia.
Years old, Omer Nutra, who is 22, Hirsch Goldberg Poland, who is 23, Sagi Dekel Chen, who is 35, and Keith Siegel, who is 64. They are currently being held, and Joe Biden does not give two good damns about any of those people. On a moral level, Joe Biden attempting to preserve Hamas in Rafah is sick. On a political level, it is political malpractice. The American people do not like Hamas. The American people do not like this conflict, but they like Hamas even less than they like this conflict. They would like to see Israel finish this. The American people are tired of watching this war go on, wherein Israel is supposed to take it super slow. It never ends. What America likes are wars that are short. America likes wars that are victorious. And those are things Joe Biden has never been involved in. And when it comes to the pragmatic, what Joe Biden is doing right now is the least pragmatic thing I've ever seen a politician do on foreign policy. He has created an entire incentive structure for Hamas to walk away from the table. He has created an incentive structure for Hezbollah to get into a war with Israel. He has created an incentive structure whereby, by the way, if Israel goes in, more civilians will die. So what am I talking about here? Yesterday, in what had been a telegraphed move for the last week or so, Joe Biden went on Aaron Burnett's show on CNN, and he proceeded to announce that the United States would remove offensive weaponry from Israel. Remember, he just signed a bill.
Dude, it's crazy. I'm listening to this, and the only thing I can hear, like I'm listening to this screeching as this man, right? And literally the only thing I can hear is this. Stinky shit take. Arms manufacturers love long wars. Yeah, that is true. It's just like, he's just like, why won't you give Israel all the weapons it needs, even though you have been doing so for months? Why? Give Israel all the guns. I love Israel so much. Give them all the guns.
Biden, $14 billion in aid to Israel. That bill combined $14 billion in aid to Israel with some $60 billion in aid to Ukraine. And the way that Biden got it over the finish line, along with Speaker Johnson in the House, was by combining those elements. Because it turns out that the Republicans are disproportionately anti-Ukraine aid, but pro-Israel aid. And Democrats are disproportionately anti-Israel aid, but pro-Ukraine aid. Joe Biden has decided unilaterally that in violation of the Impoundment Control Act of 1974, he is simply going to hold up the shipments of weaponry.
Every single lethal aid package that has gone into Israel is in direct violation of America's own rules and restrictions that they've set forward that dictate under the Leahy Act that no weapons transfers being made to a foreign nation, a foreign ally, can be used in committing international human rights abuses. You cannot do war crimes with American weapons. Now, of course, all of our allies commit war crimes with our weapons all the time. That's a joke. But the idea that Joe Biden has no legal basis, the idea that Joe Biden has no legal basis whatsoever to restrict weapons transfers to Israel is ridiculous. There is also subsequently an investigation that America put a timeline on their own for Israel to deliver information on what they were doing with the American weapons. We literally told them yesterday was the deadline, by the way, for this, that by yesterday, Israel has to give a full report on how every single weapon has been used to ensure that no war crimes have been committed. We have now delayed the release of this investigation. Part of the reason why I suspect delayed the release of this investigation is because it puts into legal doctrine, or it puts into legally enforceable contracts directly our culpability in Israel's violations of human rights. Just letting you know that there is more to this conversation than what Ben Shapiro is crying about.
To Israel over disagreements with how Israel is prosecuting the war. Now, by the way, he has yet to articulate exactly what Israel could be doing better or how, but none of that matters because we'll get to his real agenda in just a few minutes. We'll get to more on this in a moment. First, once again, the United States won't resupply Israel then and kill terrorists. Today. Trusting Pure Talk with my own phone calls for years. You should do the same. puretalk.com/Shapiro today. Again, that's puretalk.com/Shapiro. So Joe Biden goes on Aaron Burnett, and he proceeds to say that he is going to deny Israel offensive weaponry if Israel goes into the quote-unquote populated areas of
Czechoslovakia sold Israel some aircraft like Spitfires and a fuck ton of Mauser P-18s, MG machine guns, and other shit. Zionist forces used to spray at Palestinian villages in the Nakba. There was a UN embargo at the time, so all this had to be snuck in secretly. Yeah, it was Czechoslovakian guns that were used on the Palestinian villages
of Rafah. Now, understand, Israel has been attempting to move the civilians out of Rafah so that they can go in and kill terrorists in Rafah. And Joe Biden has opposed that too. So the new math is that the United States will undercut our own democratic allies if terrorists do the most terrorist thing, which is hide behind civilians. He is now creating a full-scale incentive structure for terrorists to hide among civilians because now they are safe from any sort of retaliation. The weapons that he wants to deny to Israel are targeted weapons, the kinds of weapons that minimize.
Big dog, the reason why the terrorists are always safe, no matter where they are in the Gaza Strip, is because they're not children. They're not women and they're not children. If you look at the actual numbers, that's what the majority of the fucking deaths are. The overwhelming majority, as a matter of fact, 2/3. So the quote-unquote terrorists, they're fine. They're fine because Israel doesn't have the smoke for actual militants. Israel only has the smoke for babies, for baby murder, which you love, supposedly, it seems. You claim to be anti-abortion, and you claim that abortion is baby genocide, and yet you are in support of the greatest facilitator of baby murder that we have seen. The greatest state-sponsored baby murder. You are demanding that the American government continue giving baby murder weapons to Israel, the #1 baby killer on the planet currently. They are so good at baby killing.
Civilian casualties, which will force Israel to use non-targeted weapons, which means more civilian casualties. He is showing daylight between Israel and the United States sufficient that Hezbollah might think, okay, well, if we open up on the northern front, the United States won't resupply Israel then either. Iran will get more aggressive, not less aggressive. And, of course, Hamas will walk away from the table, which apparently they did this morning. They were supposedly negotiating in Cairo. And then, upon...
The reason why they walked away from the table is because Israel, contrary to what the American envoys offered to the Hamas side, contrary to what the CIA said to Hamas, in an effort to get them to agree to a ceasefire negotiation, Israel is moving against America's wishes. This is part of the reason why Joe Biden is saying that he would stop the weapons transfers anyway. All of which, by the way, makes it way harder to extract hostages. But Ben, as we've established, doesn't give a fuck. If it meant continuing the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, Ben would kill those American Jews himself. Give him a gun, and he would shoot them point blank if it meant complete destruction of the Gaza Strip. I promise you, he does not give a fuck about those hostages. Because if he did, he would be joining in unison the rest of the Jews in Israel that are currently protesting the Netanyahu war cabinet for doing nothing. But because he simply talks about the hostages as a talking point and he hits the say their names bullshit as though he gives a single shred of a fuck, I'm telling you, if given the option where Ben was like, you get to kill as many Palestinian children as possible, But first, you have to shoot through the 5 American Jews that are held hostage by Hamas. He would shoot through them. He wouldn't even think about it. I thought they all supported the flattening of Gaza and Israel. A lot of Israelis do support the flattening of Gaza, except they are also, understandably, very angry at the government because they want a fucking ceasefire so they can actually release the hostages. They're like, bro, you can keep flattening Gaza after you get the fucking hostages out. But in that time frame, the irony is that more people have started also saying, like with Omdim Be'achad, which we showed earlier today, a lot more people have started saying, you know what, actually, we shouldn't keep doing this war, as a matter of fact. Like, their numbers are growing too. So as time continues, the appetite for flattening Gaza is also changing as well. Another dangerous prospect for Benjamin Netanyahu, which is causing him to behave in this incredibly irrational manner right now.
On hearing Joe Biden's words, they simply walked away clean, knowing that Joe Biden is now playing defense for Hamas. Make no mistake, Joe Biden has sided with Hamas in this conflict. There's only one predictable result of this, and that is the maintenance of Hamas as a political power and a military force in Gaza.
Yeah, dude, Joe Biden loves Hamas. President Biden is actually Hamas. Yeah, that's right. I agree. Israel, do you hear that? I heard there are Hamas terror tunnels under the White House. Israel, Israel, hi. Do it. Do what must be done. Israel. Joe Biden is Hamas. Liberate us, Israel.
There are 4 brigades of Hamas, about 8,000 Hamas soldiers who are still in Rafah. Joe Biden is keeping them alive. Joe Biden is ensuring that they will walk out of the tunnels, heads held high at some point, and declare victory. And by the way, release no hostages in the process. Here is Joe Biden, a true moral coward, yesterday on CNN.
I want to ask you about something happening as we sit here and speak, and that, of course, is Israel is striking Rafah. I know that you have paused, Mr. President, shipments of 2,000-pound U.S. bombs to Israel due to concern that they could be used in any offensive on Rafah. Have those bombs, those powerful 2,000-pound bombs, been used to kill civilians in Gaza?
Civilians have been killed in Gaza as a consequence of those bombs and other ways in which they go after population centers. And I made it clear that if they go into Rafah, they haven't gone into Rafah yet. If they go into Rafah, I'm not supplying the weapons that have been used historically to deal with Rafah, to deal with the cities, to deal with that problem.
Okay, so when he says that the bombs have been used to kill civilians in populated areas, or when Israel attacks populated Israel is not attacking populated areas. Israel is actively attempting to move populations from these areas so they can kill terrorists. So Joe Biden
dude, Manifest Destiny. Trail of Terrors was simply the American government moving Indians from one populated area to another. Yes, a lot of them died in the process, but, you know, that's collateral damage. The Americans were simply trying to destroy the terrorists, Native Americans. ICC right now, dude, are you kidding me? In a just world, he would literally be treated like Goebbels, okay? Oh, my God. In a just world, Ben would be declared a genocide heir and would go to jail and possibly shot and killed for his actions and facilitation of genocide. But we do not live in a just world. We don't. Dude, you're so thin. You didn't even tag me. You tagged HasanAbi. I thought it was Marsh holding up Kai, and I couldn't understand where he got the strength from. Just move. Hey, Palestinians, if you don't want to be murdered by American weapons, just move.
He's just lying here. But he's lying, as we'll see, for a political purpose. Also, once again, he is an absolute coward. He is a vile moral coward, Joe Biden. This is true in Afghanistan. And
yeah, the Ottomans were just transferring around Armenians to fight terrorists is unironically the Turkish government's official position on the Armenian genocide. Literally. It's considered forcible population transfer of Armenians from the areas that they used to live in to Syria. Ironic because that's also the official Israeli position as well, alongside the Turkish government's position on the Armenian genocide. I wonder why Israel doesn't recognize the Armenian genocide.
It is true now. Here is Joe Biden.
To deal with that problem. We're going to continue to make sure Israel is secure in terms of Iron Dome and their ability to respond to attacks like came out of the Middle East recently. But it's just wrong. We're not going to supply the weapons and the artillery shells used that have been used.
Artillery shells as well.
Yeah, artillery shells.
So, just to understand what they're doing right now in Rafah, is that not going into Rafah as you define it yet?
They haven't gone into the population centers. What they did is right on the border, and it's causing problems with right now in terms of with Egypt, which I've worked very hard to make sure we have a relationship and help. But I've made it clear to Bibi and the War Cabinet, they're not going to get our support if, in fact, they go in these population centers.
So they're not going to give their support if they go into the population centers, which is why Hamas is hiding in population centers. That is the entire reason they are doing it. So he is now engaging, let's be clear about this, in a war between a genocidal terrorist group that murdered 1,200 Jews.
Yeah. Hamas is the genocidal entity here, not Israel. They murdered 1,200 Jews, okay? None of them were enemy combatants, of course. They were all civilian enemy combatants, every single one of them. 800 of them were civilians, 400 of them were IDF soldiers, but those were IDF soldier civilians, okay? They also beheaded imaginary babies, 40 of them. They also threw imaginary babies in ovens. They also, with military directive from Hamas leadership, engaged in mass rape. He's just hallucinating all these things, okay? While simultaneously, the counter is like, okay, Hamas killed 800 civilians, 400 military. Okay. Atrocities on October 7. Israel has done like 40 October 7 since then. If October 7 is genocidal, you got to find a new word for what Israel's level of genocidal is. What is Israel doing then? It's great. Israel's doing something worse than genocide, if that's the case.
And others, and took 250 hostages, and is currently holding 133 hostages. Most of them surely are corpses by now, but that includes some live.
Yeah, how'd they die? How'd they die? How'd they die? Our weapons that Israel deployed on the Palestinian civilian population, that's how they died. We killed them, asshole.
Hostages. Joe Biden is taking the side of the terrorists. That is what this is. This is an arms embargo against the state of Israel in a war against a terror group. Now you can.
All right, I can't do the rest of this. I can't stand this dumb fuck.
Sean, great to have you with us this afternoon. So, look, if Israel do plan to go into
last conversation is like, do they have enough weapons to launch a Rafah operation? The answer is yes.
Like they will do. Can they do that without US weapons?
Probably the short answer, Kamali, is yes. But it's worth pointing out, although President Biden has made this statement about the weapons, he hasn't.
The thing is, we've already given them enough consistently, so they could.
Stopped.
The problem here is that the message that America is conveying here in terms of saying you have to stop is actually infinitely more significant than like the actual logistics of halting ammunition transfer. The message itself is unique, is one of the first times in American history where we've said, nope, you're not getting these weapons.
Defensive weapons going into Israel, Iron Dome, that sort of system, they'll still be providing those. I think the main reports seem to be around the 2,000-pounders and the 500-pound bombs, about 1,800.
What? Atrocities or Pokemons, bro? Supposed to say slow genocide. Long con for Israel. Remember, start saying slow genocide. Important. What? No, it's just genocide. No, there is a very specific legal designation for a genocide. It doesn't have to be slow or fast. It's still genocide. If Israel was fucking doing faster ethnic cleansing, that wouldn't make it like true ethnic cleansing or true genocide. It's pretty fucking fast too, by the way. I mean, close to 40,000 in a matter of 7 months is pretty fast.
100 2,000-pound bombs were due to arrive. These are pretty significant weapons, twice the size of the weapons we used to carry on the fighter jets before. So they're good for bunker busting, but they cause a huge amount of damage. 500-pound bombs are much more surgical strike. But Israel will always have a stockpile of weapons themselves. America would normally drip feed those in to keep them topped up. And Rafah's a relatively small area, so it's very likely that the Israelis will still have enough weapons regardless. I suspect this is more about the politics. Remember the International Court of Justice? They said Israel needs to do more to protect the civilian population. There's a lot, particularly around Rafah. And of course, if any nation provides weapons to a nation that then contravenes international law, they become culpable. So if Rafah...
You're making money off your racist, trendy stance every day. Hasan, be on that trendy point of view strictly. Yeah, dude, it's hella trendy to be pro-pal, bro. That's why I've been saying it for 10 years, bro. On God, bro. I'm hella trendy, big dog. That's why. I'm so fucking trendy on my anti-genocide shit. My racist, trendy ass saying Israel's an apartheid regime, you know what I mean? So fucking trendy, big dog. You don't even know it, dude. Thank you. Thank you for your brilliant insight, dude. Holy fuck. You're not trendy, but you're trying. Oh, I'm trying to be trendy, but I'm not trendy. But I'm just I'm lending support to trends. So what is it? Am I trendy or am I not trendy? I'm trying to be trendy, but I'm failing to be trendy. So being anti-genocide is trendy. Is that what it is? Dumb fuck. Purely positionless, by the way. No, like, don't be so fucking cowardly. Say what you really mean. Plenty of people call me a fucking terrorist here every day. If you want to say it, you should. Yes, you said it. Said what? You think this shit was trendy 10 fucking years ago? When you were protein in your father's ballsack, I was talking about these fucking issues. I suspect you're like 10 because you are behaving like a 10-year-old. What's happening here? Yeah, I wonder which propagandists get paid. Those supporting Hamas or Israel sleepy, resident sleeper, those supporting Hamas. No, dude, you can't even say fucking Palestinians are human beings without getting shit on and doxxed and called an anti-Semite and having your fucking brand deals revoked. Suck my fucking dick. The fact that they see genocide as an accessory to ego is that chatter telling on themselves. Exactly. The notion that every single person that defends Palestinians, whether after October 7 or even before October 7, is simply doing it because it's a trend is simply projection. You're saying you cannot imagine taking a position about people overseas getting ruthlessly slaughtered, so there must be some other alternative motive. Got hit with an ad while you were chirping back? Yeah, well, don't be a fucking broke boy then. You can avoid seeing the middle of the hour ads by subscribing.
Was to become subjected to an Israeli assault, Americans would feel vulnerable. I think that's why they've made this statement, just to try to mitigate the risk.
Okay. Now, if the IDF do go into Rafah, what can we expect the fighting to be like there?
Well, the headline stuff, obviously, the IDF will be looking for the 4 battalions of Hamas fighters. It's less than 2,000 fighters. Makes it sound like a military organisation. It's not. It's a whole collection of cells because they're not a conventional military force. Militarily, Israelis will overmatch Hamas by over 20-1 on the ground, and they've got tanks and they've got fighter jets. So it's no competition there. The complicating factor is these 1.4 million refugees that are in the area. And, of course, America said you've got to come up with a plan to get rid of them. That plan seems to be twofold, one of which is carrot, one of which is stick. The aid seems to be the carrot. If you look down here, both of the Rafah crossing and the Kerem Shalom crossing have been closed. The Erez crossing to the north has been opened. And if you remember that US pontoon that was being built to try and get huge amounts of aid in there, that looks like it's being complete at the moment to the Eastern Mediterranean. Here's a picture taken in late April. But we also understand that the first ship was left earlier on today from Cyprus. So all of that will start to provide an aid carrot to the north to try and bring people north. And of course, the stick part of it is that if we go to southern Rafah, they've already started the operation there. And although they haven't actually gone into Rafah itself, they've made clear that their intent to do so. The challenge, of course, is that it won't just be about the fighting. The Gaza Metro, remember that underground series of tunnels, they'll create a real problem for the Israeli Defense Forces down to the south. Second factor is Iran will not want to let this fight go unrecognised. They'll almost certainly be incentivising Hezbollah to the north and the Houthis. We've already heard today that there is a series of attacks gone on in the shipping by the Houthis. And, of course, Hamas might blend in with the civilian population just to get away. They won't be able to take the weapons. What happens to the hostages? Not ideal. But regardless, Hamas will probably try and inflict a pretty heavy price on the Israelis for going in as they go in. However, this sort of feels like the final chapter for Hamas, however it plays out. And the challenge then is, what next? We've always said there's no military solution to what's going on there. Once the Netanyahu's finished this latest offensive.
Will there be consequences if Israel killed American troops? Yeah. Just like there were consequences for Israel killing Western aid workers, remember?
We'll have to see out what the day after all this brings. But there has never been a military solution to this region. The problems will remain unless there's a political solution that's brought to bear.
Absolutely right. Okay, sure.
Where'd the trendy chatter go? I think they literally left after I called him a broke boy. Maybe XQC was right in like constantly fucking flexing his watch and shit. It really does shut up the dumbest people on the planet. Yeah, I called him a broke boy and he shut the fuck up. God damn. I was just kidding, dude. Yeah, I should have hit the pokey take. If you're a broke boy, just say so. X wanted to debate you on the student protest. Debate me? On what? Oh, that was days ago. Oh, here's Ann Coulter being a fucking insane racist. Oh, a couple things. One, the UN General Assembly will vote tomorrow on a resolution that may effectively make Palestine a member state of the UN. As you may recall, Biden vetoed a resolution at the UNSC earlier this year that sought to admit Palestine as a member. Based on a draft of the resolution I've reviewed, I do believe that this resolution may become a big deal. It does three important things. It reiterates that a Palestinian state must be created based on 1967 borders. And by that, which is, by the way, the Hamas proposal as well. So before I'm just getting you guys ready to go, UN is Hamas. Repeat after me. UN is Hamas. They're trying to give Hamas exactly what they want. Basically celebrating Hamas for killing all those Jewish people on October 7 by delivering them to this wonderful gift, showing the rest of the world that you can kill Jews and get away with it. These are the arguments. I'm writing them right now. Okay? Gilad Erdan is going to say verbatim these words that I have just said. The United Nations has proven once again that UN is Hamas. Whoa. What? What are you doing? Oh shit, you scared the shit out of me. We already knew UNRWA was Hamas. And now the UN in UNRWA is also standing firmly with Hamas. They are telling the rest of the world and all of the enemies of the Jews worldwide that you can kill as many Jews as you want, and the United Nations will turn around and defend you. The United Nations has given a gift to Hamas, and not just Hamas, but also to Iran and to Hezbollah in Lebanon and to Jew haters all around the world, and ISIS, which is also Hamas, except for when we offer medical aid to ISIS soldiers. Then they are not Hamas. Then they are friends to Israel. And thirdly, it appears to grant Palestine the full rights and privileges of a member, even if the UNSC fails to admit Palestine. This would be an unprecedented decision designed to circumvent Biden's veto at the UNSC. The draft that I have seen points out that this is done on an exceptional basis and without setting a precedent. This language is there in order to alleviate concerns that this could become a new tool that could be used on a regular basis to admit states such as Kosovo or Taiwan. If it passes, it will further show how isolated the U.S. is on this matter. U.S. law requires that the U.S. defunds global institutions that admit Palestine as a member. Remember, U.S.'s commitment to a two-state solution. If Biden chooses to defund the UN as a result, it will only further undermine U.S.'s standing. It is truly inescapable. Biden's support for Israel is coming at a massive cost to the U.S. itself. Oh, we did the Haim Saban shit. Wait, where's the... We covered that. Barron Trump is going to be Donald Trump's youngest son to play a role at the Republican convention, which is fire. Oh, yeah, Itamar Ben-Gvir said that Biden is Hamas. That was cool. Oh, here's Vivek Ramaswamy and Ann Coulter.
And that's why I brought on today somebody who I think has some thoughtful perspectives on the future direction of our country, of our conservative movement, and on this question of nationalism and national identity, somebody who I've been fascinated by for a long time and have interacted with on social media, but for the first time we're having at least a live form conversation in the offline sense of it. It's Ann Coulter. So Ann, thanks for coming on, and I'm looking forward to our conversation today.
Me too. Thanks for having me. That was a fantastic opening monologue. I too am a fan of yours. So I'm going to make a point of disagreeing with you so that it will be fun. You are so bright and articulate, and I guess I can call you articulate since you're not an American black. Can't say that about them. That's derogatory. And that was a great opening segment. Lots of things.
Truly a horrific person. Like, subtle racism? You think that was subtle? Bro, she basically took the long way of saying the N-word. It would have been more efficient if she just said the N-word with a hard R. Let's run it back.
And articulate, and I guess I can call you of yours. I'm going to make a point of disagreeing with you so that it will be fun. You are so bright and articulate, and I guess I can call you articulate since you're not an American black. Can't say that about them. That's derogatory. And that was a great opening segment. Lots of things to talk about there. Oh, and I agreed with many, many things you said during, in fact, probably more than most other candidates when you were running for president. But I still would not have voted for you because you're an Indian. We'll get back to that.
She definitely didn't pass the Nobody test, first of all. Ann Coulter has publicly dated black men. Ann Coulter also publicly dated an Indian man, Dinesh D'Souza. So did Kellyanne Conway, by the way. They were both in college together at, I believe it was Cornell. Yes, that's right. Ann Coulter dated Dinesh D'Souza. Or Dartmouth, not Cornell, sorry. I think it was Dartmouth. Was it Dartmouth? Anyway, now you might be thinking, damn, son, Ann Coulter, the Hitler particles are through the fucking roofs. Through the roof here. What the hell's going on? Or you might even say, damn, son. Remember when HasanAbi Parker smoked you on Fox's local access? Local Fox News channel in Los Angeles? He smoked you so hard and he called you an old bitch so hard that you couldn't even look at him in the face? To which I would say, yes, I did do that. The old heads remember. But last but not least, one thing I wouldn't say is what this fucking asshole said about this racist ass take that she had. Here's what he had to say.
That's why I brought on.
Ann Coulter told me flat out to my face that she couldn't vote for me because you're an Indian, even though she agreed with me more than most other candidates. I disagree with her, but respect she has the guts to speak her mind. It was a riveting hour. The Truth Podcast is back. Yep, here it is.
And what a great panel we have this week.
Finally fulfill his #1 campaign promise, but to keep going through this every 2 months for the rest of our lives, and he's not going to be president forever. This is why we need a wall. Until then, I mean, sending troops to the border, which he says he's going to do, it sounds tough, but it isn't doing anything. The military, they're all just, handing out here's how you sign up for welfare. They're not stopping them there. That's why we want a wall.
So, Hasan, is building a wall the solution?
No, absolutely not. Also, what difference does it make whether we build a wall or not? These are legal asylum seekers coming in the caravan. It's not like these people are coming to cross the border or jump over the Mexican border. I feel like if they were trying to sneak into the country, they'd probably be doing a better job and not come in such high numbers coming in after escaping violence in their countries. And then on top of that, this notion that Anne is snuck in, they have welfare checks waiting for them at the border is also preposterous. It's proven over and over again that immigrants contribute far more than they take to the U.S. economy. And I think there was 1,436 economists from all different backgrounds that wrote an open letter to Donald Trump advising him that immigration is a net benefit. It's virtually every single economist agrees on this.
And?
Well, none of these are asylum cases, or they'd stop in the first country they get to. The idea of asylum is something like there's a Holocaust, there's a potato famine. No, this is how these people always live, which is why
Holocaust.
All of different countries want to come to, the biggest welfare state in the world. That is the United States, and get welfare checks. And you got economists to sign a letter. Dumping poor people on America is not making us better. They are far more likely to be receiving welfare, and that's just your average illegal immigrant, and immigrant are way higher to be accepting government assistance than American.
How would they accept government assistance?
Applicants don't have to wait at all. They instantly get given food, housing, everything, but they aren't asylum cases. These aren't people fleeing one corrupt, I'm trying to kill you. Otherwise, they'd get to Mexico and say, phew, home free, I'm in Mexico. No, they want to come to the biggest welfare state in the world.
I mean, the American welfare state might be big in totality as far as our population goes, but it's definitely not as encompassing as plenty of other European nations. But that's besides the point. You mentioned welfare. Can you describe to me specifically how undocumented citizens take advantage of our robust welfare state?
They can't walk to Sweden. They can walk to this country.
No, but you're not answering my question.
They can also walk to Mexico, and they're not stopping there.
Okay, but you're not answering my question.
Well, you
if they're
say
coming to the US
asylees are entitled to everything citizens are.
Oh, so now they're asylum seekers because previously you were using the perspective that they aren't asylum seekers.
No, I am saying they do not qualify. They should not qualify, but they are classified as asylees, as you say, and that's the whole panoply. In fact, they get more than citizens. They have housing built for them.
Undocumented citizens as a whole, because you have such strong opinions on this, and look, you've been doing this for longer than I've been alive, so I would love to hear your perspective on exactly how undocumented citizens take advantage of our supposedly robust welfare state.
We know they're massively collecting food stamps, health care. It is 100%
Absolutely
true.
not true. The only thing you can say is maybe they're using health care. Yeah,
okay,
the health care, as far as emergency rooms, approximately is 0.09% of the entire health care budget.
Schools, English as a second language classes. All these schools across America. Oh, sorry, there's going to be no Christmas pageant this year. We had 16 English as a second language classes.
Are you making the assumption that Latin American countries are somehow not Christian and therefore don't want Christmas?
What does this have to do with Christmas?
Well,
you're not following the argument.
We're going to have to leave it there, but we will have more debate, and we're going to play this song. Why can't we be friends? Because that's.
You brought up Christmas, dumbass. Anyway, she's used to the men in her life saying yes, ma'am, and waiting in the corner. Yeah, she literally did not look at me once. Nice old woman burn. I knew I had to get to her somehow. Young Azan was super hot. Current Azan has fallen down for sure. I think I look better than I did back then. This is 2018 when I did this. Did you talk to her afterwards? Fuck no. A lot of these people, Ann Coulter wasn't one of them, but a lot of these people like will try to hang out with you after a debate, and I'm just like, I'm always confused because I'm like, bro, I hate you. Like, I think Emma of A Majority Report had talked about this as well with like Tim Pool. Famously, like she went in to the Tim Pool compound to duke it out and actually did a phenomenal job. And then they tried to have her eat like sushi with the boys and skate or whatever the fuck. And she was like, no, the fuck, gross. And like, I don't get it. I think a lot of like liberal commentators and like the Vushas of the world and the Destinies of the world, like they just do it for show. So for them, they're like, yeah, we do the duking out in the marketplace of ideas, and then we have sushi together. And it's like, no, dog, I hate you. Fuck you mean? Like, I absolutely despise everything you stand for. Why the fuck would I spend any moment with you? Did Larry Elder do that to you? No. I don't understand why, like, because like Charlie Kirk back in the day used to DM me to like go get drinks with him and the boys. Like, straight up. And I was like, what? Like, no. Yeah. During Politicon, when I debated Charlie Kirk, like he asked to go out and get drinks with me and like I think it was like Michael Cernovich too, and I was just like, dude, I would rather fucking kill myself than do that. He's zesty for that. Thank you. Exactly. And it's because like, and I think it literally is because like they just don't think about it as like anything real. You had to have chilled with Jesse Lee Peterson? Fuck no. Does Fox 11 Alex still try to get you on? Yeah, I just don't do it. Like, my first introduction, I mean, not my first introduction, but like what solidified my anger and hatred for the entirety of the media was when I attended the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Not the actual dinner, but I was in D.C. for that weekend because TYT was throwing an event. And I went to all the events, right? I went to all of the events. I hated it, but I went anyway. And I saw how the room would light up. Every single one of your favorite liberal journalists and correspondents would get so excited to see like Scaramucci or any number of different people, any number of these like different people that they literally yell at on a regular basis. That's why many people with knowledge call DC just ugly Hollywood. They literally have no principles. It is just as fake as Hollywood. They'll fucking shit on Sean Spicer and then suck his dick behind closed doors when no one is watching. It's just uglier Hollywood. You think being ideologically obsessed and not getting along with people with different beliefs is that way? I mean, it's just like, I don't even think it's like ideological obsession. I just think it's honesty. You know what I mean? This is one of the many things we agree on. I hated the backslapping culture that mainstream devs love. Yeah. The Dems like, and Republicans love eating each other alive. They love eating each other alive, not realizing, like, the people that are watching don't fucking realize that behind closed doors, they're literally so stoked to see one another. They're so stoked to serve you a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, which unites everybody, really, unless you're subscribed, in which case you won't see the ad breaks, so you think that it's like fake and not real, right? Because at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. For them, it's just sport. Why the fuck would anyone want to hang out with some racist, homophobic nerds? That's honestly bizarre. Yeah. Okay, but you could smoke a right-wing commentator at like basketball or bowling or some shit. I don't give a fuck. I don't want to be around them. That's the thing. Like, I don't want to be around them. I despise them. I think they're abhorrent monsters. I can be around a right-wing Republican with awful beliefs, but when we're talking about a commentator, it's like, dude, your job literally relies on you trying to convert people into your horrifying worldview. You know? I just don't get that at all. These people are mostly intellectual nihilists who have found a niche that gets them paid and earns them clout. Yeah. Like, I can be around and talk to someone who does not see the world in the same way that I do, right? That's fine. Especially for like civilians, normies, people that are Republican even, but they're just like regular people. I can have a conversation with them. I can have disagreements with them. But when someone is like a professional in the field getting paid money to specifically promote awful shit and awful and spread an awful view of the world, I'm not trying to fuck with that. I'm not trying to be around you. You're fucking gross. You're a monstrous piece of shit. You will not catch me eating chicken and waffles with a fucking Nazi. Exactly. Ridiculous. You will not catch me trying to fuck someone who literally joined white supremacist groups like Identity Europa, okay, and purposely tried to redirect immigrant ships going into Europe by throwing up fucking, not flash grenades, what is it called? The gun. What the fuck was it? I'm forgetting the name now. Flares. Yeah, shooting flare guns at fucking migrant boats. Like the same guy who ate chicken and waffles also did that. He hung out with the girl who did that. You also won't catch me, regardless of like what they're, even if they hate my fucking enemies, you're not gonna see me on fucking stream being butt buddies with a fucking open pedophile, domestic abusing Nazi like Sam Hyde. Also, the third thing that I just mentioned is also what Destiny did. Why? Because he wanted to kill me, I guess, for a very funny meme. So he loved aligning with him back then too. You only do that shit if you are directly just a mercenary, purely spite driven, will take up any issue no matter how fucking unimaginably gross it is. That's why I don't need to know that Octoberelli, for example, defended Drake texting 14-year-olds. I already know that. I don't have to see it. I already know he did. You know what I mean? Anyway.
Go about the word leverage, that you don't love that word, but President Biden's announcement about the arms shipment, I think, would be seen by most people as the most assertive move toward trying to rein Israel in. With approximately 35,000 people.
In fairness, you kind of did this when you hung out with Christian Walker, but I know you thought he was convertible when you invited him over. I don't think you expected him to be so hateful. Yeah, and I literally immediately started fucking ripping into him when he started being hateful. I had no idea how fucking annoying and hateful his opinions were. Also, Christian Walker now is like woke and fucking liberal, I think. I don't even know. I haven't followed up on what he's been up to, but he literally like went on a conquest against the goddamn Republican Party after that, so.
People dead, approximately 80% of the population of Gaza displaced, and the UN saying there's a fully blown famine in the north. What do you say to critics who say that such a move should have come earlier?
So I spoke to this earlier and said that our policy responds to the facts on the ground. We
made clear at the outset of this conflict, we wanted to see Israel defeat Hamas. We wanted to see Israel dismantle Hamas and prevent its ability to launch the terrorist attacks of October 7th again. They've largely succeeded in that goal. As I said, Hamas could not launch attacks again today. We also respond to the increasing civilian death toll, and while we've seen the daily count come down because of steps that Israel's taken that we have urged, it hasn't come down enough. And so when you look at all of those things in total, that leads us to believe that an operation going forward would have enormous impact on civilian harm. And I do just want to say, again, every time I get this question about the number of civilians that died in this conflict, it gets posed to me as a question about the government of Israel. And remember, it is Hamas that hides behind civilians. It's Hamas that has built tunnels under hospitals and schools.
Yeah, always. All right. I mean, yeah, 40,000 killed because Hamas. It's always Hamas, Hamas.
Schools and mosques, and at times hides in those facilities and puts civilians at harm's way. So I get there are very fair questions about how Israel has conducted this war, and I stand here and answer them, and the Israeli government answers them too. But it is also true that a lot of the harm to civilians is because of the way Hamas decided to embed itself in the civilian population in the first.
Realistically, how long can they keep up this doofus stumbling around these questions? I mean, it doesn't matter. Speaking of which, by the way, here it is. I'm Palestinian man. I'm not even allowed a statistical death, subhuman by Western standards, never counted as innocent. I'm but a militant. My whole life I've had to argue my humanity, that my people are worthy of my life, that my people are worthy of life. I'm lucky that there are people like you join in fighting for justice, but it turns out we're being trendy to insist my people's right to dignity, freedom, to live in the land of their ancestors. Damn, dude. You came in hot for that guy who we already killed like hours ago. Are AIPAC and BlackRock affiliated? What are you saying? AIPAC and BlackRock? Meanwhile, Israeli settler mobs under the supervision of the Israeli government are sabotaging roads leading to Gaza to block and prevent humanitarian aid convoys from reaching the Strip.
אזרחים, אלופים, אזרחים באמת, באמת, באמת אלופים, הגיעו לפה בבוקר, ב7 בבוקר, לקחו את כל הסלעים וחסמו את הכביש. דקה אחת אני יוצא, חברים. למה? כי בסרטון השני אתם תראו בדיוק מה קרה. בסרטון השני אתם תבינו בדיוק מה קרה, אני יוצא. מאות משאיות מירדן.
The commentary is insane, he's praising them.
עולות פה לכיוון עזה, סחורה שמגיעה מאיחוד האמירויות, לא יודעים מה הביאו להם, אבל ככה נראה הכביש. לכו לסרטון הבא שלי, תראו את כל המשאיות. טוב שהאזרחים זוכים. מדינת ישראל.
Oh, I forgot to mention this. Breaking. White House spokesman John Kirby, the president will continue to provide Israel with the military capabilities it needs, but he does not want certain types of American weapons to be used in specific operations and in a specific area. Also, the other thing that happened, here is Philippe Lazzarini, Commissioner General of UNRWA. This took place this evening. Israeli residents set fire twice to the perimeter of the UNRWA headquarters in occupied East Jerusalem. This took place while UNRWA and other UN agency staff were on the compound. While there were no casualties among our staff, the fire caused extensive damage to the outdoor areas. Did I miss you shouting out the relief fund? No, I haven't yet. I didn't realize that they've already started it. Yeah, we're going to do I've been working with a bunch of these wonderful content creators, specifically on YouTube for the most part, to create another Tiltify funding round for a Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. What all have you covered today? Mostly Rafah, U.S.-Israel relations, things of that nature. Yeah, with the current state of Gaza is in, we are looking to urgently raise $1 million to address humanitarian needs and immediate relief, including providing essential medical treatment, supplies, food, water, food, clean water, and other necessities for families affected by the genocide. It's not 100,000, it's 1 million. This says 1 million. I told him not to do 100,000. I told him to raise it further. I'll do something. The argument D gives to claim Israel is committing genocide is that Israel's intention is not to kill civilians, but he always fails to mention that the state-supported settlement expansions that literally kill and displace Palestinians simply for being Palestinian absolutely is genocide. I mean, beyond that, they do intend to kill civilians. It is ridiculous to make the assertion that they have not openly stated and communicated their desire to kill civilians. They have. The fundraiser has already started, I guess. I didn't realize, but I'll do something for it tomorrow. how would you counter the argument that Hamas hides among civilians? As far as Israel's offensive campaign in Gaza goes, it is illegal for Israel to offensively engage in the Gaza siege that it has across the board. Israel has a right to defend itself, as does every state, but this right does not extend to a territory that it is a belligerent occupier to. So Israel is actually illegally occupying Gaza and illegally invading Gaza. Okay, that's number one. Number two, Hamas, on the other hand, and Palestinian resistant groups, on the other hand, are engaging in acts that are protected by international law, international humanitarian law. The idea that Hamas is hiding amongst human shields in civilian population is ridiculous. Hamas and every other militant group that is resisting against Israel's belligerent, violent actions are actually doing not only the morally righteous thing, okay, not just Hamas. Anyone who rises up in arms against Israel is the Israeli occupying forces bombing Gaza is currently doing something that is internationally protected. It's called a spontaneous militia, okay? And that is the reason why they do not even have to wear like traditional military garb. They are a stateless population, okay? And they are not holding Palestinian civilians hostage at gunpoint, okay? They are not, fun fact, Divorcelli has a segment on stream affectionately referred to as by his community as Rape Review, where D tries to poke holes in the account of a sexual assault victim for some reason. Nice. Enough mentions of Divorcelli and his freak-like community. We're good. Please stop. I don't want to know. Beyond that, what I was trying to state was that all matter of Palestinian resistance against the Israeli occupation is legally permissible, obviously with exceptions. Like you can't fucking fire rockets from a hospital, which as far as I know, Israel has never really shown any proof for the record. They make that claim, but it's not true. However, there are very strict, very clearly set boundaries for being able to attack civic centers and specifically hospitals, for example. And Israel has never shown conclusive evidence as to why they have sieged every single hospital. They've never actually shown significant evidence as to why they are attacking hospitals. They just simply claim Hamas is in the hospitals, and that's it. Last but not least, as far as the civilian human shield argument, when a school shooter takes over a school, let's say, okay, do you blow up the entire school and then go and take it one step further and blow up the entire block that the school is on, killing not only the children inside of the school, but also the motherfucking families of said children? If your answer is yes, then you might be Israel. There is no world in which you say Hamas is using human shields, so we have to shoot through the human shields. That does not happen, okay? It is simply a really shitty argument that Israel has presented that only works if there is no scrutiny. This argument falls apart with like a little bit of scrutiny, okay? Can I steal that? Yes, of course. That's why I say things on this broadcast, so that you can repeat them. Not only do they provide zero evidence for their fucking unimaginable cruelty, but even if they did have the fucking evidence for it, they still would not be allowed to attack hospitals, for example. So it's additionally worse that they don't even have the evidence. But even if like Hamas militants were running into a hospital, you still can't blow up the hospital. A hospital, as it stands, is protected in times of war as long as the majority of the hospital facilities are being used for healthcare reasons. There's never been a moment where a hospital has not been used for healthcare reasons inside of Gaza. There are unimaginably high standards to clear, high bars to clear, okay, in order to justify attacking a hospital. Israel has never shown proof, even close to the amount of proof necessary to justify attacking a hospital. And the only reason why it hasn't stopped attacking all the hospitals is specifically because we never really talk about it. The last time we talked about Israel attacking a hospital was when Israel threw artillery at a hospital, Al Ahli, And then the hospital compound explosion happened in the courtyard, to which we still do not have answers for who was actually responsible for it. We talked about it for weeks and weeks, while Israel said we would never attack a hospital. We would never attack a hospital. And then they subsequently went and sieged every fucking hospital. Every single hospital in the Gaza Strip. Every single one. Notice how in that time frame, though, there were so many chirpers that used to come in here and be like, JDAMs, lol. Oh my God, Israel attacking a hospital. Am I right? You're such a cruel monster, right? We're such cruel monsters for claiming Israel did it. They all ate the Israeli propaganda, never to return. Yeah. Talked about the hospital bombing. You were smeared and called a terrorist apologist. Yep. So quickly they moved on, never to return, never to talk about that. Interesting enough. Yeah, and then their Dov Duvan unit literally showed up dressed as Palestinian doctors and nurses. Even one of them was selling peanuts at the front gate. Their elite unit dressed up as doctors to lay siege in a West Bank hospital to kill one of the patients there in bed and another dude that was visiting the patient. Yeah, they dressed up as doctors. It's just a war crime galore, okay? What?
What could warning be?
I mean, that's going to vary from situation to situation, but...
I'm saying in this specific situation.
I mean, in this specific situation, I mean, has Israel, like, full-on bombed a hospital? I don't think they have... Which, what...
Al-Shifa.
Oh, that's the one from, like, 3 months ago, right?
Yeah.
Let me make a note of that. Besides Al-Shifa, have they bombed any hospitals?
What would add women and children? 2/3
well,
at this point.
Well, I don't. No, those numbers. Well, children is a misnomer because it depends on what we mean by children. Are we talking about
Under
17?
18?
Yeah, I don't think that's a valid use of the word children for this particular region.
Why?
Because 15, 16, 17-year-olds can be part of the military and can fight.
Right. Which becomes...
When we say children, we're invoking the idea of like 4, 5, and 6-year-olds being killed. I think these are...
No, I'm evoking the idea of people who are not legal adults. You know, if there were a high school shooting here in the United States, we would certainly say that children were killed. But I think sometimes, sadly, when we talk about the Middle East and the continent of Africa, we often adultify young people, and even in our framing of statistics, we say, well, you're of enemy combatant age at say 14, and most of the people.
That's why I wasn't surprised and knew that he 100% was defending Drake.
Killed our women.
Yeah, Destiny's 100% right in this clip. What a Chad.
Okay, I'm just trying to get my bearings here. Okay. Oh, so it looks like there are a whole bunch of military operations still happening in northern Gaza, because that's up here, right? And then...
What?
Southern Gaza is here?
I had never seen this one before.
Oh, look, southern Gaza is not even getting bombed, guys. Okay.
There's got to be bait. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way he's actually being serious. No, he's joking. There's no fucking way he's being serious on that one. He's not that stupid, dude. Come on. I'm sure that he did that specifically to... The videos are both troll clips. You got double trolled. Yeah. I'm willing to bet that he did that specifically. I'm willing to bet that he did that specifically for all of the other times where he unironically didn't know where Gaza was. And at that time, that shit was going viral. So anytime anyone came into his community to be like, oh, you're so stupid... He could show you the full clip to be like, see, you got trolled, dumbass. Except in the other instances where he genuinely didn't know who Erdogan was and thought he was the fucking president of Israel. 100%. It's just a way, yeah. It's just a way for him to try to be like, no. In all of those other instances, I just didn't know personally. They were also trolls. What is this? I'm working on editing the video for it, but Hasan was right. I've been told by a lot of comments on TikTok they started watching Hasan solely based off thirst arcs from me, Wendy, May, and others. It really does bring people over, and that's most of the reason why I do it. Yep, it's true. Anyway, I love that he says president of Israel too. Like, bro, the presidency is a powerless position in Israel. Excuse me. That's the most significant labor position in the country right now. How dare you? Okay. Mr. What is his name? Isaac Herzog or whatever. He's a very important person for Israeli politics. How dare you desecrate the was once phenomenally powerful, real existing socialism creating Labor Party in Israel. Herzog is actually Likud. I thought, no, Herzog is Labor, isn't he? I thought he's Likud. He used to be Labor. My bad. His dad was president too. See, I did not know this. He's Likud, but he used to be Labor. No, not Werner. Isaac Herzog, the president of Israel, who many people don't even know Israel has a president. D moment, yeah, dude. Sorry that I fucking knew that he wasn't. He was in labor. The only time Herzog has ever been relevant since October 7 is when he came out with that with the documents, the terror documents, to be like, this is why Lamau, he said, in labor. Isaac Herzog also famously has said miscegenation should be discouraged. Labor Party chatters. Herzog isn't in Likud. He's still Labor. Well, there you go. It was actually a close election in 2015 where he competed against Bibi under the Zionist camp party with Tzipi Livni. Although he was affiliated with the Labor Party, he received support from several right-wing members of the Knesset, and he was elected June by widest margin in Israel's history, despite the largely ceremonial nature of Israel's presidency. But yeah, once again, remember, this motherfucker is supposed to be like, I mean, he's not woke by any means. He's super right-wing, obviously, as is everyone in Israeli politics. But he literally came out with a strong position against miscegenation between Jews and non-Jews. Okay? Dude, the Israeli politics is so insane, dude. It's just like, explain Israeli politics to an uninitiated American and they will look at you like you're being anti-Semitic. Like and I've said this since motherfucking October 7. This is perhaps one of the greatest shields for Israel, is that their actions are so insane that sometimes even I, who have paid close attention to Israel's actions for many years, will hear something that Israel's doing and go, come on, bro, you fucking made that up. That's anti-Semitic. That's like an anti-Semitic bullshit thing that you're just saying. And then only to be corrected that it is actually real. It is pretty crazy. Explain to a normal person anywhere in the Western world that there's like a standing policy in Israel that you cannot level up into Israeli citizenship if you are not Jewish. You can only level down from your existing Israeli citizenship as an Israeli Jew, and they'll go, that's bullshit. I mean, I literally talked to an Israeli teenager and he didn't even fucking know. He's like, nah, no, that's not real. It's like, no, it fucking is real. It literally is real. It's as real as the apartheid. Sorry, Chad is right. He's not Likud. I keep confusing the guy with a different dude since he's so fucking forgettable. But no, he's not really Labor, who are very anti-government right now under the current leadership. Labor Labor is non-existent, as you also pointed out. So it doesn't matter. That's why I was joking about him being the most powerful Labor politician, who is ironically the president of Israel, and a testament to Labor's lack of power in general, that you didn't even know he was fucking Labor, the president of the country. That's how powerless and insignificant the president is. Anyway. Oh, by the way, this meme is so dead.
It's always been about love and hate. Now let me say I'm the biggest hater. I hate the way that you walk, the way that you talk. I hate the way that you dress. I hate the way that you sneak this. If I catch flight, it's gonna be direct. It's always been about love and hate. Now let
The Joe Biden campaign, this is Donald Trump using Kendrick Lamar's Euphoria.
me say I'm the biggest hater.
I hate the way that you walk over women's rights.
The way that you walk, the way that you
I hate the way that you talk about immigrants. I love the policies that you have in dealing with immigrants because I am the one who is advocating for said policies, but I hate the way you talk about them. I also think immigrants are a scourge that must be dealt with through physical means, but like, I won't say it like the way you do. You call them rapists. I call them a national security risk.
You talk. I hate the way that you dress. I
hate the way that you dress. This is the best he's ever looked.
The way that you sneak this. If I catch flight, it's gonna be direct.
Anyway, we covered Vivek Ramaswamy being like, props for being racist to my face. You got to show this Taylor Kendrick to Cutie? No. There's a really funny TikTok, Sag.
Okay, whoever shot at Drake's house took it too far. Okay, that's my goat, first of all, and there's kids in there.
Introducing 30-minute videos on TikTok? Yeah, I've heard the same joke a million times over. Come on, man. TikTok basically is just like taking jokes on Twitter and then just like putting like a handsome 19-year-old with a broccoli cut. Like, it's just, TikTok is literally just taking jokes from Twitter and having a handsome 20-year-old, 19-year-old repeat those same jokes while also wearing a shit ton of jewelry and a broccoli cut, sometimes a mustache. Play a video game? No. So you're old, show the breakdown. The comparison between all of the hours I spent writing and meticulously researching topics for the breakdown to a simple fucking TikTok that is just directly reading someone else's joke is insane. There's a reason why you can go back to 2016, 2017, 2018 and look at the fucking breakdown videos that I made and go, damn, that shit was awesome. It's still important. Thoughts on the TikTok block list? I have no idea what it is. Let's look at another one of these dumbass fucking shows that's like another Family Guy stand-in, but this time made by the Daily Wire.
Yes! Headshot! Dad, my teammates can see your junk. You're welcome, ladies. First day of school means the bet is on. First one of us to get inside.
You suck, Mr. Butt Chump!
Ah, still got it. Rule number 1, no phones in the wood shop. Fish it out after class.
I found some really great school uniform options to avoid misgendering.
Ooh, what about their allergies? Maybe those theys could be lactose intolerant.
No, we can't say intolerance. We have a zero tolerance policy for mentioning intolerance.
When I was a kid, men were men. Now everyone's wrapped up in feelings.
Real men stuff feelings down with red meat, cigarettes, and violence.
My name is Mr. Wolf. I solve problems.
You know what it takes? Balls. Eyeballs.
He's gonna say that. We're too young.
Well, actually, I was gonna say you're too fat. Keep my wife's name out of your damn mouth. You and the geriatric Girl Scouts will be passed out in an hour.
Pass Mommy the wine. The bottle.
Don't make this a prison hug.
Richard Bircham.
Bircham?
Bircham.
Mr. Bircham. Hey, Bircham.
Bircham.
Bircham.
Bircham!
Watch Mr. Bircham, an all-new animated series from Daily Wire Plus.
Candace Owens was removed from the show. Look at the credits. Oh, that's awesome. Was Candace Owens originally on the credits? Fucking cancel culture, man. This is just Brinkleberry, just not funny. What a lineup. What a fucking lineup, dude. Like, the thing is, I don't know who the fuck is like, oh, Sage Steele replaces Candace Owens in the Daily Wire and Adam Carolla's adult animated series, Mr. Bircham. Like, is the target market for this kind of like lame ass Family Guy copy, Family Guy adjacent Netflix show that there's like a million of that you've never even fucking heard of, by the way, and also on Hulu too? Is the audience for it all like washed up, deadbeat alcoholic dads or something? Like, is that what it is? They just realize that like dads want this kind of cartoon too for themselves? Because there are like better examples of this, F is for Family being one of them. I just don't think that personally this is going to hit. Like, I don't think that people are going to watch this and be like, damn, this shit's fire. This is such a massive market. There is such a ginormous market for this kind of thing. Or not a market, rather, but the market is oversaturated with this kind of show. Like, this is not going to be funny enough and also edgy enough for it to be good. These people are in the reply saying the same thing. Dude was trying to get the show on air since 2007. Yeah, this level of desperation will inevitably yield negative consequences for the Daily Wire. They're so desperately trying to enter the media field when you need like literally unlimited money faucets to be able to maintain a media company. It took down the NRA. The NRA virtually had unlimited money. And then they tried to do NRA TV. Many people credit the Manhattan District Attorney for the downfall of the NRA. But the major reason why the NRA blew apart and lost a big chunk of its support is straight up because of NRA TV. It literally fell apart. They dumped metric tons of money. They dumped a shit ton of money into NRA TV, and it was a failed media project. It's very hard to do media, okay? Meanwhile, look at this fucking thing. This shit looks awesome. I don't know what the fuck this is, but it's a new upcoming fighting game. Die by the Blade is a 1v1 but weapon-based fighter where you win with a single strike. You can also dodge and parry. Kind of reminds me of Bushido Blade. Your weapon defines your movement and playstyle. Die by the Blade releases May 16th on Steam. That's sick. Now play a video game. You guys need to shut the fuck up. Cutie hates Kaya.
Okay, Kaya is really well trained, and she's a really good she's a really good dog. She's a really good dog. She's a really good friend. She's really cute. However, she does drool on me a lot.
What the fuck? Yo, this is the worst thing she's ever said. That is unacceptable, dude. That's crazy. How fucking dare she, dude? She doesn't drool that much. She only drools when she's hungry. That's crazy.
I don't know. She comes over to me on Fear and she puts her head on me and she drools all over me. I love her, but I don't want her, you know? Like my cousin. I love.
Not even in the I love them category? Bro, it's kind of crazy because she's literally been like, oh, how big is Kaya's pussy or whatever. And then Coots isn't super happy about getting spayed today. That's so funny. This is Cutie's tier, by the way.
Certified lover boys, certified pedophiles. Wop, wop, wop, wop, wop. That fuck 'em up. Wop, wop, wop, wop, wop. I'ma do my stuff. Why you
Wait, I don't get it. 22, 17, 23, officially 18, 20. How old is he there? 17. Are they saying Taylor Swift is a pedophile? I'm fucking clicking away from this, dude. Oh my God, I'm not even touching that. You guys are crazy. Okay, I'm not. Listen. Y'all are invested in violence, and I will not be your warrior in this battle. I didn't even see anything. I didn't respond to that. I didn't react to that. I might hang out with Matt Healy when I'm in New York. You know about the Kennedy story? Don't pretend, dude. What's the Kennedy story? I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I don't want to know.
Love her.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I don't even want to know what it is. I don't want to know. Please, please, please, please, please. I'm sorry.
Guys, on the Lulus. She's too.
Bro, I'm not going to lie. I can't fucking withstand white women, dude. No. Like, the Barbs already came after me, and they weren't even. Bro, the Barbs, when they came after me, were like at their weakest. Well, not at their weakest. Now they're at their weakest, but like they were already on the tail end. The Swifties are the most powerful they've been. You might not want to hang out with Matt Healy. TikTok will eat you alive. Why? What the fuck did Matt Healy do? Okay, I won't hang out with him. I am going to go on the Adam Friedland show, though.
Too big for me. Bloop.
I'm going to pee.
Thank you for the gifted subs. This is catastrophic. Guys, okay, I love her. Okay, she can be a stinker.
Yippee.
No, she's not a stinker. Listen, she's great. It's not her, it's me. It's not her, it's me. She would accidentally sit on one of my cats and they would die. Her crime is loving you too much. Yes, it is. Yeah, she went up my skirt last week. None of you are talking about that. I've never gone up her skirt. I'm just saying. I love her so much, but it's just not meant to be. The timing's not right, you know? Thank you for the sub. Bloop. Wow.
Don't let your beef with Hasan not paying you back cloud your judgment.
I don't have beef with Hasan, okay? He's clouded me back. He's paid me back in raids all the time. She just isn't for me. I don't have a doggy door that fits her. Hasan's house is 12 times the size of mine. Kaya can't fit in my house. I don't know what to tell you guys. Okay, now we have Myung, whose dog is Nobby. Nobby, friend of the show. Let's watch some Nobby clips.
You got any skips for us, Kuno? Peek my stream.
Okay, yeah, let me peek the stream.
Nabby, sit.
Okay, at this current part you're on, there's no skips yet.
Nabby.
Also, I just got 5 ads.
Just
on
give me a second. Give me a second. Nabby.
You're not sub?
Is really good
No, I
at
use
sitting.
incognito
Hold on.
mode.
Nabby.
So she didn't even change it. She actually kept it at the lowest rank. She actually kept it at the lowest fucking rank. What did she put Nobby at? I know she loves Nobby. She loves Nobby so much. Where'd she put Nobby? I would adopt? Bro, you know what's funny? Cutie Cinderella over there is doing slander. Meanwhile, my child, my baby, over here, not a fucking care in the world, okay? eating her chew stick, eating her bully chew, okay? Moisturized, skin glistening, fur looking absolutely immaculate, sitting in the sunlight. My baby! Doesn't even care. Unbothered. She's not drooling. She's eating a fucking bully stick. That's why she's got like full of slime and goo. Shut the fuck up. Dude, you guys are such haters of mine that you are literally hating on the most important part of this broadcast right now. I'm actually never going to show you Kaya again. I've decided you don't deserve it. You did this. Do you like that? Huh? Would you rather have this be the actual angle of the fucking... Yeah. Is that what you want? You want to get punished? You'll get punished. Kaya is better than me. Okay? No way. No, now we can only see two assholes. Shut up. I cannot believe you guys had this. You guys were saying she's got goo. Collective punishment is a war crime. Sometimes it's deserved. This isn't even collective punishment. I'm giving you guys what you wanted, which is that you don't want to see Kaya. I'm actually offended. For over the course of the past couple of years, you guys have actually said a lot of horrible shit to me. Okay? And your words can't hurt me. They can't get me down. Okay? But if there's one thing I will not stand for, it's fucking Kaya slander. Yeah, look at that. She doesn't want to be on camera. She just wants to drink water. Taking away Kaya is my 9/11. Yeah, well, we must return to pre-1947 Kaya cam. Fuck this bullshit. I'm voting for Trump now. Okay, well, it is what it is. Place. Oh my gosh, she fucking totaled the entire the bully stick. Kaya love song I made for you that you never watched. What the fuck? This is my why I left the left. She housed the entire thing and now she's looking for more. She's like, damn, I got a yearning for more bully sticks. Oh my God, look at her. She's literally within, she's now standing in the corner. She knows. Oh my God, she literally knows that where the camera is. She always is trying to find her light. You see that? That's crazy. What are you doing? Huh? I don't know. Kaya, okay, go. Did Chris respond? Has he stopped? He's still on a call? What the you can take her outside. They slandered you more and whine about it?
Yeah, but maybe they wouldn't be dangerous if they just got some belly rubs.
Dude, isn't it Hasan that says that? He's like, I think I could vibe with a bear. Isn't that his thing?
Yeah, he was like, if I got approached by a bear, he's at Lake Tahoe. Hasan goes out there. He's going on a hike by himself. He ain't got no friends. He's a lonely ass bitch, and he's gone his hike in Lake Tahoe, and a bear comes out, and it's like, he thinks he can just be like, bro.
I had this conversation with him, and I mean, you would not be surprised. I think it's pretty stupid. Pretty dumb. Well, he dies 100%.
He can't even vibe with his own chat. Like, he thinks he can vibe with a bear? Like,
yeah, he cannot take a bear.
Excuse me, what the fuck is going on?
Anyway, that's the most exciting part of my week.
But maybe he could.
Yeah, my chat is impossible to contain, whereas a bear would be perfectly valid and chill. What is happening right now? What the fuck? And your defense chat is more rabid than a bear? It's true. Is it slandering Hasan day to day? To be honest, it's slandering Hasan day every day, chat. It really is. It's a hot commodity. It's a hot market. People are always talking big shit. Kaya is currently outside living her best life. I've been meaning to watch this.
Do you think just being in a fat body and being in the public space encourages obesity? Yes.
What the fuck? I've been meaning to watch this entire day. But here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing. I've been meaning to watch this entire day. But it also happens to be one of the last days that my buddy Chris is here. So I don't know if I have time to watch it. And I'm waiting for him to literally respond to me on whether or not we're going to go play ball. And I just cannot. He has not responded to me. He took on another fucking phone call. No, there will be no Disco Elysium today. Chris! Murat! He can't? Hold on. If there is no ball with him, fuck. If there is no ball, scam is in the title. Man, shut up. I know it's in the title. Both Chris is a HasanAbi verse original. He's such a normie. I miss when he would say hi. Yeah, I heard that one of the Jubilee contestants
Hey friends,
posted
you may have
about
noticed that I was on Jubilee's most recent episode of The Middle Ground, Fit Men versus Fat Men. A lot of clips are starting to come out. You might have seen it on YouTube or any of the other social medias. I just want to say and address why I won't be sharing any clips from that at all. When I was invited on the show and they said we want you to be on Jacked versus Fat, that was the original title. I remember my first question was, I was unaware the two sides had any problems with one another. But I was excited to have a thoughtful and meaningful conversation where two sides can learn from one another and share in empathy and respect and learn and grow and disagree civilly. However, I was completely unaware that a certain individual had been invited to be a part of this episode. And the main reason I will not be sharing any clips from this show is because I do not wish to name or further platform such a truly horrible individual. The cast was unaware of who else was in the cast until the moment we had filmed, and I know myself and several...
Yeah, bro, they couldn't find another fit guy to represent the fit. The individual that he's talking about is fucking Fresh and Fit's very own Myron, the Fed. Let's watch.
Shame is what led me to an eating disorder.
Whose fault
when
is that,
what
though?
we're looking for is
Whose fault is that?
stability.
That's your fault.
It's
See, the
an
problem is that you're a
amalgamation.
professional victim.
Would you agree, like, looking at his physique, like, he's at a perfectly, I would say, maybe healthy...
No.
You think?
He's definitely overweight, definitely obese.
My name's John. I host the Radical Empathy podcast. I used to direct episodes of Middle Ground, but I'll now be moderating today's discussion between jacked men and fat men. Our first prompt is, I have felt disgusted looking at a fat body. Can our agreeers please step forward?
Yeah, I agree with that. My own.
Forward.
It's called hating oneself, which these fucking assholes are not going to do a good
Whoever
job
feels
on.
compelled to start us off.
Well, this video is going to set Jim Bro's back. It's Jover. No, dude, you can be a fucking wonderful Jim Bro who is also open-minded and kind, or you can be this fucking loser right here who I guess got a hairline replacement surgery as well as doing steroids.
Oh, it's unacceptable to be fat.
Okay.
That's a great...
Like, look at him. Immediately, he's like, it's unacceptable to be fat. We get it, bro. You're trying to be fucking edgy. Ooh, so edgy. Ooh, he's so edgy. He's so edgy, dude. His disses are like a 14-year-old's. I'm actually shocked that this fucking dipshit is also on board. I thought this guy was at least a little bit more sensible. Fucking Gilbert Godfrey on fucking Anavar over here. I thought that he was a little bit more sensible. Myron isn't even jacked. No, I mean, he's in good shape. Like, come on. It doesn't fucking matter, though, because he's still a 2 because of his fucking lack of brain processing capabilities.
Start. I mean, I know why you say that.
Bro, you have said the same? Wait, what? What have I said?
But it's one of those things where, do you know why you're saying that?
Yes, because I've been fat before and I lost the weight.
Well, me too. I've been fat my whole life. I've been way skinnier than I am now, and I've been way heavier than I am now. Was I less valuable at one point in that?
Why don't you like Greg? I don't have an opinion on Greg beyond the fact that he's a funny meme, but the fact that he's over here fucking laughing at this dumb fuck, Myron, actually is like kind of shitty.
There.
Well, I mean, you can make an argument that you're less valuable when you're fatter because you drain resources, but that's a whole other conversation. But yeah, I mean, in general, being fat is unacceptable because you control every single morsel of food that goes into your mouth.
Okay.
It shows a lack of discipline, it shows a lack of character, it shows a lack of temperance, and when you're fat, it's an outward manifestation of your inadequacies.
When I see somebody who's 500 or 600 pounds, all I can think of is, why do they care so little about their health that they can do this, allow themselves to gain?
The funniest thing is, like, Greg Douchey literally spends most of his fucking time shitting on people who look like him that do an unimaginable amount of steroids and then fucking die at like 27. Okay? The idea that you can be a fucking gearhead and simultaneously shit on people who are super fat is so funny. It's like, bro, at least they got there by eating delicious treats. You got to this fucking peak physical form and you're still gonna die before the fat guy dies. And he got to eat the treats. Fuck you mean? I don't understand it. Why can't you be fucking normal? Be normal. It's very frustrating. And I say this as a man who struggled with weight his entire fucking life, okay? I By the way, fuck you mean, just like Gunna used to be very overweight. I was obese. I was 320 pounds. I was sad and I was miserable. Then I lost all of that weight, cut so much, got all the way down to 220, had a six-pack, only person in my family who was able to do that without medical intervention, and only person in my family who subsequently kept the weight off. Then I gained it all back during COVID. I lost all my muscle mass, I atrophied, and I replaced it with fat. And I did it over the course of 2 years. And I was unimaginably depressed in the process. And since August 2021, where I said, oh my God, I got to fucking change this. What have I done to myself? I'm so depressed. I've been working out nonstop. I've been injured in the process many, many times over. I'm finally back to 240 pounds. I feel amazing. Okay. And it's great. And it was a incredibly difficult process, which is why I always have so much respect for those who have gone through that, because I know how fucking difficult that shit is. Okay? But having said that, being fat my whole life, being obese my whole life, coming from a family of obese people, I know that fat shaming does not help. It just doesn't. And there's enough empirical evidence to show that it doesn't. It actually has the exact opposite. Gives people eating disorders, makes people way fatter. Okay? As I've said time and time again, you think fat people don't know they're fat? Of course they know they're fat, dumbass. They literally carry that everywhere, okay? It's a double entendre. Fat people know that they're fat from the moment that they wake up, okay? From the moment that they get out of bed. They're very well aware of it. You don't have to constantly fucking repeat it to them. You know? Oh, man. There's never been a moment where someone goes, oh, fuck, dude. What? You're telling me I'm fucking fat? Shit. What? How did that happen? Dude, I had no fucking clue. I was over here thinking I'm skinny, not being able to fit into a fucking size 42 pant, dude. Thank you. I thought as a skinny guy, I was unable to fucking dress at the normal shops where people sell the fucking clothes that everyone else dresses up at, you know? Ridiculous. There's a difference between knowing something and realizing something. What kind of child are you? It does help. I lost 30 kilograms because someone called me fat. You're wrong. I mean, I don't know if you're still fat or were fat, but I can tell you conclusively that you are literally fucking brain dead. No, someone told me I was fat, so then I realized it. It's like, well, you're a dumbass, okay? Dumb fuck. Incorrect. I love that I told you that there's empirical evidence to show that fat shaming actually doesn't help, but actually hurts and makes people more depressed, and many people are literally fucking emotional eaters, myself included, as a matter of fact. And this guy's like, nah, dog. Someone told me I was fat and I lost 30 kilograms. I put a cap on that, okay? Cap. No fucking shot. You lost 60, 70 fucking pounds after one person told you were fat. So stupid. Anyway, let's continue.
Gain that much weight, knowing it's taken 20, 30, 40 years off their life. I just can't imagine not wanting to live that badly.
I understand that. No, it's I've definitely felt disgusted looking at my own body and looking at other fat bodies in my life.
Yep.
A lot of the disgust I felt looking at people was me feeling disgusted with myself.
So everyone who's motivated by their haters are not real according to you. You obviously didn't play sports. Bitch, I'm motivated by my haters. There's a difference between someone fat shaming you versus you being motivated by your fucking haters.
And then projecting that feeling onto other people. And I don't think anyone on either side will disagree that health is important. I know that my own mental health was way worse when I was spending every fixate of my life trying to get smaller, and health is important. I know that my own mental health was way worse when I was spending every fixate of my life trying to get smaller and trying to be thinner.
I don't think there's anyone that can look at somebody 500, 600, 700 pounds and not think, wow, what have they done? And not be disgusted. Like, how can you not? I just can't understand.
You can't
nobody
assume that everyone
that.
has the same opinion, though, because unfortunately, some people have emotional stuff that happened.
They're just going to ignore the facts. No, the fact is that you think that that's a good enough fucking debate for the top of the hour ad break, especially because 9 minutes have passed by and I still haven't fucking served you that top of the hour ad break. But the fact is that the 3-minute ad break is coming right now, regardless of what you think is going to be a valuable debate or not in this circumstance. Is stupid, okay? I will give you the 3-minute ad break by expertly parrying what you had to say. Bro, the fresh guy on Fit and Fresh is fat. That's true. There's also that too, but whatever. There are so many people in this community who have been motivated to work out and lose a shit ton of weight and become, in their eyes, because it's different for everyone, the best version of themselves. Okay? I didn't do that because I fat shame people. I did that because I am on my own personal fitness journey, and I want to inspire people to do their own, to have their own version of that. Whichever way is the whatever they want to do. Maybe they want to lose weight, maybe they want to gain weight. Okay? That is how you do it. Fat shaming, on the other hand, is demonstrably a failure as far as like making people lose weight. Dumb as fuck. Anyway, shit pisses me off so much. Anyway, the 3-minute ad break is here though.
Dramatic stuff that's happened, so you can't discount and just say,
Boo-hoo,
because
man.
they're fat.
Boo-hoo, man. Like, there's way worse stuff going out in the world versus
Absolutely.
people saying, oh my God, I'm sad, I'm gonna eat some ice cream. It's like, no, dude, it's like, you're fat, you made that decision, you live in the best country ever. If you live in a civilized, first world country where you have electricity, internet power, etc., you deserve to be bullied. It's ridiculous to me that we have all these fat people running around, meanwhile people
You
are being
deserve to
bombed
be
and
bullied. There you go. That's it. He sees someone being fat as like a moral failure. He's just a bully, dude. A sad, insecure bully with perhaps the worst hairline replacement I've ever seen in my entire life. My dude's shit is fucked up, bro. Oh my Lord. Oh my fucking Lord, dude. What happened? What the fuck happened, bro? Maybe we should have bullied your barber. Maybe we should have bullied whoever the fuck gave you that goddamn hairline. Oh my Lord, dude. No, that was not done by my people. Okay, the Turks will not stand for this slander. There ain't no fucking way we touch that shit. Look at that, bro. God damn. Looking like a motherfucking Lego, dude. Motherfucker's got the Lego hair. Shit looks like Keemstar's beard, bro. What the fuck? Oh my God. Oh.
You deserve to be bullied. It's ridiculous to me that we have all these fat people running around, meanwhile people are being bombed in Gaza. It's ridiculous. We are so privileged.
Yeah, dude. You're fat while people are being blown up in Gaza. What the fuck does that have to do with anything, dumbass? What does that mean? This is not a good argument. Why are these people so stupid? Oh my God, their stupidity actually offends me. Holy shit.
Privileged here in the United States and in the West in general. When I see a fat person, I'm like, wow, you got the gift of life. You got the gift of being in a developed country, and you're a fat POS talking about body positivity.
Yeah, it's so weird, by the way. It's so weird because it's like America, one of the richest nations on the fucking planet. I mean, the richest nation on the planet, and yet also has the highest obesity rate per capita out of all the other OECD developed nations. Perhaps that has something to do with more than just a moral failing, as you put it, dumb fuck. But of course, you're too stupid. You're too stupid to understand anything. That's why you brought up Gaza out of nowhere.
On TikTok? What the hell is going on
But now you're
here?
segmenting though, because not everyone thinks like that.
No, we need to bring shaming back.
Okay.
We need to bring shaming back in so many other regards besides obesity. We need to do it with sluts. We need to shame fat people. We need to shame everybody when they fuck up. Because shame has been one of the strongest defenses against degeneracy and human fuck ups.
Bro, if you had any shame, you would not have gotten this hair restoration. Okay, you would have figured something else out. You would have either buzzed it up. Or you would have gone to a better fucking hair doctor. You can't be talking about shame. Your entire life is literally speaking to mentally stunted 14-year-olds about how women are sluts because of your own personal insecurities. Fuck you mean shame. You have none of it. You fucking bozo. You have no shame. If there was shame, if you had a fucking ounce of shame in your body, you would have literally video gamed yourself, okay? A long ass time ago. You would have done the honorable thing and demanded that fat on the podcast second you, okay? Like Toronaga-sama. You would have sat there in a fucking kimono and demanded your fat co-host second you. But you got no shame. And neither does he. Let's continue. You're too stupid to have shame, but that's besides the point.
I had a personal experience you wanted to share. You said you used to be overweight. Now you're not.
Oh, yeah. So I did an experiment back in like 2015 where I like bulked for like almost 2 years. And I got up to like 250 pounds. And then I dieted down. It took me about 7 months. I systematically did it, controlled my calories, tracked my macros, tracked my protein, carbs, fats, and systematically lost 1 to 2 pounds per week.
So you chose to gain up to 250.
Yeah,
you were
so
naturally
I've been in all
beforehand.
spectrums. Like I'm naturally skinny.
Yeah.
And then I was like, all right, I'm gonna get fat as an experiment.
Yeah.
Did it, and then I was like, all right, now I'm gonna lose the weight. And then all I did was just track my calories, ate the same food every single day.
Yeah.
Went to the gym 4 or 5 times a week, and everything was controlled, and it got done. Was it monotonous? Of course. Was it boring? Of course.
I agree with you there. I am naturally this way. This is with working out 4 or 5 times a week.
That's not true.
It's 100% true, bro.
Nah, bro.
No,
Come to the gym with me.
Bro said that's not true. Dude, bro thinks, he said he's naturally skinny. You have to understand that there are people who are naturally overweight, right? Like, that's insane. Now we're just arguing against, like, science, okay? Yes, there are people who can naturally remain skinny. They can work against it, as he has. And there are people who are naturally very big who can work against that as well if they choose to do so. I myself am in the second category, okay? If I don't do shit, I'm going to blow the fuck up. I can gain weight by drinking water. I'm exaggerating, but it's ridiculous to act like that's not the case, that every single person is just like automatically out of the womb naturally fucking skinny. That's not how it works.
It's not natural at all, because at the end of the day, if you don't lose weight, by definition, you're not in a calorie deficit. If you're not in a calorie deficit, then you're going to either maintain or gain weight. And that's the problem, is that people don't track their calories.
And that's true. But people burn at their resting metabolic rate a different set of calories.
Doesn't matter.
That's true. He's absolutely right. What do you mean it doesn't matter? What do you mean it doesn't matter? Of course it fucking matters. What are you saying? Some people's resting metabolic rate is abysmally fucking shitty in comparison to yours. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? How hard the task is entirely determined on the individual, their lifestyle choices, their environment, and more importantly than all of that, their genetic predisposition. The idea that, like, oh, it just doesn't matter, I did it, shut the fuck up, is just, you're denying an entire field of science for no particular reason. And the problem is, a lot of guys are just as fucking stupid. They don't do the goddamn reading. They're not intellectually curious about this stuff. So they just be like, yeah, he's right, actually. I'm also a skinny guy naturally, so I don't really understand. It's dumb as fuck.
Let's not get too granular right now. Rogany, it's going to be one of those episodes, right? Let's bring in the disagreeers and hear from them.
Okay, so the reason I disagreed, especially when I heard the statement, I don't think I'll ever look at somebody based on their situation and think that I'm disgusted. Like, if I see...
I need my fucking hunks, dude. I need, like, the fucking classic roid head juice monkey that's like a good dude. Okay, please tell me this guy is that guy. Because honestly, there are so many guys like that. There are so many Jeff Nippards out there, you know what I mean? Even Mike Israetel, I feel like, is probably an infinitely nicer person. Like, it sucks. I wouldn't, dude, Bradley Martin, okay? You may have your disagreements with him. I certainly do. But, like, I would say Brad is also, like, much more understanding of the journey that many people have gone through, especially on, like, weight loss or even weight gain. Bradley was also a very skinny guy in his, when he was younger. I've talked to him extensively about body dysmorphia on my podcast before. The thing is, ultimately, yeah, Bradley, Natty, the Natty legend, okay? The thing is, it's all about your mindset. Some people are genuinely insecure, and then they become gym rats, and they can't shake their insecurities, and they become like giant pieces of shit who are just hateful monsters for no reason. Other people are some of the fucking kindest individuals you've ever met, especially when it comes to this issue, because they understand that every single person is on their own journey. I hate this shit. He is literally the worst version of the guy.
See somebody that's a drug addict on the street that's homeless, I'm not disgusted by that. If I see somebody that's incredibly overweight, I'm not disgusted by that. Do I think that there's an opportunity for growth? Do I think they've been put in a disadvantageous position that's probably makes it harder for them? Absolutely. I think I'm kind of an empath, so when I see somebody, I know that there's things underlying, and one of my best friends is 400 plus pounds. I've helped him lose 150, 200 pounds. He's gained it back. And I don't look at him and say, I'm disgusted, but I know how bad he wants it. And just seeing how hard he tries and then reverts, it's almost more tough for me than to be like, oh, that's disgusting, you know? And I think there's plenty of people that look at me and say, that's disgusting. I never want to look like that. So like, I know.
Don't listen to them, King. You're fucking beautiful. I respect the things you've done, pushing the boundaries of medical innovation to look like a Ninja Turtle. I'm not even being sarcastic. I really do. But it's also about attitude. Okay? It's also about attitude. I got all the smoke for the fucking Greg Douchey over here. Okay? Fat people disgust me. And then like every other week, he's like, the Trent twins are dying because they're doing a cocktail of drugs. Yeah, okay. So they're unhealthy too. Greg's a classic douchebag. Yeah, I know.
Know what it feels like on the other side to like look the way I do and get people look at me like, ugh, that's gross to like have that muscle. And to go back to that point, like you came from a fit place and like deciding to bulk, like that's a conscientious decision to gain weight. Like you already have those habit routines and skills in order to stay in shape. And then you use those same skills you had to pull back on the calories and knowledge you had.
The reason why I use that example is that you can get fat and lose the weight if you know what you're doing and you have the knowledge and everything else like that. It's just about consistency over time. So it's like, I look at it like...
let me cut you off because here's one thing that you just said.
Yeah.
You had the tools. So there's people that don't have the tools that you've passed judgment on, and you have failed to realize that with the tools, people are very much capable of achieving amazing.
Tevin is fucking swagged out, by the way. Like monstrous levels of swag. Just gonna point that out, irrelevant to the conversation, but goddamn.
Amazing things. But
okay, let's talk about
No, hold on, I'm not done.
Why you cut me off
I'm
before,
not done.
remember?
And I stood over there and I listened to you and I was like, it's a ton of bullshit too.
Oh, sure.
But we're gonna address this, right?
Yeah.
You are passing judgment on people who lack the tools to do what it is that they need to do to get themselves to a certain point of health. There are multitudes of factors that weighs into what goes on with somebody's body. There are people that, even if they work out, losing the weight does not come as simple as just going to the gym, cutting calories, watching everything that you eat. There are some people that have
motherfuckers tweaking, dude. Jesus.
A disposition. I have a disposition. But does that mean that I'm not active? Does that mean that I'm not doing certain things? No, it doesn't. But you're passing judgment on somebody's body that you know nothing about. Now, on the flip side, what if I turned around and I did the same thing to you? You're talking about how fit and stuff that you are, but you're over there and you're smallest compared to these other guys.
Yeah. So fucking get his ass. Oh my God. He said you're the smallest compared to these other guys. He's right. Get his ass. He's bitch made. He's frail. He's a frail boy. He's tiny. He's frail.
How does that feel if someone comes? No, because you said shame, right?
That's a little.
You said shame, right?
Yeah.
So how does that feel if someone comes up and they start shaming you for size? Like, come on, it goes both ways.
We're just in the first prompt. We got to be careful about targeting each other to.
Oh, now we can't be targeting each other. This motherfucker on the left literally said, fat pieces of shit are disgusting to me. And also, I hate sluts. And you didn't have that smoke. But when my King Tevin comes in correct, okay, all of a sudden, now, white boy has to step in and be like, listen now. All right, come on, dude. Why is this moderator saving Myron so much? I mean, why is he there? He's a cloutless fucking monstrous piece of shit. Literal anti-Semite. Like, why the fuck is this dude there? What, they didn't have a single other fucking podcast host that's like shredded that could have done this? Really? Like, y'all did not have to put him on this, okay? Because Jubilee wanted clicks, except he doesn't really bring the clicks. He's controversial, sure, but it's not like he's the reason why this video popped off. You put Jeff Nippert in there, that video gets way more clicks, okay?
Directly.
No, I mean, I'm not offended. It's fine. He's emotional.
Would you have done it? I don't really have a lot of time to do stuff like this, but I probably would have done this. This is a cool little segment. Like,
It
And that's
goes in
fine.
every direction.
He's obviously very triggered.
Oh,
but
I'm
yeah,
not
so let's talk
triggered.
about, let's hit the first part, tools. What are the tools? The tools are simply knowledge, which you can get for free on the internet. If you have the ability and the discipline to go out there and get the knowledge, then you're going to lose weight. It's just that simple. It's just that people want to always make excuses for why, oh, my feelings, oh, I don't know what, you don't know what people are going through, blah, blah, blah. No, you can watch your calories, you can go to the gym, you have time to do it. People just like to make excuses.
I don't think anyone's debating that weight loss is impossible here. I think the question is, why do you hate fat people, that you feel the disgust towards it?
Well, like I said before, it's a culmination of a bunch of bad decisions. I'm not going to go ahead and give the same level of respect to someone who's a fat ass to someone that has worked really hard and diligently on their physique, because your body's outward manifestations
There's more
of your decisions,
factors to a
your
human
consistency
being than their body.
Well, you could judge a lot just off of someone's physique. You'd be like, okay, well, this guy is lazy. And that's personified through their physique. It's the truth.
Abe, I thought you...
That's ridiculous, bro. That is ridiculous. The idea that, like, just because someone is fat, that must mean they're lazy is insane, okay? Like, you know how many fucking fat people exist in America that work, like, 3 goddamn jobs? The fuck do you mean lazy? Half the time, people don't have time to take to themselves. Not every single person has a fucking shitty-ass podcast that they get to shoot like once a week, where they bring on girls from sugar baby websites and fucking berate them for an hour, as like every rabid incel Nazi is giving $25 donations to you to be like, yeah, fuck that slut, you're right, you're my king. Not everybody has that opportunity and the free time that comes along with that, okay? Half the time, people are fucking overweight because they don't have time to themselves, okay? Except for Fed and Fat's co-host, who also is like kind of overweight himself. So I don't know how the fuck he's not fat shaming. I guess fat shaming isn't working. It's kind of the opposite of how you automatically give respect to jack dudes, even though they're chuds. No, the reason why I give respect to jack dudes and I don't disrespect fat dudes, okay? But the reason why I give respect to jack dudes is because I know how hard that shit is. So obviously, especially if a dude is like this level, like these two fucking douches. Well, not this guy. This guy is kind of a king, but Greg Douche. And the other one is because I know how hard that shit is to maintain. Okay? That doesn't come easy, especially at Greg's old age. Oh my God. That shit's not easy at all. It's very hard to get to that level. So I do have a lot of respect for people that are able to reach that physique. But that doesn't mean I'm going to shit on fat people. He's got nothing better to do.
So you wanted to say something.
Just to take it back to the prompt, I think we just kind of went all over the place there.
Yeah. We're still focusing on the word disgust.
Just the word disgust. I mean, I would never look at someone and show disgust towards them. I mean, I think I would respect, like you said. I mean, you don't respect everyone, like you said, but I think...
Respect is earned.
I mean, it is earned, but I mean, I think at a humane level, we can learn to appreciate each other's differences.
Yeah, I don't know if like disgust would be the right word, right?
I know.
Greg mentioned some health implications with being overweight or obese.
Yeah.
I think being concerned might be a better.
That's the word I was going to go
better
for.
word.
Like I can show concern for someone for the way that they are, but I would never look at someone and say like, you're disgusting.
But is it any
Like-
different than if you see somebody who's extremely anorexic, they're 50 pounds, you look at
What
them
is
and
this,
you're in
bro?
shock.
What is
Oh my
this?
God, like something happens in your body you can't control. You can't stop that.
There
Like
could
how
be a-
can
there
you
could be a
not?
shock
It's not, I don't
factor, but
hate them.
that's different
It's just
from-
wow, oh my God, it's like it's disgusting. Like holy goodness
But
gracious.
why
That's a
would
shock
you
factor,
use
though.
the
That's
word
not-
disgusting,
that's not
right?
disgusting.
So you just mentioned the polar opposite of what we are, right? But why would you look at them and be disgusted versus concerned? That is a very specific word, and it has very specific connotations behind it. And when it's used, it's somewhat weaponized as well.
I don't think we can help how we feel. I don't think I can choose like, oh, I just am not. It would be sitting here and lying. I'm not going to sit here and lie. I'm always going to be honest with people. I'm disgusted. This is just how I feel.
The thing is, when you see a fat person, the reason why it's disgusting and the reason why there's so much pushback on this whole body positivity and people make fun of Lizzo, rightfully so, by the way, is because it's unattractive, it's unhealthy. Until we had this woke era, they used to put like models and attractive people on the cover of magazines that were in shape. Why? So that people can aspire to look like that. And it's healthy and it looks better in general. You look good, feel good. But when you're fat, it says a lot about you. People aren't going to sit there and be like, let me see if he's a good person. No, they're just going to assume that you're lazy, which you are, by the way, when you're fat, and you don't have discipline, which you are, by the way. So they're just going to assume off of what they see. That's the world they live in.
I love how you stated a shit ton of assumptions. You didn't state not one fact. You just stated assumptions.
I want to move.
King, he's right. It's just like the thing I can't stand is the insecurity that comes from people like him, right? People like Andrew Tate, for example, that are so deep down inside, so unimaginably insecure that they have basically created a persona of themselves that they aspire to be. Like, it is, all of that is just pure projection. It comes from fragility. It comes from insecurity. It's just a defense mechanism for them. And a lot of people are insecure. And instead of seeking a healthy option, instead of trying to overcome said insecurities that basically come from internal conflict, from life experiences and whatnot, instead of trying to identify and address some of those insecurities, instead of like living alone with themselves inside of their own minds, they end up taking this incredibly defensive posture, and I hate it. I hate it as the type of person who was also very fragile and very insecure growing up. I hate that. I can't stand it. That's why a lot of people online mistake my emotional moments or my honesty for insecurity. They don't realize that, like, that comes from a place of being confident. I'm confident enough in myself. I'm confident enough in my sexuality. I'm confident enough in my own skin that I don't mind sharing certain aspects of my life with you. I don't have to constantly put on a front. I don't have to constantly be like, yeah, I'm such an alpha male. I'm such a tough guy. It's okay to be vulnerable from time to time. Only insecure losers, and unfortunately there are many of them, but only insecure fucking losers are the ones who act like they have this like perfectly fabricated, perfectly crafted persona. Okay? It sucks.
Move on to the next prompt, but we're definitely...
Can I say one thing? Just one question.
Yeah.
Like, let's say you knew he used to be 600 pounds, and how much do you weigh now?
I'm 384.
And now he's 384. Do you see him as less disgusting knowing he's lost 220 pounds?
No, that's fantastic.
I
but
think yes.
There's still work to be done. But here's the thing, like I said before, unfortunately, human beings judge a book by its cover. It's just the world that we live in. Fat people.
Put a dildo in your rectum then? Yeah, I'll take it out of your dad's ass where I left it last night. Dumb fuck. What do you mean, put a dildo in your rectum then? What is this? What is this fucking, what is this attitude? What is this statement? Like, you think you did something here?
People that, you know,
I said I'm secure in my sexuality. That doesn't mean I like putting a dildo in my ass, like, which there's nothing wrong with, mind you. Okay, bottoms rights all day, every day.
Identifies 97 genders, whatever.
Fucking
they expect
losers,
us to
man.
change our worldview for them, and that's just not how the world works. Like,
Why-
it's
why
been that
don't
way.
you
It's
wanna
always going to
change
be
your
that way.
worldview? That's
All right,
I think what I don't get.
It's just the world that we're in. Like, people are gonna, yeah.
It's different. Yeah, my bad.
Now let's reset. Jacked men are more attractive than fat men. Will the agreeers please step forward?
How come there's 4 guys over there? All right, so we're living in a bizarre world where people don't see the truth. Like, how is it possible that they're thinking, no, being obese and unhealthy is more attractive than being fit and healthy? How is this?
Jacked men are more attractive than fat men is such a funny fucking question. And they're so mad. And they don't understand that, like, yeah, of course the dudes on the other side who are fat are not going to feel that way, because beauty is a subjective concept. And considering that all 4 of those dudes are probably have been throughout their life in decent relationships, whereas at least one of those guys I know on the Jack side has never been in one, tells a lot. It's not the end all be all. Okay? The way you look is only going to carry you so far.
How is this possible?
Actually, you know what? This is precisely why a majority of women find a majority of men as unattractive. Because a lot of guys think this way, oh, I just be a nice guy and girls are going to like me. No, they're not. She's not going to suck.
Beauty is not subjective, though. What the fuck are you talking about? Of course it's subjective. What do you mean? Here, I'll give you an example, okay? In the Western world, I have features that are traditionally considered attractive. I'm 6'4", I'm a little hairy, okay? Tall, dark, and handsome, as they say. I don't personally think of myself in that way, but this is what I have come to understand from other people's opinions. I go to Japan, I'm not getting second looks unless people are looking at me in awe, scared, fearful. I had this conversation on the podcast with Kao Shibuya, famous former adult actress, as a matter of fact, where she correctly said, my Like the way I look is genuinely not considered appealing in Japan. That's it. Of course, beauty standards change throughout time. Beauty standards and what people find or consider to be attractive or beautiful changes throughout culture. Okay, even in the same time frame, and it changes from person to person. Don't act like you do not have in your group of friends, if you have a group of friends at all, that like there are people that you find very attractive. I disagree, bro. Okay, dude. Well, I guess we can't really have this conversation then, because you're not listening to what I'm saying. Unless you said I disagree, bro, to me saying you have a group of friends, in which case then, you know, sucks for you, chatter. But here's the thing. Everybody has a group of friends. There are people that you find and consider very attractive to you in your group of friends, and you like reveal that to your friends. They'll be like, oh, what the fuck? That's crazy. It's normal. It's normal. Having said that, my analysis or my take ultimately about every guy can be a 7, even though like the 0 to 10 scale is like silly overall. When I say every guy can be a 7, I mean like everyone has the tools to reach a certain set of attractiveness where they are universally appealing to as broad of a population as physically possible. There are things you can always do. To improve yourself. Obviously, some of those examples revolve around going to the gym. Okay, figuring out what kind of haircut works with your head, figuring out what to do. This is specifically for men, because I'm only speaking from my own personal experience, but figuring out what kind of facial hair works on your face, figuring out how to groom yourself. These are certain, and then obviously like becoming a more confident person is going to make you naturally more attractive. That's it. That's what I mean when I say everyone has the capacity to reach their best potential. Okay?
Suck your dick with the same velocity when you're a fat as when you're in shape. She's just not. See, people don't understand that women are aroused by one thing and they're attracted by another thing. Women are attracted to, you know, a guy that's confident, ambitious, makes money, etc. Of course, right? But they're aroused by guys that have asshole tendencies, dark triad traits, etc., and guys that are physically in shape. So if you want to get the best of your woman,
triad traits? What the fuck? Oh my God, this guy is literally like, dude, this is misogyny speaking. If a broad, I'm gonna use this terminology for people to understand. If a broad starts chirping about astrology, we all go, okay. But when a fucking guy is saying dark triad traits as a fucking whole ass 40-year-old man, we're like, oh yeah, dude spitting facts over here. Fuck no. The fuck are you talking about, dude?
Where she respects and admires you while simultaneously being aroused by you so she doesn't cheat on you. You need to have it all.
You're saying that's true for all women?
A staggering majority of women.
There might be 1% of the world that there's something wrong with them that might think that, yeah, you're 600 pounds, it's so hot, I love that, but...
Why the extreme? Like, why? Jack men are more attractive than fat men is like such a vague concept, and you're like, oh, well, yeah. Maybe 1% of the population likes a 600-pound person. It's like, what are you saying?
Hot girls that you actually want, they exercise their hypergamy to the highest degree, and they want guys that are fit and have their money together, have their life together.
You're looking at me like you want to say something.
Yeah, because the question was, are Jack men more attractive? We all walked over. Are we more attracted to Jack men?
Yeah. Well, I'm assuming they framed that because we're all guys here they mean women.
Well, men can be attracted to men.
If I had to switch teams, I'm going with the Jack guy.
Obviously, this is going to be like personal biases, but I think attraction is very fluid in the sense that I can 100% admit, like, there was probably 40 pounds of muscle ago is when most women would be like attracted to me. Of course, like,
the only time this dude has ever gotten pussy is when he's paid for it. What are we having this conversation for? Why is the dude who very famously, and by the way, I have no issues with sex work, as you guys know, but why are we literally referring to the dude who only pays for pussy, who has never had a healthy working relationship in his entire goddamn life? Why is he getting the most airtime talking about what men want, what women want, what men should be like?
Like, fitness girls, they're totally okay with the size I am, but like probably most girls I'm like too much for. So I guess like where do we draw that line of like, I think for example like you would be much more attractive to most women than me. Would you agree with that?
I mean, that doesn't mean that like if you walked up to a girl and let's say you're not her, like you're a little bit more muscular than she would, like if you have the charm and charisma, she gonna still go with you, man. It don't matter.
I have an interesting point. And no,
because unfortunately, a popular influencer. No, he's not. No, guys. Like Greg Douchebag is infinitely more popular than fucking Fresh and Fat. Okay, Tyler is so innocent. His content on IG is just correcting form in the gym. Also, notice how he invalidated his own point. Get the fuck out of here. Huh.
No shade on you, but I think if you had Zach, right? You're on the end?
Yep.
If you put Zach and Greg and you put them next to each other and you did a poll, I think that most women would probably pick him if you had to like, because he's got the height and all that. What would you guys say to that?
No. He said, Greg, you're a manlet. What does Greg have to say about that? He's going to be like, now, women actually love my repulsive personality and also my 5'5" stature. Women are massive fans of a guy who talks like Gilbert Gottfried, who has varicose veins on his forehead. Are you kidding me? Do you know how many bitches are wet when they see the veins popping out of my forehead? Shut up. HasanAbi sounds like he's watched a lot of his content. Yes, I have. Of course I have. Ladies love it when I talk about another 27-year-old who died after doing too many steroids. They love that.
No. Well, we can put it to the test.
But that's not really fair. I'm 48 years old. He's a lot younger than me. He's about a foot taller than me, but you can't compare. I'm an old man. I'm 48 years old.
Obviously, height is a big component. So that you know, so it's not you're comparing apples to oranges. But if you take the same guy, same height, etc., but one guy is fat, one guy's in good shape, she's always going to go with the guy that's in better shape.
Because I've been so surprised to see on Instagram, there'll be like guys doing like an outfit try on, like not in shape in the slightest bit. And all the comments are women like, I wish like men knew this is how we wish they looked. And like, oh, this is like the dream.
They're liars, media.
They're liars. They're liars. No. Why? Why would what would motivate a woman to lie anonymously in the comment section of an Instagram, dude? I'm not gonna lie, this is why I love hitting the fucking gym though. It is kind of part of why I fancy myself to be a perfect counterbalance to the fucking insecure dipshits like Myron, the red pillars who fancy themselves to be alpha dogs. Okay? Because what are you gonna do? You're gonna call me fat? Is that what you're gonna do? You'd be like, Hasan, you're not attractive, you're soy. Go ahead. That's what happens when a motherfucker is confronted with facts. He's like, oh, they're lying. Yeah, dude, they're literally lying in the fucking Instagram comments because of this like broader conspiracy. They might not personally consider that to be attractive themselves.
One thing about you can never believe what women say, man. You believe how they behave, not what they say.
That's a different episode.
That's all right. Figure it out.
Yeah. I disagreed mostly just with the blanket statement because attraction is
Hasan, you're not attractive, you're soy. You got no muscles though. True. You're right. Your hairline is real and high value women hate that. What?
So subjective. I am a big and tall model by trade. That's what I do. I model clothing brands. I've modeled with major fashion houses. I've been on the covers of magazines. You mentioned before dad bod comments and whatnot on social media. I was flabbergasted when I started how many people were commenting and DMing me and talking about how attractive I was. That it just kind of, I don't know, showed me that attraction is a lot more subjective than I thought, and people have a much wider range of what they find attractive than specifically a body type.
Is being jacked the most important trait for being attractive? I'd argue for guys, it'd probably be otherwise, right? I think height would be a bigger
money,
component.
height, fame, like what can you bring to the table?
The number one thing is status. By far, status.
People also go after what they.
I can't believe I'm about to say this, and I'm not trying to do this like in a pick-me fashion, but the fact that not a single person is talking about your personality and like how you carry yourself is insane to me. Dude, confidence is so important. These are all dudes in their 30s. What the fuck's going on? How have none of you guys actually brought this up? Confidence is one of the most important aspects of attraction. The way you carry yourself, okay? It blows my mind that this is not something that anyone on this discussion has brought up so far. It is dating app brain. It is. I think we've actually broken we've broken the brains of everyone in this society by constantly having like fast-paced, rapid yes, no style. Like you put your fucking dating resume out there, and physical attraction is Uncle coming through with the grandma take. No, that's not the grandma take at all. That's not the grandma take at all. All of the things that they're mentioning are definitely factors that come into consideration. The way you look, okay? Even how much money you have, how much power you have potentially. These are all things that are in consideration. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, that's not the case. What matters is who you are inside. Like, of course, that's not the only thing. But it is a major role. It plays a major role in attraction. How you carry yourself and how confident you are abso-fucking-lutely plays a major role. Your personality plays a massive role in this process. I think that overall people have deluded themselves into thinking that the only way that you can ever attract the opposite sex is by just looking a certain way. Looking a certain way absolutely plays a big role in this. It's a major role. I'm not going to fucking act like that's not the case. And something that I also try to tell people always is like, be realistic, right? A lot of incels, for the most part, a lot of incels will always have a sense of entitlement where they're just like, I need to date Dua Lipa. You know what I mean? Like, Dua Lipa. Why can't I have a girl like Dua Lipa? And it's like, bro, first of all, you live in Idaho, okay? I don't think Dua Lipa is coming to Idaho anytime soon, okay? That's number one. So that's your first problem. And number two, like, go out there, date within your fucking range. Like, what are we doing? When I say any guy can be a 7, I don't mean like, you know, you should only be trying to date like famous models or some shit. But there are plenty of women that you will find attractive that are in your immediate vicinity that would love to be with you, as long as you're not a fucking petulant asshole or have like a red pill right-wing podcast or some shit, okay?
You think they can get. So if this guy is 6'5" and extremely attractive, and it's like, well, I can't get that guy. I'm attracted to the 10 on 10 supermodel, but I'm not going to get her, so I'll be happy with the 9.9 on 10.
Just to be clear, are we speaking about women being attracted to men?
It's not just about women. It's just about attraction. What is the most attractive, in your opinion, physique for a man?
Okay, I'm speaking from like what women find attractive. So when I speak, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I'm sexually fluid. So my law of attraction does not adhere to anyone's standards, pretty much. I'm attracted to people in general. So you could be jacked, you could be more plus size, you could be skinny, you could be whatever it is that you are. If I'm attracted to you, I'm attracted to you.
What are the traits you find most attractive?
I think the way that you carry yourself is a really big thing for me. I can't date someone who lacks confidence because I feel like that seeps into other aspects of your life.
Do you mind if I jump in on the confidence thing?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So growing up, wasn't too confident in myself, and I gained that confidence when I started losing weight. And I noticed it was me putting myself in positions to get more opportunities with women. Right now, I'm single right now, but I'm doing okay. But the confidence came from me losing weight. So I do agree that it's a subjective kind of standpoint, but socially, I understand that physically fit men, that's just like what everyone's liking. It's like
I don't think it's as subjective as guys are trying to say. Attraction isn't a choice, and there are hardwired traits that women look for in men.
I can't, like, I think Myron might be too stupid to have a conversation with, which is wild because he worked for the federal government. And that really says something about the standards of Customs and Border Patrol, okay? Or whichever fucking agency he was a part of. Like, god damn, dude. It's kind of nutty how fucking stupid he is, bro. He worked for the TSA. No, I don't know what he did. Why would you ever be impressed by a government employee? No, he is impressively stupid. Like, so impressively stupid that it actually blows my mind that he's able to retain, like, he's able to work anywhere, let alone the Department of Homeland Security, which I'm not exactly fond of. But I would expect that there's at least a certain level of fucking, a certain level of intelligence they have requirements for. You know what I mean? Turns out they don't. No, the one who wanted his baby mama to get an abortion was his co-host. Yeah, he also didn't know how the Fifth Amendment worked when we debated. Anyway, DHS people are so stupid, man. I work in immigration. I'm so confused with what he said. the idea that attraction is not subjective at all and there are certain hardwired qualities that women look for is insane. It's just objectively false. It is especially so false, and the only way that you can believe this falsehood is if you have just straight up never traveled. You have lived this like incredibly sheltered life where the only information that was beamed into your brain is his podcast or something. Like, have you not had a single friend? Have you not lived a lick of experience in your life? Have you, if you would only believe this, if you just straight up were brought up in a fucking vat, only watching right-wing podcasts or something, the notion that there are hard-coded, like, permanent things that women universally look for is so idiotic. I already explained to you why it's idiotic by my own example. While I am seen as an attractive person by Western standards, I go to Japan right now, I'm not seen as hot. I'm too hairy, I'm too big. That's just not something that Japanese women are going for. That's it. These generalizations are so fucking stupid for that reason. That doesn't mean that no Japanese woman will find me attractive, mind you. That's not what I'm saying at all. But I'm simply talking about there are better arguments than they don't like me in Japan, sad. No, the reason why I'm using that as an argument is because beauty standards change dramatically, even in the same time frame, in different parts of the planet that we currently exist in, and they certainly have changed throughout time. This can only mean one thing, and that thing is that at the top of the hour, the unchanging reality is that there's a 3-minute ad break. You're just a hater who wishes he got women? Yeah, exactly. Beauty standards change throughout time. Beauty standards change throughout culture. That's my point. The only thing that never changes is the 3-minute ad break at the top of the fucking hour. That's it. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
And what I've come to realize is that what women put out there is what they find attractive or politically correct things. Oh, he has a dad bod. He's nice. He's a good guy. The reality is that women don't respond well and favorably to these men. There's a reason why nice guys finish last is a thing. It's because when you're too...
Bro, nice guys have nothing to do with, like, beauty standards that you have claimed are hard-coded. The fuck?
Nice and you kind of bend to her will, etc. And girls aren't aroused by that. Girls don't want to say what they're really aroused by. Guys that are able to stand up to them, guys that are able to tell them, well, that was a stupid comment, or hold them accountable for their stupidity when they do dumb things. This is what women find attractive because these are leadership traits.
Have any of those things happened to you, though?
Well, I mean, I've talked to almost 3,000 women, and what I've come to realize from talking to all of them.
Bro, I'm sorry. You know what my opinion is on his podcast, okay? As you guys know, as a defender of women, I never said I'm a defender of all women, okay? I just want to point this out. Some women are bimbos, and, you know, more power to them, okay? It's great. Do your thing, right? This man has the worst case of sampling bias because the only women he talks to are women bimbified enough and clout hungry enough to go to a hostile environment like the Fresh and Fit podcast. Okay? Respectfully, I don't think he has a good understanding living in fucking Florida and also only consistently surrounding himself with women that he is paying to be around himself. The thing is, a lot of those girls are probably wonderful people too. They're just not wonderful around him. Because why would they? He fucking sucks.
Is that most of the time, you know, when they're in a comment section of TikTok, like, you're so handsome, blah, blah, blah. Will they actually go on a date and have sex with that guy? Probably not. But they say that because it's politically correct and women tend to not want to be adversarial. They're going to say what sounds good. But what they're actually aroused by are two different things.
But they're married to those guys.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was
Most
getting to.
often they're married to...
I'm married
and
to.
marriage is a failed institution in the West, and this is why most men get divorced by women. This is why they get destroyed in the divorce courts. This is why women overwhelmingly initiated the divorce rates in America. 80% are initiated by women because we sit here and we lie.
That's why he's not married, bro, because divorce is a failed institution. You know what I mean? He's not trying to go on a two-peat like Divorcelli.
And we believe what women say they're actually attracted to. No, they're not.
The funniest part is, like, half of the shit that he says just immediately contradict the other half of the shit that he said only moments prior. Like, he'll act like marriage is an important institution, and then very quickly will turn around, and that's why divorces are happening in the country. That's why it's failed. Yeah, divorce happens because we believe women when they say they like nice guys, and then nice guys get married, and then women only marry them to divorce them. Well, let me tell you, I know some fucking ugly ass demons who have gotten married, not once, but twice, as a matter of fact, twice divorced. So it's not just nice guys that are getting married and divorced out here, okay? You leave Divorcelli to his own devices, he's about to be a fucking Guinness World Record holder on that shit of being a bad guy who also happens to be a victim of divorce court.
Let's go back to attraction for a second, though, because I'm married.
Sure.
I have a child.
Cool.
To be fair, Dennis Prager is the 6-time champion of divorce.
I have a beautiful wife. I was this size the entire process through it.
Would you say that you're an average guy?
I would say that
You're
I'm
how
bigger
tall?
than average.
6'5",
You're not an average guy.
and a model
You're not
for,
an average
for
guy.
being slightly overweight.
I wasn't a model when I started
But
dating
you are
my
a very
wife.
good-looking, tall,
I was a
big
bartender
guy
fucking
who's
doing
on
whatever.
magazine covers. So
But
out
no,
of the
I think-
million guys overweight, you're at
but
the
you're not
top.
an average guy.
But I
1%.
think what you're
I'm
missing
saying-
is he just said that he wasn't any of those things.
He's not 5'6",
before
man, like
he
me.
met his
Try
wife.
being 5'6" and doing it.
Oh my God, these guys are, they just reveal their position of desperation when they talk about this shit, dude. There's this like genetic predeterminism that you see in so many of these fucking losers. You're 6'5", that's why you did it. It's always cope. This is why I say manlet is a state of mind. This is why I say being an incel is a state of mind. You can look the way that Greg looks and still have that same fucking relentless incel energy trapped inside of you. Okay? It's because you're 6'5". You're a model and you're handsome. And it's just like, bro, you're not making a fucking argument right now. You're just glazing my man. Okay? That's all you're fucking doing. Oh.
I totally agree with you. Well, that's what I was gonna actually agree with Myron for a second. Believe it or not, we're talking about. You mentioned status, and then a lot of people other mentioned confidence. So you even put it in your own pecking order ahead of being jacked or being physically
status for sure.
attractive. Wouldn't you say that matters more? Confidence, how you carry yourself, how you do it.
I mean, the prompt was simply: is it either you're jacked or
and
are you fat?
I'm not
What's
gonna
more
argue
attractive?
the fact that our society definitely finds jack guys more attractive. But I disagreed with the statement because it was a blanket statement that I have found untrue in my own life.
Do all of you feel like you'd be more or less attractive, let's say 50 pounds lighter than you are, and simply like just body fat?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something that I struggled with for a while is, in me losing weight, am I still going to be able to book the jobs that I book? Because I've built an entire brand off of my body. I mean, granted, like, cool as shit, like, you know, I did something that's all my own, like, I worked on that. But then I was also just like, if I lose this, are you still gonna want me to, like, do this campaign for you? Are you still gonna want me in your magazine? Are you still gonna wanna dress me? And then I had to, like, take a step back and say, like, well, what is it for me? Do I want to be skinny? No. Do I want to look like Greg? No. Do I want to look like Myron? No. But I know I want to look like me. I think talking about the law of attraction, you focus so heavy about what women would find attractive and the perspective of the woman. And I feel like, are you even attracted to yourself? When you look in that mirror, when you put your clothes on, are you like, damn, like I did that? Because when I got up.
My man's having some revelations about himself right now. This is like genuinely a brain-breaking conversation because it's like a totally valid point. And I hate to, I had to say this, but like most of the dudes that are, especially at a certain level of fitness, will unfortunately never find themselves confident in their own skins in the same way that Tevin is. It's probably one of the only devastating side effects of going to the gym frequently is like, obviously, you know, the more you go to the gym, the gayer you are. That's 100%. That's not necessarily a devastating side effect, but it is a side effect, right? The more you work out, the gayer you are. That's just how it is. 100%. Anyone who tells you that's not the reality is lying to you. There's an entire subculture in gym culture that revolves around miring other individuals. But the negative side effect of gym, too much gym, is body dysmorphia, for sure. You can never look as good as you do when you get a fucking pump, okay? You will never look as muscular as you do under those goddamn overhead lights at the fucking gym, inside, of the gym locker room. It's just never going to happen right after you get a goddamn pumping. And many guys, the more they go to the gym, the more they chase that. The more they're like, why can't I look like that just normally when I get out of bed in the morning? Okay? That's just it. Let's keep going.
This morning.
These gym rats have an eating disorder too, tracking every freaking calorie. Okay, chill with that. Okay? Chill with that. Talking to a motherfucker who literally has a scale on his streaming desk. Okay? Calm down with this whole eating disorder because you track your calories too much shit. It's called being healthy. Okay? Having good goals and reaching them.
Morning, and I threw on my outfit. I was just like, yeah, I ate that.
Well, if you're going to talk about being attractive,